Chapter 941. Corpse Mound World. In a mountain forest. Lifespan Array Activate. Boom. As the unborn man activated the array, countless centipede resentful spirits were trapped in a blue lifespan array. The centipede resentful spirits are more troublesome than the wolf resentful spirit. With the chaos orb, the centipedes can't get close, but they can spit out poisonous fog mixed with divinity, which is extremely dangerous. Moreover, they can burrow into the ground and fly into the sky. Fortunately, the unborn man's lifespan array trapped them. Mosquito Dauren said with lingering fear. Resentful spirits? How troublesome. As long as one of them is alive, they can be reborn. And the more resentful spirits there are, the more resentful they are. Why didn't the heavens deal with this place? Kong Xian said with a frown. The liches were originally the main characters of the world. After that shocking battle, they were nearly wiped out. Only resentful spirits remained. It is truly miserable. The heavens took pity on them and allowed them to continue existing in this world, the unborn man said sullenly. Kong Xian frowned slightly, but he did not refute. Your Majesty, we can't go forward. There's a great witch resentful spirit there. We have to go around it. Unborn man said with a frown. Go around it? Gu Hai asked in confusion. That's a blood witch resentful spirit, one of the most powerful resentful spirits in the corpse mound world. Although its mind is muddled, its strength is incomparable to the previous ones. It has devoured countless resentful spirits and has reached a monstrous strength. Even the corpse bug heavenly demon couldn't subdue it, so… Mosquito Dauren said with a frown. A blood witch resentful spirit? It's that strong? Kong Xian said in surprise. In the world of the living, there were very few people who had reached the level of Mosquito Dauren. How come there were so many in the netherworld? It's probably in the corpse mound world. It's best to avoid it. This blood witch resentful spirit is really strong. I once encountered it and was injured by it. It took me 100 years to recover. Mosquito Dauren said with a bitter smile. Blood witch resentful spirit? Everyone's face fell. All right, let's go around. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai didn't try to be brave. He bypassed the area that Mosquito Dauren pointed at. The group no longer had the confidence they had when they first entered. Different vengeful spirits appeared one after another, letting everyone know how terrifying the corpse mound world was. The undying vengeful spirits were endless. This was not the most dangerous part. There was also the power of the corpse mound peak. Your Majesty, we've been circling around for a long time. I might know the direction your spell ball is pointing at. Mosquito Dauren said with a slightly unpleasant expression. Oh! The central corpse pit. Mosquito Dauren said with an ugly expression. Central corpse pit? That's right. Why would Jiang Rulai place Crown Prince Gu Han there? That is where most of the witch and fiend corpses are buried. The vengeful spirits there are the most horrifying. Furthermore, the overwhelming resentment there can change a person's temperament. No, at least 60% of the entire corpse mound world's vengeful spirits are there. Only the corpse bug skyfiends can barely enter that place. No one else can, Mosquito Dauren said in shock. The corpse pit of witch and fiend corpses? Bodhisattva Lian Xing felt stunned. Is Crown Prince Gu Han still alive? Chong Ming asked worriedly. Jiang Rulai and Gu Han coexist. It is impossible for him to kill Gu Han. He must still be alive. Gu Hai said seriously. Then we? Everyone asked worriedly. Let's give it a try. Continue forward. Gu Hai said seriously. Everyone nodded. With the location and Mosquito Dauren as a guide, the group circled around the many strong vengeful spirit territories and slowly headed for the central corpse pit. All kinds of vengeful spirits appeared along the way. There were demon-type vengeful spirits and humanoid vengeful spirit. The vengeful spirits attacked anyone who trespassed on their territory. However, Chong Ming had the Chaos Elemental Pearl, Gu Hai had the Slaughter Spirit Annihilator, and the unborn man's longevity array could also trap vengeful spirit. The group ventured deeper and deeper. At this moment, screech. Suddenly, a super loud screech sounded. Peacock cry? Kong Xian's face darkened. As the peacock cry sounded, the void suddenly trembled. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with rolling green light. Is this the peacock demon's vengeful spirit? How powerful! Is the phoenix cry void tremor? Kong Xian's face changed. Gu Hai's face turned solemn. A vengeful spirit that could make Kong Xian's face change was naturally an extraordinary existence. Impossible. It shouldn't be here. Is this the Bird King vengeful spirit? It is one of the strongest vengeful spirits, like the blood witch vengeful spirit. Mosquito Doran's face darkened. Boom. However, all of a sudden birds appeared from all directions. There were sparrows, eagles, cranes, and vultures. All kinds of vengeful spirits seemed to be filled with anger as they charged toward the group. At the head of the countless vengeful spirits was a gigantic peacock vengeful spirit that was 3,000 feet tall. The peacock was blood-red. The Bird King vengeful spirit? Kong Xian's face darkened. How is this possible? Why would the Bird King come here? This is not its territory. Mosquito Doran was anxious. Screech. The Bird King saw the group and immediately let out an angry roar. Boom. Thousands of vengeful spirits charged toward them. Oh no, the corpse mound longevity array. The unborn man took out a small box. Inside the box was the corpse bug that Gu Hai had given to the unborn man not long ago. The corpse bug could not resist the unborn man at all. The unborn man reached out and pressed it against the ground. The unborn man activated a secret technique. With the corpse bug as the center, waves of black fog emerged and enveloped the group. Screech! Screech! The bird vengeful spirits charged toward them and entered the corpse mound longevity array. Whoosh! The vengeful spirits flew into the corpse mound longevity array and lost their sense of direction. Only the Bird King vengeful spirit seemed to be able to see everything clearly with its pair of eyes. It instantly charged toward the group. Oh no, the corpse mound longevity array cannot stop it, the unborn man said anxiously. The Bird King vengeful spirit? And the Blood Shaman vengeful spirit from before. At their level, even the Chaos Elemental Bead cannot stop them once they go berserk. Mosquito Doran's expression changed. I'll do it. Kong Xian stepped forward. He instantly charged toward the vengeful spirit. Screech! The Bird King roared and instantly threw out 10 rays of 5-colored divine light. 5-colored divine light? Good one, come on! Kong Xian shouted. In an instant, Kong Xian also threw out 10 rays of 5-colored divine light, which collided with Yang Kai. Whoosh! Hong! Kong Xian and the Bird King's 5-colored divine light collided in the void and tore the void apart. The powerful impact even stunned Kong Xian. So powerful. You are not weaker than me? Kong Xian's expression changed. Screech! Kong Xian instantly transformed into a giant peacock that was 3,000 feet long. You are an ancient senior and can use 5-colored divine light. Unfortunately, you are only a vengeful spirit and do not have a physical body. I don't believe that you can be stronger than me with just your soul body, Kong Xian said coldly. Screech! Kong Xian flapped his wings. Boom! Nearly 100 beams of 5-colored divine light shot toward the Bird King from all directions. Screech! The Bird King seemed to be filled with anger. However, it did not have any intelligence and was filled with resentment. It flapped its wings and sent out 50 rays of 5-colored divine light. Boom! With a loud sound, the Bird King retreated. Ha 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 ha! A vengeful spirit is only a vengeful spirit after all, Kong Xian said coldly. He sneered and threw out another 100 rays of 5-colored divine light. The divine light of 5 colors shot out in all directions. It was as if victory had been secured, and the Bird King was completely suppressed. Screech! The bird king's expression turned sinister. Suddenly, it flapped its wings at the same time. Boom! A huge ray of five-colored divine light was thrown out. This ray of five-colored divine light was 10 times thicker than the previous one. However, there was only one ray of five-colored divine light. While Kong Xian was puzzled, his expression changed. No, it is not five-colored. It is six-colored. This ray of divine light has 6 colors. 6-colored divine light? Kong Xian's expression changed drastically. This was because the moment the 6-colored divine light was thrown out by the Bird King, a terrifying aura rushed toward him. 100 rays of 5-colored divine light? Not enough, definitely not enough. Kong Xian did not have time to think. He flapped his wings and sent out another 200 rays of 5-colored divine light. 1 ray of 6-colored divine light versus 300 rays of 5-colored divine light. Hong! There was a huge collision in the void. A destructive force rushed in all directions and created a black hole that drowned Kong Xian and the Bird King. The shock wave was so powerful that it rushed toward everyone. Oh no! Mosquito Daoran waved his hand and protected everyone. The shock wave from the black hole even drowned everyone. The ground exploded and the corpse worm that the unborn man had activated suddenly emerged. Bam! The corpse worm exploded instantly. The corpse mound longevity array immediately collapsed. Screech! Screech! Thousands of vengeful spirits saw the group and rushed toward them ferociously. Kong Xian? Gu Hai called out worriedly. Cough, cough. I'm not dead yet, Your Majesty. Kong Xian coughed in the distance. The void slowly returned to normal, revealing the furious Bird King and Kong Xian, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. If Kong Xian had not dodged the 6-colored divine light in time, he would have been split in half. 6-colored divine light? Is this the 6-colored divine light? No, that was a weakened version of the 6-colored divine light. This vengeful spirit does not have a physical body and cannot use its full power? The 6-colored divine light. If I can master the 6-colored divine light, not even the prime of Tongtian would be a match for me. Kong Xian looked at the Bird King excitedly despite his injuries. At this moment, the vengeful spirits surrounded Gu Hai. Chaos Essence Pearl. Chong Ming quickly activated it. Screech! Screech! The vengeful spirits were instantly infuriated, but they were blocked by the white light and could not get close. Fortunately, we have the Chaos Essence Pearl. Mosquito Daoran sighed. Why are these vengeful spirits chasing us so relentlessly? Gu Hai frowned slightly. However, Bodhisattva Lianxing suddenly formed hand seals and closed his eyes. The will of the past connects karma. Where does the vengeful spirit's resentment come from? Buzz. Bodhisattva Lianxing's hand seals suddenly shot towards a pile of rubble in the distance. Hong! That pile of rubble instantly exploded, revealing a large number of flies inside. Buzz! Buzz! The flies quickly fled into the distance. Is it Taoist fly? Did you attract these vengeful spirits? Bastard, you still want to run? Mosquito Daoran roared furiously as his expression changed. As he roared, he flung his sleeve. Boom! Immediately, the black mosquitoes that blotted out the sky and covered the earth surrounded the group of fleeing flies in the distance. Buzz! 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 The number of flies in the surroundings also increased rapidly. They flew everywhere, covering the sky in an instant. There were many black mosquitoes and flies. The two types of insects clashed everywhere. Mosquito Daoran jumped out of the Chaos Essence Pearl's protection. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the center of the large number of black mosquitoes. Then, he threw a palm strike. Boom! The palm strike collided with another palm strike. A huge shock wave immediately blasted away the mosquitoes and flies. In the blink of an eye, an azure-robed man appeared not far from Mosquito Daoran. Indeed it is you, Taoist fly, Mosquito Daoran said coldly as he glared. Chapter 942. It's you, Taoist fly. Mosquito Daoran said coldly as he glared at Taoist Fly. Taoist Fly glared at Bodhisattva Lien Xing in the distance. Nalanda Temple? Humph. In his anger, Taoist Fly slapped at Mosquito Daoran again. Boom. Their palms collided in the air, creating a majestic shockwave. Taoist Fly, you've become much stronger? Mosquito Daoran said in surprise. They were familiar with each other. Taoist Fly had been imprisoned by Mosquito Daoran in the past, which showed how powerful Mosquito Daoran was. However, they were evenly matched this time. Chong Ming, you brat, I taught you a cultivation technique, detoxified your poison, and even gave you a Chaos Essence Pearl. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Are you not going to help me? Taoist Fly glared at Chong Ming in the distance. Chong Ming's expression froze. He looked at Gu Hai. Mosquito Daoran said that Taoist Fly was using Chong Ming, but it was true that Taoist Fly had saved him. Chong Ming was in a difficult position. Boom. On the other side, Mosquito Daoran was entangled with Taoist Fly again. Taoist Fly's body emitted a dark aura. What's that? The unborn man's expression darkened. Corpse worm aura? I was wondering why your strength suddenly increased. Taoist Fly, you've finally joined Corpse Mound Peak? Mosquito Daoran said angrily. Humph, so what? Mosquito Daoran, aren't you embarrassed now? Imperial Dynasty? My fly clone heard you call that person Your Majesty. Have you joined Imperial Dynasty as a subject? Ha! Taoist Fly sneered. What do you know about my business? Mosquito Daoran said coldly. Boom. The two were entangled. Fly baby, go! Taoist Fly shouted coldly. Buzz, buzz. The flies swarmed towards Gu Hai. Creak, creak, creak. Chong Ming waved his sleeve and countless bats appeared to block the flies. Chong Ming, you brat, do you know what you're doing? In the distance, Taoist Fly, who was entangled by Mosquito Daoran, was furious. Although Chong Ming didn't want to be enemies with Taoist Fly, he was a subject of the Dahan and had to protect the Emperor. Woo woo! In the distance, a series of wolf howls suddenly sounded. Evidently, the countless bird-type resentful spirits had attracted countless other resentful spirit. Your Majesty, if this continues, the Corpse Mound Peak will be alerted. The unborn man said worriedly. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at Kong Xian, who was fighting in the sky. The vengeful spirit of the Bird King possessed the six-colored divine light. Even though it was only a vengeful spirit left, it was still able to force Kong Xian back. Kong Xian! Gu Hai shouted. In the sky, Kong Xian spat out a mouthful of witch blood and looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Don't stop the Bird King. Let it come down. Gu Hai shouted. Huh! Kong Xian was slightly stunned. Let the Bird King come down? Even the Chaos Pearl couldn't stop it. However, since Gu Hai had given the order, Kong Xian could only transform into his human form and charge towards Gu Hai. Whoosh! In an instant, he arrived at Gu Hai. Your Majesty? Why? Kong Xian was confused. The Bird King swooped down from the sky. The vengeful spirit of the Bird King doesn't have much intelligence. It only acts on instinct. Taoist Fly couldn't have persuaded it. He must have taken something from the Bird King or destroyed it. The Bird King must have come after Taoist Fly. Otherwise, Taoist Fly wouldn't have been hiding in the ruins. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Shriek. As expected, the Bird King suddenly changed its direction and dove toward Taoist One and Taoist Fly after letting out a crazed shriek. Oh no! Taoist Fly's expression changed. Mosquito Daoran, come back quickly. Let them fight. Gu Hai shouted. Mosquito Daoran moved. Buzz! Mosquito Daoran dodged Taoist Fly and charged towards Gu Hai. Shriek! The Bird King looked ferocious as it swooped down towards Taoist Fly. The vengeful spirits that were surrounding Gu Hai suddenly changed their direction and charged towards Taoist Fly. In an instant, Taoist Fly became the target of all vengeful spirit. It was as if thousands of arrows had been fired at the same time. Mosquito Dauren, just you wait. Taoist fly roared in frustration. Boom. Taoist fly instantly fled into the distance. Shriek. The bird king looked ferocious as it chased after him. Taoist fly was powerful, but the bird king was even more powerful. The vengeful spirits of the corpse mound realm were alerted. Taoist fly was like a stray dog, fleeing in all directions. Your Majesty, let's leave immediately. Such a big commotion must have alerted countless vengeful spirits. Mosquito Dauren said with a frown. Gu Hai nodded. In an instant, everyone left the place. They returned to a mountain forest. After confirming that there were no more vengeful spirits chasing them, the group stopped. This is bad. Taoist fly has sided with Corpse Mound Peak and is lingering around. We are in trouble now. Mosquito Dauren said worriedly. Furthermore, I have a bad feeling. Bodhisattva Lianxing said with a frown. Huh. Everyone looked at Bodhisattva Lianxing. Do you still remember how I found Taoist fly's technique? Bodhisattva Lianxing asked with a frown. It was all thanks to Bodhisattva Lianxing. Otherwise, we would not have known that Taoist fly was behind this. It would have been very troublesome if we kept pestering the bird king. Gu Hai nodded. That is called tracing the past. It is a secret technique of Nalanda Temple. Not many people in the world know about it, but that Taoist fly mentioned it, Bodhisattva Lianxing said worriedly. Everyone felt confused. You should know that the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land was just a branch of Nalanda Temple in the past. Before the current Buddha established the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land, he was the first senior brother of Nalanda Temple. In my previous life, I was just the most insignificant junior brother of Nalanda Temple. He was the first senior brother. At that time, Master, the Withered Lamp Buddha, died. Although first senior brother was very talented and ranked first in the Buddhist Tao, before Master passed away, he instructed not to pass on the position of sect master to him. So, he established his own sect and became the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land, Bodhisattva Lianxing recalled. The current Buddha's master is called the Withered Lamp Buddha? Why did he not pass on the position to him? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. I am not sure. However, the strongest secret technique of my Nalanda temple is called the 3 lifetime Buddha intent. 3 lifetime Buddhas. You know about the past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the future Buddha. Jiang Rulai's Spirit Mountain's Holy Land was established based on the 3 lifetime Buddha intent. The 3 lifetime Buddhas have their own secret technique. Among them, the past Buddha knew the past meaning secret technique. I also cultivated the past meaning secret technique. The root-seeking past meaning secret technique is one of the past meaning secret technique. Based on the present and the past, there should be no more than 3 people in the world who know this secret technique. Me, Jiang Rulai, and the Spirit Mountain's past Buddha, I guess. Bodhisattva Lianxing said. Only the 3 of you know. How did that Taoist fly recognize it? The Mosquito Dauren asked in surprise. Bodhisattva Lianxing shook his head, showing some worry on his face. Perhaps Jiang Rulai said it. All right, there's no need to worry. Let's continue on our way. Be careful from now on. Gu Hai consoled. Yes. Everyone answered. 2 hours later, at a large mountain peak in the Corpse Grave realm, there was a large hall on the mountain peak called the Corpse Grave Hall. Inside the Corpse Grave Hall, cough, 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 Taoist fly coughed, his entire body covered in wounds. Clearly, he did not gain an advantage against the Bird King earlier. Buzz. A black aura came from the throne in the north of the hall. The throne in the north was shrouded in black fog, making it impossible to see who was inside. The black aura surged out of the black fog and entered Taoist Fly's body. Taoist Fly's injuries healed at a visible rate. Soon, the black aura stopped and Taoist Fly's injuries were all healed. Many thanks for the treatment, Peak Master. Taoist Fly said gratefully. Before the Peak Master on the throne, the corpse bug Skyfiend, who was shrouded in black fog, could speak, A cold laugh came from the other side of the hall. Taoist Fly, I didn't expect you to be so capable. You went to provoke the Bird King's resentful spirit? Taoist Fly's face twitched. Chun Shinsho, what do you know? I did it for the corpse grave realm, Taoist Fly said with a glare. If the unborn man were here, he would recognize the black-robed Chun Shinsho, who had set up the corpse grave longevity array with Baiming Shou in Three Mountain City not long ago. Apart from Chun Shinsho, there was a group of other experts in the hall, standing in 2 rows. However, these 2 rows of people did not move at all, as if they were statues. Taoist Fly, why did you provoke the Bird King? A dignified voice came from the throne in the black fog. Peak Master, Mosquito Dauren came back with a group of experts. I didn't know what they were going to do, so I wanted to stop them. After all, this is the Peak Master's territory, Taoist Fly said immediately. What group? The Peak Master in the black fog said coldly. Taoist Fly was already one of the few experts in the world. The group of people that Taoist Fly used to deal with had to be extraordinary, and they even made Taoist Fly suffer a great loss. Taoist Fly waved his hand. Buzz. He condensed the appearance of Gu Hai and the others with a spell. It's Gu Hai! Chun Shinsho suddenly exclaimed in shock. You know him? Taoist Fly asked in surprise. Nonsense. You didn't go out, so of course you wouldn't know. Not long ago we dealt with this Gu Hai in the world of the living. I know him even if he turns into ashes. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Unborn Man, Mosquito Dauren, Bodhisattva Liansheng? And this? Chun Shinsho said in surprise. This is Chong Ming. Does that mean you know all of them? Taoist Fly asked in surprise. Chun Shinsho nodded and told him what happened in the world of the living. Peak Master, this group of people is not to be trifled with. Although we don't know why they are here, we can't let them continue like this. We must capture them. Chun Shinsho said solemnly. Yes, yes, capture them. Taoist Fly immediately shouted. Well, as you said, they are indeed extraordinary. They entered without notice and didn't take me seriously. The Peak Master said coldly. Peak Master, you don't have to do it yourself. We can do it. Don't worry. With everyone's help, we will definitely be able to take them down. Taoist Fly immediately shouted. Taoist Fly also had his own thoughts. He didn't want the Peak Master to take action. After all, there was still the Chaos Essence bead. If the Peak Master took action, he would definitely obtain the Chaos Essence bead. Well, in that case, Taoist Fly, you organize it. Who do you want? The Peak Master said indifferently. They have a master show. Chun Shinsho will go with me. Taoist Fly shouted. Okay. The Peak Master said indifferently. They have Kong Xian, Gu Hai, and Bodhisattva Liansheng. So, I want 2 more people, the 2 at the front of the 2 groups in the hall. Taoist Fly said with some anticipation. Taoist Fly, you really dare to ask for the 2 strongest subordinates of the Peak Master? Chun Shinsho smiled. Taoist Fly looked at the black fog on the throne expectantly. Approved. The Peak Master in the black fog answered. Many thanks, Peak Master. However, Chun Shinsho exaggerated them. I was worried about accidents, so I asked for the 2 strongest subordinates. Taoist Fly immediately said. In the black fog, the Peak Master shot 2 streams of black energy at the 2 people at the front. Previously, the 2 stood there like statues, motionless. Now that the black energy entered their bodies, they trembled and moved. Yes, Peak Master. The 2 said respectfully. Then, they slowly walked over to Taoist Fly. 6 paths of the Sword God, Withered Lamp Buddha, I will have to trouble you next. Taoist Fly said with a smile. Chapter 943. The Corpse Grave Realm. With the Mosquito Dauren leading the way, the group managed to avoid most of the resentful spirits. I feel that we have returned. We only advanced a short distance, Kong Xian said with a frown. Yes, we have returned. However, we went around the Blood Shaman resentful spirit area. Now we just need to continue forward. We should reach it soon. The central corpse grave is right before us, the mosquito Darren said confidently. In that case, let's go. Anticipation flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Although Xiao Chun still felt somewhat worried about Taoist Fly, the most important thing now was to rescue Gu Han. The curse-seeking ball in Xiao Chen's hand showed that they should not be far away. With the mosquito Darren leading the way, the group quickly headed for the central corpse grave. As they flew, "Something's wrong." Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. His figure paused. Everyone also stopped abruptly. Where are they? Where are Kong Xian and the unborn man? The mosquito Darren exclaimed. Earlier, those two were still around. Why did they suddenly disappear while flying? Only Gu Hai, the mosquito Darren, Chong Ming, and Bodhisattva Lian Xing remained. Everyone's face sank. Standing where they were, the group looked around. However, they could not find anything. The mosquito Darren stretched out his hand and waved. Immediately, countless black mosquitoes covered the surroundings. The black mosquitoes searched, but the surroundings were silent. There were no resentful spirits. There were no resentful spirits either. Your Majesty, something is wrong. They really disappeared. The mosquito Darren said worriedly. Gu Hai's face sank. Kong Xian and the unborn man disappeared right before his eyes. Yet they disappeared just like that? This was too strange. What should we do now? Chong Ming also showed a worried expression. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. In this world, it's impossible for anyone to kill Kong Xian and the unborn man without alerting anyone. It can only be a spirit array. They were moved to another place by the spirit array. They're still alive? Chong Ming's expression changed. Although I don't know what happened, I believe in their strength. Once they have a chance to breathe, they will definitely think of a way to save themselves. Either they leave the corpse grave world or they go straight to the central pit. Since we can't find them, we will continue to go to the central pit. Gu Hai gravely said. Yes. Everyone answered. At this moment, the four of them were extremely cautious. After all, the disappearance of Kong Xian and the unborn man was too strange. Array formation? No one noticed it at all. While flying. Who? Gu Hai suddenly paused. He finally heard a strange sound. In the next instant, Chong Ming and the mosquito Darren vanished. Only Bodhisattva Lian Xing remained by Gu Hai's side. They disappeared again? Gu Hai's face sank. I think I know. Bodhisattva Lian Xing's expression suddenly changed. You know? Do you know where they went? Gu Hai asked anxiously. Bodhisattva Lian Xing nodded, frowning deeply. What's going on? Bodhisattva Lian Xing, can you find them? Gu Hai asked worriedly. I can't do anything. However, I think I know why they disappeared. This is the triple-layered past intent. That's impossible. The past Buddha of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land could not achieve this triple-layered past intent. Even I can't do it. Bodhisattva Lian Xing said anxiously. Triple-layered past intent? What do you mean? Gu Hai asked seriously. Actually, Chong Ming, Mosquito Darren, Kong Xian, and the unborn man are still with us. Perhaps they are. However, we can't see them, and they can't see us. Bodhisattva Lian Xing said with an unsightly expression. Why can't we see them? Is it because they are trapped in a small space? Like my immortal dome of the ancients? Gu Hai frowned. Different spaces? No, they are at different times. Bodhisattva Lian Xing said with a frown. Different times? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Yes. The triple-layered past intent squeezes the time of a certain place into 3 layers of time. To be more precise, the time here is slightly chaotic. Mosquito Darren is still here, but he might be here tomorrow. Kong Xian is still here, but he might be here yesterday. We are looking at the same place, but we are at different times. Bodhisattva Lian Xing said worriedly. We are in the same space, but we are at 3 different times? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows slightly. Bodhisattva Lian Xing nodded. Gu Hai gave Bodhisattva Lien Xing a deep look. That Nalanda temple lived up to being a temple with a long history. Initially, as the Dahan temple grew stronger, Gu Hai felt that Nalanda temple was nothing much. After all, even the strongest Bodhisattva Lien Xing was not that strong. However, Nalanda temple's methods were horrifying. Is this the ability to control time? Gu Hai asked seriously. It is different from old man Guanqi's time laws. The triple-layered past intent can only fold the time in a certain area into 3 layers of time, 1 or 2 days at most. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said bitterly. A layer of time? In that case, this is indeed like a ritual array, a region. We just need to step out of this region? Gu Hai asked. Bodhisattva Lien Xing nodded. Since that is the case, let's leave this place immediately. Let's go. Gu Hai said seriously. Ancient Emperor, we might not make it in time. Look. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said bitterly. Roar! 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 However, Gu Hai saw countless resentful spirits charging over from all directions. There were birds, beasts, and even humanoid resentful spirit. All of them seemed to carry overwhelming hatred as they charged at Gu Hai and Bodhisattva Lien Xing, wanting to tear the two apart. Bodhisattva Lien Xing's expression changed. He pressed his palms together and started chanting scriptures. Xing. Gu Hai took out the life-punishing saber, showing a ferocious expression as though he was about to attack. Bodhisattva Lien Xing, follow me later. I'll bring you out. Gu Hai said seriously. The resentful spirits that Gu Hai killed could not be revived. Hence, Gu Hai's destructive power was even greater. He had to protect Bodhisattva Lien Xing and quickly leave this area. However, Bodhisattva Lien Xing continued chanting. As Bodhisattva Lien Xing chanted, he heard chanting in the distance. To his surprise, Gu Hai discovered that the chanting in the distance was identical to Bodhisattva Lien Xing's. Furthermore, as the chanting grew louder, it seemed like a blazing sun rose in the distance. Soon, Shao Chen saw an extremely old monk sitting cross-legged in that blazing sun. The old monk chanted, and his voice entered the ears of the countless resentful spirits. The countless resentful spirits seemed to be under his control as they charged at Gu Hai. That old monk is guiding these resentful spirits? Gu Hai's face sank. Master. Bodhisattva Lien Xing's expression changed. What? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. That is my master, the withered lamp Buddha. Didn't he pass away? Bodhisattva Lien Xing exclaimed in shock. Withered lamp Buddha? Jiang Rulai's master? Gu Hai's eyelids raised. What kind of place is this corpse grave realm? It even has a withered lamp Buddha? Roar! The few tiger and leopard resentful spirits at the front immediately charged over. Boom! Under the life-slaying saber, the group of resentful spirits immediately vanished. The 3 layers of past intent were created by my master. It must be him. However, why? Bodhisattva Lien Xing exclaimed in shock. Let's go. I'll bring you to confront him. Gu Hai immediately led the way while holding the life-slaying saber. Bodhisattva Lien Xing nodded, feeling confused. Boom, boom, boom. Although there were many resentful spirits, they were not as powerful as the Bird King's resentful spirit from earlier. With Gu Hai's saber, he could already sweep through everything before him. However, there were too many resentful spirits charging forward, slowing down Gu Hai significantly. When Shao Chen approached, Bodhisattva Lien Xing pressed his palms together and said respectfully, Disciple Lien Xing greets Master. However, the withered lamp Buddha ignored Bodhisattva Lien Xing. He still looked at Bodhisattva Lien Xing like a stranger. Master, do you not recognize this disciple? Bodhisattva Lien Xing asked anxiously. Of course, this Buddha recognizes you. However, the Peak Master said that if you surrender, this Buddha can spare your lives and wait for the Peak Master to deal with you, the withered lamp Buddha said expressionlessly as he pressed his palms together. You, Master, why are you following the corpse bug sky demon? Bodhisattva Lien Xing exclaimed in shock. At the side, Gu Hai's expression changed. He is not the withered lamp Buddha. He should be a clone of the withered lamp Buddha. What clone? Bodhisattva Lien Xing asked, feeling confused. Kong Xian and the unborn man flew with Gu Hai's group. As they flew, Gu Hai's group suddenly vanished. Where did they go? The unborn man exclaimed in shock. That's not right. Why did His Majesty suddenly disappear? Kong Xian's expression changed as well. Perhaps it's some kind of ritual array. Be careful, the unborn man warned. Ha 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 ha. Ritual array? Unborn man, to think that you dare to barge into the corpse grave realm? Why are you here? Suddenly, a voice came from the nearby forest. The two looked over. Then, they saw a skinny, black-robed figure standing in the nearby forest. Chun Shinsho? The unborn man asked. How long has it been? Don't you recognize him? Chun Shinsho sneered. Where's His Majesty? Where did you take His Majesty? Is this a lifespan ritual array? Kong Xian demanded with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai and the others? You can't even protect yourself, yet you are still thinking about Gu Hai? Chun Shinsho sneered. This is not a lifespan ritual array. The unborn man countered. Who cares if it is a lifespan ritual array? Let's take down Chun Shinsho first. Then we can resolve everything, Kong Xian said coldly. As Kong Xian spoke, he instantly launched himself at Chun Shinsho. Kong Xian's speed was extremely horrifying. He arrived before Chun Shinsho in an instant, looking like he would capture him. Xing. Suddenly, a sword radiance appeared behind Chun Shinsho. The sword radiance circled around Chun Shinsho's shoulder and arrived before Kong Xian's face in an instant. The sword radiance was ferocious and was about to cut Kong Xian in half in an instant. What? Kong Xian's expression changed. He immediately threw out 2 rays of 5-colored divine light from his hand. Boom! With a loud sound, the 5-colored divine light exploded. Kong Xian was instantly sent flying by the powerful force of the sword radiance. He crashed into several huge mountains. There's someone else? The unborn man's expression darkened. Then, he saw a man slowly walking out from behind Chun Shinsho. Rokudo Shinkuan? Kong Xian crawled out from the ruins and shouted in surprise. That sword-wielding man was actually Rokudo Shinkuan? Moreover, it was the extremely destructive Rokudo Shinkuan gold god body. 800,000 years ago, Rokudo Shinkuan was an existence that caused Kong Xian to despair. Rokudo Shinkuan's clone, the sword god Six Dao, who fought against Hui in the infinite celestial capital, the unborn man said in astonishment. Chapter 944. Six Dao of Sword God? When Kong Xian and the unborn man saw the man holding the sword, their expressions changed drastically. How powerful is Six Dao of Sword God? In the past, Kong Xian had seen Rokudo Shinkuan's water god body. 2 Tongtian sect master, Taishang sect master, Gu Hai, and 4 old man Guanxi were barely able to deal with the water god body. This is the metal god body, which is even more powerful than the water god body. Duplicate? Even if it is a duplicate, it is still extremely powerful. Six Dao of Sword God, leave the unborn man to me. Why don't you focus on Kong Xian? TSK Kong Xian? Great Myojin, I have heard of your great name before. Ha 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 ha. Chun Shinsho laughed loudly. Okay. Six Dao of Sword God replied. Swish. In an instant, Six Dao of Sword God appeared not far away from Kong Xian and slashed down with the sacred sword in his hand. Holy light of 5 colors! Kong Xian shouted in shock. He stretched out his hand and 300 rays of holy light of 5 colors were shot out. A series of black holes tore open in the void and charged towards the 6 paths of the Sword God. At this moment, Kong Xian did not dare to stay behind. Humph! Six Tao of Sword God snorted. The sacred sword in his hand slashed down and seemed to be able to cut the heavens and earth in half. It collided with the 300 rays of holy light of 5 colors. Boom! With one slash, all skills were destroyed. With a loud bang, the 300 rays of holy light of 5 colors exploded and were completely destroyed by the slash of the heavenly sword. A huge black hole appeared in the void, and the sword did not stop there. It arrived in front of Kong Xian in an instant. Boom! Puff! In the black hole, Kong Xian turned into a ray of light and was shot away. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards. The sword god of the 6 paths looked on coldly, only to see that Kong Xian had been smashed into a huge crater below. Cough, cough, cough. Coughing up blood, Kong Xian crawled out of the hole. However, at this moment, Kong Xian's body was covered in blood. There were sword wounds all over his body, as if half of his skin had been torn apart. Ha 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 ha, Kong Xian, you are actually not a match for one of the 6 paths of the sword god, ha ha ha. Chun Shinsho laughed loudly. Cough cough cough, ha ha ha, there is indeed something different. 6 Tao of sword god? Rokudo Shinkuan's golden god body clone? No, a replica is just a replica. It's still lacking a little. Kong Xian said coldly as he coughed up blood. Lacking a little? Chun Shinsho said solemnly. Rokudo Shinkuan's golden god body is the 10th level of the Heavenly Palace, the great perfection stage of the Heavenly Palace. Your replica is not at the great perfection stage, it's still lacking a little. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been injured, but killed by your sword. Kong Xian said coldly. Even if it's not at the great perfection stage of the Heavenly Palace, you are still not a match for it. It's just a little bit weaker. You will still die. Chun Shinsho said coldly. No, just a little bit, just a little bit. Even if the difference is like heaven and earth, the great perfection stage of the Heavenly Palace is flawless. Just a little bit more and there will be a flaw. I will find it. Humph. Again. Kong Xian said coldly. Kong Xian suddenly let out a long roar. Not only did he not run away, he charged towards the 6 paths of the sword god. You overestimate yourself. The 6 paths of the sword god snorted coldly. Shing! A sword ray pierced through heaven and earth. Boom! In an instant, Kong Xian was slashed into the ground again. Although it was not enough to kill Kong Xian, the power of the 6 paths of the sword god was too strong. Kong Xian could only barely struggle. The second slash did not kill Kong Xian. The 6 paths of the sword god immediately rushed over. Boom! Kong Xian suddenly emerged from the ground. His hands formed into claws and instantly appeared in front of the 6 paths of the sword god. Die! Kong Xian revealed a ferocious expression as he tore out a claw. The 6 paths of the sword god glared at him and spun his sacred sword again. Shing! Boom! Kong Xian was instantly blasted into the distance by the sword ray. He crashed into a bunch of mountains and stopped. At this moment, Kong Xian was covered in blood. His face was filled with unwillingness. He looked at the 6 paths of the sword god ferociously. Even though he was severely injured, he still stared at the 6 paths of the sword god with all his might. The 6 paths of the sword god gently touched his face with his hand. There was a bloody wound on his face. Although it was shallow and was only a superficial wound, it meant that Kong Xian had injured the 6 paths of the sword god. Looking at the blood on his fingertip, the 6 paths of the sword god's eyes flashed with a chilling murderous intent. You have angered me. Humph! With a cold snort, the 6 paths of the sword god seemed to have traveled through time and space. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Kong Xian and slashed his sword at Kong Xian again. Rainbow Divine Light. Boom! Kong Xian was blasted away again. He barely managed to stay alive, but his injuries were getting worse. The unborn man wanted to help, but Chun Shinsho instantly blocked the unborn man. Unborn man, with your cultivation, you won't be able to help even if you go. It's better for you to stay. Chun Shinsho said coldly. Chun Shinsho, you want to stop me too? The unborn man waved his hand, and a large amount of black gas appeared in the void. Shou Xiu, life is life, death is death. You are really courting death by combining life and death. Don't think that you are more powerful just because you have both. On the contrary, if you divide your attention between two daos, you will only achieve nothing in both. Chun Shinsho waved his hand, and 10 jade boxes appeared. Achieve nothing in both daos? I remember that the previous generations of Chun Shinsho had researched on combining life and death. Why? Didn't you look down on having two daos? The unborn man released more and more black gas, forming a huge vortex. I am interested because I want to know how you are courting death. Shoujin, you can't do it, Chun Shinsho said coldly. As he spoke, the 10 jade boxes in front of him opened up. Squeak, squeak, squeak. 10 corpse bugs appeared from the jade boxes, and each of them looked at the unborn man ferociously. Corpse bugs? The unborn man suddenly said in a deep voice. Yes, I am now following the corpse bug heavenly demon. He provides me with an endless supply of corpse bugs. That day in the 3 mountain city, it was only the small corpse mound longevity array. This time, you will have a taste of the 10 longevity arrays. Rise! Chun Shinsho shouted. Rise! The unborn man also shouted. Boom! The two of them were instantly shrouded in black gas. Rumble! Within the black gas, there was a series of loud noises. It was obvious that the 2 longevity masters were fighting fiercely inside. Half an hour later, Kong Xian was already covered in blood, and the 6 paths sword god had 2 more bloody scars on his face. There were a total of 3 scars, but they were only superficial wounds. However, Kong Xian's combat strength was getting weaker and weaker. Large pieces of flesh were cut off from his body, revealing the white bones on his arms and legs. I am not willing to accept this. My peacock tribe has yet to rise. My peacock tribe has yet to be revived in my hands. How can I die here? No. Kong Xian said unwillingly. Although he had already injured the 6-path sword god, he was still far from being able to do so, especially when it was Rokudo Shinkun. You have no way out. Die. The sword god's 6 paths once again slashed out with a ferocious aura. Boom! The sword was vast and seemed to have surpassed everything that had happened before. It brought out a sword aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. Hundreds of millions of sword chi blocked all of Kong Xian's escape routes, forcing Kong Xian into the sword aura and killing him in one strike. No, 5-colored divine light kill. Kong Xian roared, unwilling to give up. Swoosh! Close to 400 rays of 5-colored holy light clashed with the vast sword aura. Kong Xian gave it his all, almost hysterically exerting all of his strength. What's the use of having so many rays of 5-colored holy light? If your quality is not good enough, don't even think about blocking my sacred sword. Die. The 6-paths sword god's eyes turned cold. Boom! The sacred sword clashed with the 5-colored holy light. Just like what the 6-paths sword god said, what's the use of having so many rays of light? Wherever the sword aura passed, all the rays of light were torn apart like rags. They could not withstand a single blow and exploded in all directions. Kong Xian's hysterical attack had no effect at all. No, I can't lose. I can't lose. The peacock tribe can't be exterminated. Kong Xian roared with despair. At this moment, Kong Xian's eyes were filled with tears of blood. Kong Xian understood that the peacock tribe would soon be exterminated after losing his protection. 800,000 years ago, he had promised the old peacock supreme to revive the peacock tribe. However, he had not done so. He had a great mission to fulfill and could not die here. Even though Kong Xian was in despair, the sacred sword was still merciless. It tore apart all the 5-colored holy light and was about to cut Kong Xian in half. Screech! At this moment, the cry of a peacock could be heard behind Kong Xian. Huff! Before the sacred sword arrived, a huge mouth appeared and swallowed Kong Xian whole. At the same time, a ray of 5-colored holy light clashed with the sacred sword. Boom! With a loud bang, the 5-colored holy light exploded and the sacred sword was knocked back for the first time. The 6 Paths Sword God's face turned cold. At this moment, the resentful spirit of the Bird King arrived and swallowed Kong Xian whole. Resentful spirit? You ate the person I wanted to kill. Spit him out. The 6 Paths Sword God said coldly. Screech! The resentful spirit of the Bird King stared at him and screeched. You have a grudge against him and you want to eat him? Hee, I don't care whether you have a grudge against him or not. I promised the Peak Master that I want to see Kong Xian, dead or alive. If you don't spit him out, I will cut open your stomach and dig him out before killing him. The 6 Paths Sword God slashed at him again. Screech! The resentful spirit of the Bird King let out a cry and threw out a ray of 5-colored holy light to meet the 6 Paths Sword God's attack. Boom! The 6 Paths Sword God's opponent was the resentful spirit of the Bird King. In a daze, Kong Xian was swallowed into the stomach of the Bird King. It was as if there was a force digesting Kong Xian. Kong Xian's injuries were getting worse and worse. In order to prevent himself from fainting, Kong Xian forcefully broke 3 fingers on his right hand. Crack, crack, crack. Ah! With a painful cry, Kong Xian became much more awake. Is this the stomach of a peacock? This is the stomach of the resentful spirit of the Bird King. He wants to kill me? Kong Xian quivered as he realized what was going on. However, Kong Xian's injuries were too severe and he couldn't save himself. The digestive force of the stomach was like a corrosive liquid that was melting him. It wouldn't be long before he was completely melted. Kong Xian, however, suddenly felt sorrow in his heart. Senior from 800,000 years ago, I promised you that I would revive the peacock race, but I can't do it. Kong Xian is unwilling, Kong Xian is unwilling, I can die, but the peacock race can't be exterminated. The peacock race can't be exterminated. I am unwilling. If I die, what will happen to the peacock race? The peacock race can't be exterminated. Kong Xian cried out in grief. His eyes were filled with tears of blood. A sense of unwillingness and resentment surged out along with Kong Xian's shout. Kong Xian's resentment soared to the sky. Buzz! The vengeful spirit of the Bird King, vengeful spirit, shuddered violently, especially where Kong Xian was. The shuddering felt as if the vengeful spirit of the Bird King, vengeful spirit's stomach was cramping. The corrosive power suddenly weakened and a deep voice was heard. I am unwilling. If I die, what will happen to the peacock race? The peacock race can't be exterminated. The resentful voice was almost identical to Kong Xian's. That despair and unwillingness seemed to come from the depths of the Bird King's soul. Kong Xian's resentment resonated with the resentment of the Bird King. It was a resonance of grief and despair. Chapter 945. Kong Xian's resentment resonated with the Bird King's resentment. It was a resonance of grief and despair. 1. The corrosive force around Kong Xian gradually weakened. To be more precise, as the resentment resonated, the corrosive force slowly acknowledged Kong Xian and merged with Kong Xian. The corrosive force disappeared, and a 5-colored radiance surged into Kong Xian's body as though it was repairing Kong Xian's body. 1. In front of Kong Xian, the phantom of a huge blood-colored peacock appeared. Ancient peacock god? Kong Xian was stunned. Huff! The ancient peacock god drilled into Kong Xian's glabella in an instant. Kong Xian also had a green peacock god in his glabella, but it was only 1/10 the size of this blood-colored peacock god. You woke me up. You are also a peacock god? But you are too weak. The blood-colored peacock said solemnly. 1. Kong Xian's consciousness entered his own peacock god. Ancient Senior, you've awakened? You can communicate? Kong Xian was pleasantly surprised. Was it the Bird King's resentful spirit that swallowed you? How many years has it been? He has completely lost his mind. Sigh, if not for the resonance between you and his resentment, I wouldn't have woken up. How is the peacock race now? The blood-colored peacock asked anxiously. I am the only one holding the fort. As for the others, there is no one in the upper and middle celestial palaces. There are only a few in the lower celestial palaces. If not for me, the peacock race would have been exterminated. We can't even be called a race anymore. Kong Xian said sorrowfully. You are the only one holding the fort? You are the only one in the upper celestial palaces? The blood-colored peacock was shocked. Yes, Senior. This time, I came to the corpse tomb world to handle some matters. I encountered a powerful expert and was almost killed. If not for the Bird King's resentful spirit, Kong Xian said bitterly. What is your cultivation? The blood-colored peacock asked. The 9th level of the upper celestial palaces. However, I am still not a match for the Bird King's resentful spirit. His 6-colored radiance is too strong. Kong Xian said bitterly. The 9th level of the upper celestial palaces? You can't beat the resentful spirit of the Bird King? That's absurd. His strength can't possibly be your opponent. How can you be so weak? The blood-colored peacock said in astonishment. You don't even know the 6-colored divine light? At the 7th level of the celestial palace, all peacocks must know how to do it. You're already at the 9th level, and you still don't know how to do it? The blood-colored peacock was confused. No, I'm not. 6-colored holy light, super godly peacock, it's very difficult to be born. Kong Xian explained in frustration. Let me see your memories. Don't resist. The blood-colored peacock said in a low voice. As he spoke, the blood-colored peacock head bumped into the head of the peacock god that Kong Xian possessed. Buzz. Immediately, layers of halos appeared at the point of contact between their heads. Human? The weak human race had become the main character of the world? Ha 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 ha, so this is the result. If I had known this would happen, I would have had the Bird King devour the entire human race. The blood-colored peacock said furiously. The annihilation of the peacock race didn't seem to have much to do with the human race. Kong Xian smiled bitterly. Humph, what do you know? The human race is extremely weak. How can they compare to the peacock race? However, the Bird King and the rest have fallen. The peacock race's heritage has also been cut off. Even Firmament is dead? Ha, this world is truly a mess. The blood-colored peacock said in a low voice. I've always wanted to revive the peacock race, but… Kong Xian smiled bitterly. Have you gone back in time 800,000 years? Super godly peacock? Ha, it's just the 6-colored divine light. In our era, when we were at our peak, there were 20 super godly peacocks. What a joke. Our peacock race has fallen to such a state. In your memories, there was the birth of a super godly peacock 800,000 years ago. That was the 6th color created by the supreme peacock of each generation using the faith of the peacock race. At that time, the peacock race was still rather prosperous. Now, the blood-colored peacock said bitterly. I've tried my best, but… Kong Xian said bitterly. It's not your fault. You were able to reach the 9th level of Heavenly Palace with your normal cultivation. It's a pity that the peacock race's heritage has been cut off. You don't know how to use your own strength. Humph, you're already at the 9th level of Heavenly Palace. No matter if it's the early, middle, or late stages of Heavenly Palace, no one in this world can stop you unless they have reached the peak of Heavenly Palace. The blood-colored peacock said in a low voice. Kong Xian was puzzled. Fortunately, the peacock race's bloodline hasn't been cut off. Good. The blood-colored peacock said excitedly. But there are too few peacocks in this world. With such a small number, if not for me, the race would have been wiped out in a matter of days. Kong Xian sighed. That's because the peacock race has lost its heritage. It's alright. You don't have a heritage. Use your god to swallow me and receive my heritage. I'll show you the power of the peacock race. The vengeful spirit of the bird king fought against the sword god of Six Paths replica. He's only at the 8th level of Heavenly Palace. So what if his sword aura is ferocious? Humph, if you receive my heritage, he won't be a match for you. Quick! The blood-colored peacock said in a low voice. But if I swallow you, what will happen to the bird king? Kong Xian asked with a frown. If you swallow me, he'll be able to rest in peace. As long as the peacock race can rise again, everything will be worth it. Solemnly, the blood-colored peacock said to him. Me? Yes. Kong Xian answered. He opened his mouth and swallowed the blood-colored peacock. Remember, be careful of Jiang Chun. The blood-colored peacock added at the end. Whoosh! Immediately, the blood-colored peacock entered the mouth of Kong Xian's peacock god. At the same time, blood-colored peacocks rushed out of the bird king vengeful spirit's stomach and entered the mouth of Kong Xian's peacock god. For the sake of his race, the ancient peacock god did not have any complaints and chose to help Kong Xian without hesitation. Solemnly, Kong Xian said, Kong Xian will remember the righteousness of the elder. For the sake of the peacock race, Kong Xian is willing to fight to the death. Kong Xian said solemnly. Screech! Screech! Inside the bird king vengeful spirit's body, waves of energy flowed rapidly into Kong Xian's body following the righteousness of the ancient peacock god. They repaired Kong Xian's body and healed Kong Xian's injuries. Kong Xian suddenly sat down cross-legged. With the sacrifice of the ancient peacock god, countless secret techniques of the peacock race suddenly appeared in his mind. So many inheritances? Kong Xian was overjoyed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of 5-colored divine light appeared on each of Kong Xian's palms. Kong Xian merged the 2 rays of 5-colored divine light together. The 2 rays of light merged into one and gradually, a 6th ray of light appeared. 1. A 6-colored divine light appeared in Kong Xian's palm. As soon as the 6-colored divine light appeared, it immediately emitted a piercing light. The light was boundless and carried a strange aura. If the 6-colored divine light released by the bird king vengeful spirit was lifeless, then Kong Xian's 6-colored divine light was full of vitality. This blinding light seemed to be many times stronger than the 6-colored divine light released by the bird king vengeful spirit. In the outside world, Hong, sword god dominator of the 6 paths, sent the bird king vengeful spirit flying. You are getting weaker and weaker. Just now, you were able to block my attack. Now you are just like Kong Xian. The peacock race is nothing more than this. You deserve to be exterminated. Sword god dominator of the 6 paths sneered. His last sentence seemed to have provoked the bird king. In an instant, the bird king was enraged. Screech! Boom! The bird king's 6-colored divine light was getting dimmer and dimmer as it charged towards sword god dominator of the 6 paths. Boom! 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 An hour later, the bird king was covered in wounds after a series of sword attacks. You are getting weaker and weaker. You are nothing more than this. Watch me cut open your stomach and find Kong Xian. Sword god dominator of the 6 paths' eyes turned cold as he slashed with his sword. Boom! The speed was so fast that the weakened vengeful spirit could not block it. In an instant, it was cut in half by sword god dominator of the 6 paths. Sword god dominator of the 6 paths sneered. He turned his head. Boom! A resounding boom rang out as the powerful vengeful spirit of the bird monarch exploded. At the moment of the explosion, the bird king let out a cheerful cry of a peacock. Screech! One of the strongest vengeful spirits in the corpse mound world? You are nothing more than this. Ha 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 ha! Sword god dominator of the 6 paths laughed disdainfully. Halfway through his laughter, sword god dominator of the 6 paths' face froze. Wait, Didn't I kill it with more resentment and unwillingness? Is its resentment gone? That's impossible. Why does it feel like it is free? How can it be free? Because the Bird King knows that I will avenge it. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the center of the explosion. Kong Xian? Sword God Dominator of the Six Paths' face darkened. Rumble. The aftermath of the explosion dissipated and the void slowly returned to normal. The Bird King vengeful spirit had been blown to pieces and disappeared. However, there was a Kong Xian in the void. Kong Xian was still the same Kong Xian. The wounds on his body had disappeared, but his clothes were still in tatters. However, the current Kong Xian seemed to have retracted all his aura. If one did not look closely, they would not be able to sense any aura from him. It was as though he had become one with heaven and earth. Kong Xian, you are not dead yet? Sword God Dominator of the Six Paths' eyes turned cold. Kong Xian was no longer afraid of Sword God Dominator of the Six Paths. In fact, he even had his back facing him. Kong Xian bowed respectfully to the void after the explosion. Bird King, Kong Xian will help you fulfill your last wish. It is also my lifelong wish. Kong Xian bowed. Thank you, Senior, for imparting to me the esoteric talent of the Peacock tribe. I was so stupid in the past to not know how to use such a great talent. Although I have only comprehended 10% of it, it is enough. Kong Xian bowed again. Stop pretending. Sword God Dominator of the Six Paths sneered. Xing. Sword God Dominator of the Six Paths slashed towards Kong Xian's back. Even 400 rays of the five-colored divine light could not block the previous slash. Now, it was slashing towards Kong Xian's back. Kong Xian was about to be cut down by the sword. Sword God Dominator of the Six Paths, do you know the esoteric of the six-colored divine light? Kong Xian said calmly with his back facing the sword. 1. The peacock's body seemed to have blurred and turned into a ray of six-colored divine light. Boom! The sword slashed across, tearing the void apart and shattering the ground in the distance. However, the sword went through Kong Xian's body. He was still standing there as though he did not touch the sword at all. It was as though he was standing in another void. What? Sword God Dominator of the Six Paths' face changed. How could the sacred sword not hit Kong Xian? However, he saw Kong Xian's illusory image in the distance slowly solidify as he slowly turned his head. Kong Xian said coldly, Sword God Dominator of the Six Paths? It is my turn now. Chapter 946. The Corpse Grave Realm. Mosquito Doran and Chong Ming paused, and their expressions suddenly changed. Where are they? Mosquito Doran glared. His Majesty and Bodhisattva Lian Xing disappeared as well? Chong Ming said with a sullen expression. Earlier, when Kong Xian and the unborn man disappeared, the two already felt nervous. Unexpectedly, only the two of them remained. The two exchanged glances. Something is wrong with the situation. Let's immediately head to the central corpse pit. His Majesty will definitely be able to avert the danger. We will meet up with him there, Chong Ming said seriously. Mosquito Doran raised his eyebrows. Clearly, he still felt some lingering fear from the central corpse pit. However, at this moment, Mosquito Doran could only nod. Just as the two were about to speed up, wung 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 wung. Suddenly, the buzzing of flies filled the air. Taoist fly again? Mosquito Doran's expression sank. Oh no. Look. Chong Ming's expression changed. However, he saw that in the distant horizon, there were flies flying in from all directions. The flying flies covered the sky and the sun, making people feel numb in their hearts. Of course, it would be fine if it were just flies. After all, both Chong Ming and Mosquito Doran could summon swarms of bats and mosquitoes. More importantly, nearly 1 million resentful spirits followed behind these flies. Roar. Shriek. Awoo! The swarms of resentful spirits seemed like they were at a gathering, attracted by the flies. Bastard! Taoist fly, come out! Mosquito Daoran roared, his expression changing. Whoosh! Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the swarms of mosquitoes immediately charged forward, blocking the swarms of flies. Rumble! Even though the mosquitoes blocked countless flies, many still charged at Chang Ming and Mosquito Daoran. The countless resentful spirits seemed enraged. At this moment they would not rest until they tore the two apart. Chaos Essence Bead. Chang Ming immediately took out the Chaos Elemental Pearl. Immediately, a white light enveloped the surroundings, preventing the vengeful spirits from approaching. Roar! Roar! A ferocious expression appeared on the faces of the resentful spirits. What a bunch of troublemakers! Fly Daoist, come out! The Mosquito Daoran shouted angrily. This was because Daoist Fly had attracted too many resentful spirits this time. There were actually more than 1,000,000 of them. Although it was blocked outside by the Chaos Essence Bead, it blocked the two's path. The two of them were unable to leave. Daoist Fly, you know that we have the Chaos Pearl. These wraiths can't get close to us. You're harming others without benefiting yourself. What can you do? Mosquito Daoran roared. Suddenly, black smoke appeared around Chang Ming and Mosquito Daoran. The two of them were puzzled. Buzz! The light of the Chaos Essence Bead suddenly dimmed. At this moment, the Mosquito Daoran and Chang Ming suddenly fell into a trance, as if they were about to enter a dream. Who said that I'm harming others without benefiting myself? Ah! I asked Chun Shinsho to set up a corpse mound longevity array here. Daoist Fly's sneer came from a forest not far away. Squeak! 2 corpse bugs suddenly appeared in the black smoke beside the two of them, and they were about to drill into their bodies. At this moment, the two of them were in a dream and couldn't resist at all. Unlike Gu Hai, who could resist with his strong sense of logic, the two of them would be controlled by the Brain Eater as long as they were hit. More importantly, the Chaos Essence Bead had dimmed, and the nearly 1,000,000 resentful spirits would definitely tear the two of them apart. Daoist Fly's plan was perfect. Chang Ming and Mosquito Daoran were about to die. However, at this moment, Chang Ming and Mosquito Daoran woke up almost at the same time. They stretched out their fingers and stabbed at the 2 corpse bugs. Stab! Stab! The 2 corpse bugs were instantly pierced through. Squeak! Squeak! The 2 corpse bugs screamed in pain. At the same time, they each took out a jade box with a restriction. Pah! The 2 severely injured corpse bugs were stored in the jade boxes. What? Why are you awake? Daoist Fly, who was not far away, exclaimed. Buzz! Chang Ming took out the Chaos Essence Bead again. As soon as the light came out, some resentful spirits that were pouncing at him quickly escaped with screams. Chun Shinsho helped you set up the Corpse Mound Longevity Array? Do you think the Corpse Mound Longevity Array is only for Chun Shinsho? His Majesty has already experienced it once. How could he not be prepared? In order to prevent accidents, His Majesty asked the unborn man for some longevity talismans for us to guard against the Corpse Mound Longevity Array. Mosquito Daoran looked coldly at the forest in the distance. Impossible. Be *starred. Be *starred. Daoist Fly's gloomy voice came from the forest in the distance. Daoist Fly had everything planned out. The withered lamp Buddha would deal with Gu Hai and Bodhisattva Lianxing, the sword god 6 Dao would deal with Kong Xian, and Chun Shinsho would deal with the unborn man. In this way, he could deal with Mosquito Daoran and Chang Ming alone. Together with his plan, he could easily get the Chaos Essence Bead. However, who would have thought that they were prepared? Roar! At this moment, a group of resentful spirits pounced on the forest where Daoist Fly was. Get lost! Boom! Daoist Fly immediately punched the resentful spirits away. He was obviously very angry, but punching a group of resentful spirits away would only attract more resentful spirit. You've trapped yourself in a trap of your own making. Humph! Mosquito Daoran snorted. Where are they, His Majesty? Chang Ming shouted. However, in the forest in the distance, Taoist Fly ignored the two of them. Rumble. After a series of heavy blows, some resentful spirits were eliminated. However, resentful spirits could be reborn and were undying. In the blink of an eye, Taoist Fly was in a difficult situation. Taoist Fly, you and I have been fighting for so many years. We can be considered old acquaintances. Now I'll give you a chance. Follow me to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, and we'll save you. Mosquito Dauren shouted. Rumble. More and more resentful spirits appeared around Taoist Fly. However, Taoist Fly's strength was also extraordinary. He sent the resentful spirits flying again and again, but it was difficult for him to move. Humph! Enter the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Mosquito Dauren, don't drag me down with you. Besides, you and I have been fighting for so many years. Do you think I'm on the same side as you? Taoist Fly refused angrily. You don't know what's good for you. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have imprisoned you in the world of the living. I would have killed you directly. Mosquito Dauren said coldly. Humph, apart from the Chaos Pearl, you also want my heart of the fly, just like how I want your heart of the mosquito. If it weren't for the fact that you can only get my power if I'm willing, you would have done it long ago. Taoist Fly sneered at the resentful spirits around him. Yes, I used to have such thoughts, but I don't need them now. You and I can join forces, but we don't have to be as one. Wouldn't our combined strength be the same? As long as you're willing to enter the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, I will tell His Majesty your importance, and you and I will share the position of commander of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Mosquito Dauren persuaded. Bah you? Taoist Fly said coldly. Humph, so what? It's better than harming others without benefiting yourself. No, you're harming yourself too. Mosquito Dauren said coldly. Harming others without benefiting myself? Humph, I just made a mistake. Just you wait, when the Dominator of the Six Paths finishes off the others, none of you will be able to escape. Taoist Fly said coldly. Just as Mosquito Dauren was about to retort, whoosh! Suddenly, countless bloody lights appeared in all directions. As soon as the bloody lights appeared, they seemed to have covered the entire world. Blood was everywhere. The ground was also covered in blood. Blood seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It rained blood from the sky, and there were fountains of blood on the ground. A bloody wind blew in all directions, and endless blood rolled in. In just an instant, everyone seemed to be in a sea of blood. Countless resentful spirits seemed to have sensed the arrival of their natural enemy. They were all terrified, and they were no longer in the mood to deal with Taoist Fly. With a cry, they scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. The millions of resentful spirits no longer cared about Chong Ming, Mosquito Dauren, and Taoist Fly. Run, run, run. They only had one thought, and that was to leave this place immediately. The sea of blood had turned into a stormy sea in the blink of an eye. In the midst of the surging tide, the three of them were like a lonely boat in the middle of the sea that could capsize at any time. Mosquito Dauren's eyelids twitched violently. What's going on? Chong Ming asked blankly. Taoist Fly was also shocked. Isn't this harming others without benefiting yourself? You even attracted the blood shaman resentful spirits to deal with us? Do you know how many detours we took to avoid them? You actually lured them here to deal with us? If anything happens to us, you won't be any better. Mosquito Dauren shouted hysterically. I don't know. I didn't lure them here. They came by themselves. Taoist Fly exclaimed. Then what do we do now? How do we leave? Where are His Majesty and the others? Mosquito Dauren asked angrily. Withered Lamp Buddha, let me out, Withered Lamp Buddha. Taoist Fly roared in horror. Whoosh! The sound of waves crashing against the sea of blood couldn't be heard. Taoist Fly's cry for help was useless. You're already at the 9th level of the Heaven Palace. Why are you so afraid of the blood shaman resentful spirits? Chong Ming asked with a frown. However, Mosquito Daoran and Taoist Fly didn't explain at all. Mosquito Daoran pulled Chong Ming and immediately flew in one direction. Taoist Fly also instantly flew in another direction. I died so unjustly. A mournful voice came from the sea of blood. While Mosquito Daoran and Chong Ming were fleeing, they suddenly stopped and saw an old man in a blood-red robe walking over from the sea in the distance. The old man leaned on a crutch and was covered in blood. The robe covered his body, making it impossible to see his features clearly. He seemed to be walking over slowly like an old man, but his speed was strangely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the two. When the countless resentful spirits in the surroundings saw the old man in blood-red robes, they immediately turned around and ran. "Let's go!" Mosquito Daoran pulled Chong Ming and instantly turned around and fled in another direction. However, as soon as they flew, they retreated. This time, another blood-red old man suddenly appeared in that direction. It was exactly the same as the previous one. The two changed directions, but another one appeared in that direction. For a moment, it seemed like 60 blood-red old men appeared in all directions. No matter which direction they ran in, they were forced back. Taoist Fly was the same. In the blink of an eye, the three were forced together again. The blood shaman resentful spirit. It's really him! Taoist Fly cried out in horror. Are these the clones of the blood shaman resentful spirits? They don't seem to be as strong as you. Why are you so afraid? Chong Ming said in confusion. However, before he could finish his sentence, the 60 blood shaman resentful spirits suddenly raised their heads. I died so unjustly, they said in unison. Suck! The mouths in the blood-red robes hat made a sucking sound. Shriek! Ah! Whoa! The 1,000,000 resentful spirits that were fleeing in all directions were suddenly sucked back by an extremely strong suction force. They struggled desperately, but they couldn't break free at all. In just a moment, they were all sucked into the mouths of the blood shaman resentful spirit. They couldn't escape. Like a whale sucking in water, they kept sucking in. In just 5 breaths of time, whoosh! The sucking sound stopped. The 1,000,000 resentful spirits were all sucked into the mouths of the 60 blood shaman resentful spirit. The 60 blood shaman resentful spirits swayed and merged into one. It swallowed the 1,000,000 resentful spirits that caused trouble for them in one gulp. The three of them gasped almost at the same time. The blood shaman resentful spirit suddenly faced the three of them, as if a pair of eyes were staring at them from under the blood-red robe. Chapter 947. In the Blood Sea, the blood which vengeful spirit stared at Mosquito Daoran, Taoist Fly, and Chong Ming. Although they couldn't see what was under the blood-red robe, the three of them shuddered as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake. We are being stared at! Mosquito Daoran's expression changed. In the corpse mound realm, the blood which vengeful spirit has eaten all the flesh and blood that it has targeted, except for the corpse worm heavenly demon. Taoist Fly said. But you are at the 9th level of the heavenly palace. Why do you? Chong Ming said anxiously. As the blood which vengeful spirit stared at them, Chong Ming felt very uneasy. However, he still couldn't understand how the blood which vengeful spirit could be so powerful. What do you know? The blood which vengeful spirit is the culmination of the divine path. What we have is just brute force and divine power. This one has the true power of the divine path. Apart from the peak master, no one can do anything to it. Taoist Fly said anxiously. But it is already interested in us and is about to open its mouth. Ah no, let's do something! Mosquito Daoran exclaimed. Because the blood which vengeful spirit suddenly opened its mouth. It looked like a human's face was in the hat, but its mouth suddenly enlarged dozens of times. There seemed to be only 2 rows of huge saw-like bloody teeth left in the hat. When it opened its mouth, it immediately produced a suction force that was about to swallow them. Do something! Taoist Fly also shouted anxiously. Boom! Boom! The two of them each struck with their palms. For a moment, the blood sea below them surged with waves of blood. However, the two palms seemed to have passed through the blood which vengeful spirit and didn't touch it at all. Be careful! The three of them quickly dodged at the same time. That huge mouth bit the place where the three of them were standing, again and again. Boom! Suddenly, the void was torn apart by the bite, and the three of their clothes were torn apart by the teeth. Mosquito Dauren and Taoist Fly both had small pieces of flesh torn off their bodies. Only Chong Ming didn't get hurt because of the Chaos Essence Pearl. Divine Tao Domain? We can't even touch his blood sea domain and can only let him attack us? Mosquito Doran's expression changed drastically. Swish! Taoist Fly, however, didn't care about the two of them. His figure flickered and shot into the distance, disappearing in an instant. Ah! Soon, a scream was heard from the distance. Taoist Fly, who had just run far away, returned in the blink of an eye. In the distance, another blood shaman's clone appeared and tore off a piece of flesh from Taoist Fly's chest. I died for nothing! The two blood shamans charged at Taoist Fly and Mosquito Dauren again. Boom! Boom! The two of them attacked at the same time. Their palm power was extraordinary, and they even tore black holes in the void. However, they couldn't touch the blood shaman's body at all. The black holes were instantly filled by the sea of blood, and another piece of flesh was torn off their bodies. Run! Let's split up and escape! Taoist Fly shouted. Boom! Taoist Fly suddenly transformed into 1,000,000 flies and fled into the distance. I died so unjustly! The blood shaman wailed. Huff, 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 huff! 1,000,000 shadows of the blood shamans suddenly appeared above the sea of blood. One by one, they appeared and covered the sky. Each of them was dealing with a fly, as if they were going to devour Taoist Fly in one bite. No! Taoist Fly quickly transformed back into one in horror, and the 1,000,000 blood shamans also turned into two in an instant. We can't touch him, but he can touch us. How are we going to fight? Taoist Fly fled in panic. The two blood shamans, one rushing toward Taoist Fly and the other toward Mosquito Dauren, could only flee in horror. Divine Tao Domain? Chong Ming's eyelids twitched violently. Previously, he didn't understand what was going on from Mosquito Dauren and Taoist Fly, but now he understood. No wonder they were afraid of the blood shamans. This was a one-sided slaughter. Under the Divine Tao Domain, they couldn't even touch the opponent, so what was the point of fighting? After a series of explosions, Mosquito Dauren and Taoist Fly could only be hunted down. They could only rely on their high cultivation to escape quickly. However, the blood shamans were too powerful. This was his domain, and there was nowhere to run. Soon, Taoist Fly and Mosquito Dauren were covered in wounds. Why isn't Chong Ming attacked? Taoist Fly asked in shock and anger. Sure enough, except for when Chong Ming was forced to flee by the blood shamans, as long as he didn't run, the blood shamans wouldn't attack him. Otherwise, with Chong Ming's strength, he would have been killed by the blood shamans. Chaos Element Bead, I understand. Although the blood shamans aren't afraid of the Chaos Element Bead, they hate it after all. That's why they didn't attack Chong Ming. Mosquito Dauren shouted immediately. Chaos Element Bead? Taoist Fly's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be about to pounce. I died so unjustly! Boom! Suddenly, one of the blood shamans hit Taoist Fly's back with his crutch. Taoist Fly screamed in pain. He staggered from the hit. Slap! The blood shamans immediately grabbed Taoist Fly's arms from behind. They caught Taoist Fly. No, no! Taoist Fly screamed. He had been dodging all this time. Although he was covered in wounds, he wasn't caught in the end. Because once he was caught, he wouldn't be far from death. Fly! Taoist Fly's expression changed drastically as he shouted in shock. Buzz! Taoist Fly's body suddenly split apart, as if he had turned into millions of flies, trying to escape in all directions. I died so unjustly. The blood shamans let out a sorrowful cry, and a blood-red light appeared in their palms. Immediately, all the flies were trapped. Taoist fly immediately returned to his original form, unable to escape. What? You sealed my divine ability? Taoist fly desperately kicked his feet. However, apart from grabbing Taoist fly's hand, the blood shaman's entire body was empty, and he couldn't touch anything. Taoist fly was caught and couldn't escape. He was horrified because the blood shamans opened their sawtooth-like mouth again and tried to bite Taoist fly. Taoist fly knew that this time, he would definitely be bitten in half. He would definitely be eaten. Save me! Save me! Quick, quick, save me! Taoist fly shouted in a sobbing voice. Although he had killed countless people before, when it was his turn, Taoist fly finally understood the fear of being killed. Moreover, those who were killed by the blood shaman's resentful spirits would never be reincarnated. On the other side, Mosquito Doran's expression changed, and he immediately pounced over. Whoosh! In an instant, Mosquito Doran arrived in front of Taoist fly, intending to save him. Seeing Mosquito Doran pouncing over, Taoist fly's heart suddenly trembled, and a great sense of gratitude filled his heart. Although he had fought with Mosquito Doran for many years, neither of them actually wanted to see the other die. Mosquito Doran had indeed come to save him. I died so unjustly. Boom! It was another clone of the blood shamans that hit Mosquito Doran with a loud bang. Poof! Mosquito Doran spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He couldn't save Taoist fly in time? No! Taoist fly shouted in despair. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood shamans that were about to bite Taoist fly to death were suddenly hit by a strong force and staggered. With this stagger, Taoist fly risked tearing off the flesh on his arm and rushed out of the blood shaman's clutches. He turned his head in shock, only to see that at the critical moment, it was Chong Ming who had hit the blood shaman's head with the chaos essence bead. The blood shaman staggered. I died so unjustly. The blood shaman staggered and turned his hand over. Boom! Chong Ming was shot into the distance like a cannonball. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. Chong Ming, why did you save me? Taoist fly cried out in shock. Ahem, although I know that you are using me, you are still my master and you saved my life. Chong Ming said as he spat out blood. Taoist fly's heart trembled, and for a moment, his thoughts were extremely complicated. However, he was instantly attracted by the chaos essence bead. This was because no one could touch the blood shamans, but this chaos essence bead could. I died so miserably. The blood shamans shouted gloomily. Hum 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 hum. Above the blood sea, 10,000 blood shamans suddenly appeared, forcing Chong Ming, Taoist fly, and Mosquito Doran to the center. This time, the blood shamans not only had to deal with Taoist fly and Mosquito Doran, but also with Chong Ming. What should we do now? Mosquito Doran, why don't you use my chaos essence bead to defeat the blood shaman's vengeful spirit? Chong Ming said anxiously. Mosquito Doran's eyelids twitched violently. No, this is the blood shaman's divine path realm. He has countless clones, and you only have one chaos essence bead. Even if we can deal with one, there are still 10,000 of them. Moreover, my strength is still not enough. Unless I can shatter the entire realm in an instant, I won't be able to kill the blood shaman's vengeful spirits. Mosquito Doran, we still have a chance. Taoist fly gritted his teeth. You're willing to work with me? Mosquito Doran stared at him. That's right. We'll work together to form the Dark Realm. Taoist fly said solemnly. Dark Realm? Chong Ming was puzzled. Mosquito Doran didn't have time to explain. Instead, he looked at Taoist fly with a deep frown. There's no other way. If we don't work together, we'll die in the hands of the blood shamans. I'll leave the heart of darkness to you for the time being. What do you think? Taoist fly said solemnly. Mosquito Doran's eyes flickered, and he finally nodded. Okay, Taoist Fly, don't worry. After we deal with the Blood Shaman's vengeful spirits, I'll return your favor. I won't go back on my word. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning. Okay. Taoist Fly nodded. What do you mean by work together? Chong Ming was puzzled. He saw that Taoist Fly and Mosquito Dauren were suddenly back to back. All of a sudden, the flesh on their backs melted and merged with each other, back to back. In the blink of an eye, the two of them became one person. No, they shared the same torso. They became a freak with 2 heads, 4 arms, and 4 legs. Black flames suddenly emerged from the freak's body. As soon as the flames appeared, they instantly filled the entire blood sea. Not far away, the first Blood Shaman's vengeful spirit struck with its palm. The freak's arm was burning with black flames, and it met the attack head-on. Boom! With a loud sound, huge waves appeared in the blood sea around them. You touch them? You too can touch the Blood Shaman's vengeful spirits without using the Chaos Essence Pearl? Chong Ming was surprised. I died so unjustly. 10,000 Blood Shaman's vengeful spirits cried out. Bang! The Mosquito Fly Taoist's body suddenly shook, and 10,000 Mosquito Fly Taoists appeared in the surrounding area of black flames. 10,000 Blood Shaman's vengeful spirits versus 10,000 Mosquito Fly Taoists. Blood Sea Realm versus Dark Realm. Chapter 948. Mosquito Dauren's and Taoist Fly's torsos merged, and they were able to form a dark domain. As soon as the dark domain was formed, the black fire merged with the blood sea. Half of it was black, and the other half was red. 10,000 Blood Shamans and 10,000 Mosquito Fly Taoists attacked at the same time. When the Blood Shamans waved their hands, there was a trace of blood-red light on their bodies. When the Mosquito Fly Taoists attacked, there was also a layer of black fire on their body. Hong! There was a loud noise. Mosquito Dauren's palm collided with the Blood Shaman's. The entire blood sea domain shook violently, almost collapsing into pieces. The 10,000 colliding figures suddenly converged and turned into a pair of figures that were in the middle of attacking each other. Rumble! The blood sea surged, and the black fire soared into the sky. The two domains clashed, and for a moment, the entire void seemed to tremble. Mosquito Dauren controlled the heart of the mosquito fly, so it was Mosquito Dauren who attacked with all his might. The blood sea was about to explode. Can you do it? Taoist Fly's head said anxiously. Mosquito Dauren looked ferocious as he fought the Blood Shamans with all his might. Just a little bit more. Mosquito Dauren looked anxious. I lent you my heart of the mosquito fly and all my power. Now that I can use my domain to eliminate his domain power, why can't I suppress him? He's just a vengeful spirit. Even if he had perfected Heavenly Palace cultivation, he's no match for you now that he doesn't have a physical body. Taoist Fly said anxiously. How would I know? This Blood Shaman's vengeful spirit has such power. I can only tie with him. No, I think I'm a little weaker than him. Mosquito Dauren roared gloomily. Chong Ming, attack the Blood Shaman's vengeful spirit. Taoist Fly shouted. Chong Ming looked and immediately rushed forward. Taoist Fly had given all his power to Mosquito Dauren, so he was the only one who could attack. Moreover, he had the Chaos Pearl, so he could use it to touch the Blood Shamans. Let me do it. Chaos Elemental Bead, out. Chong Ming raised the Chaos Elemental Bead and immediately slammed it towards the Blood Shaman vengeful spirit. I died so unjustly. The Blood Shaman vengeful spirit wailed. Thousands of rays of blood-red light suddenly appeared around his body. Hong! Chong Ming was instantly sent flying by the thousands of bloody rays. Pooh! Mosquito Dauren also spat out a mouthful of blood. Every time the Blood Shaman vengeful spirit cried out, the resentment on its body would increase by another level. The surrounding sea of blood also surged. After all, Chong Ming had just entered Heavenly Palace not long ago. His strength was still lacking. Even if he had the Chaos Bead, he was instantly sent flying by the aftermath. No, I can't even get close, Chong Ming said bitterly. Then give me the Chaos Origin bead. I'll do it. Taoist Fly shouted. Chong Ming frowned and remained silent. Taoist Fly, you've given me all your power. What use do you have for the Chaos Origin bead? Mosquito Darren said coldly. You're in a stalemate with the Blood Shaman Vengeful Spirit and you can't use it. Why don't I do it? The Chaos Origin bead is so annoying. It means that when the heavens refined it in the past, it had the effect of restraining the Vengeful Spirit. When I activate the Chaos Origin bead, I'll be stronger than Chong Ming. Taoist Fly shouted. But all your power is with me. How much power can you activate it? Mosquito Darren said coldly. Mosquito's heart, if you let me control it for a while, I can destroy the Blood Shaman Vengeful Spirit when it's unprepared. Taoist Fly shouted. Let you control it? Mosquito Darren's face turned cold. Don't worry, I won't let it kill you. Now that you and I are of one mind, it's a symbiotic relationship. If it kills you, I'll die too. This is the only way. Otherwise, the Blood Shaman Vengeful Spirit will become stronger and stronger, and we'll all be exhausted to death. Taoist Fly shouted. I died for nothing. The Blood Shaman Vengeful Spirit wailed again. Boom. The blood sea around them surged again, and the Blood Shaman Vengeful Spirit's power rose again. Mosquito Darren spat out a mouthful of blood again. Obviously, it was very difficult for him to hold on. Quick, do as I say. Taoist Fly said anxiously. No, I don't trust you. Cough, cough, cough. Mosquito Darren was unwilling. There's no other way. Taoist Fly said anxiously. No, I can wait for His Majesty. His Majesty will definitely come. Mosquito Darren cried out in pain. You don't trust me? Humph, Gu Hai, do you know where Gu Hai is now? Otherwise, we're all going to die. This is the only way. Taoist Fly roared with a ferocious expression. However, Mosquito Darren was still unwilling to let Taoist Fly control the heart of the mosquito. Master, I trust you, Chong Ming suddenly said. The two were stunned. Now, only Master can do it. Chong Ming's life was saved by Master, so this disciple has repaid Master once. Although logically speaking, this Chaos Element bead can't be given to Master, this disciple has been taught by His Majesty, and I will definitely repay the favor. This Chaos Element bead was given to me by Master, so this disciple is willing to trust Master and return this Chaos Element bead to Master. Chong Ming solemnly handed over the Chaos Element bead. Taoist Fly looked at Chong Ming, but his expression froze. Disciple? From the beginning, Taoist Fly had never considered Chong Ming as a disciple. He was just using his relationship with him. However, this disciple's trust and respect surprised Taoist Fly. It was a very strange feeling. Taoist Fly looked deeply at Chong Ming, but didn't say anything. He took the Chaos Element bead. Buzz. The Chaos Element bead glowed slightly in Taoist Fly's hand. Chong Ming, what's wrong with you? Mosquito Darren asked anxiously. All right, Mosquito Darren, Chong Ming has given me the Chaos Element bead. Hurry up and give me the heart of the mosquito. Otherwise, we're all going to die here. Hurry up! Taoist Fly shouted. I'm going to die so unjustly. Boom! The resentful wail sounded again. The sea of blood roared again and soared into the sky. Puff! Mosquito Darren struggled to hold on and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Hurry up, Mosquito Darren! Taoist Fly yelled. Taoist Fly, remember our agreement. When this battle is over, we'll go our separate ways. Mosquito Darren cried out in pain. Buzz. The black flames attached to Mosquito Darren's body suddenly surged into Taoist Fly's body. The heart of the mosquito was instantly transferred to Taoist Fly, and the boundless power was transferred to him. At the same time, the boundless power of the blood wizard acted on Mosquito Darren, and Mosquito Darren's body suddenly seemed to explode. Ah! Mosquito Dauren cried out in pain as blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, Taoist Fly injected the boundless black flames into the Chaos Element bead and suddenly activated it. Break! Hong! The black flames soared into the sky. The super-huge explosion suddenly tore a hole in the sea of blood. No, in just an instant the entire sea of blood was torn into pieces. The huge explosion occurred, and the boundless power rushed toward the blood wizard resentful spirit. I died so unjustly. Boom. Even though the blood wizard resentful spirit screamed, it was useless. Most of its power was used on Mosquito Dauren, and it couldn't stop Taoist Fly's attack at all. Moreover, Taoist Fly also activated the Chaos Element bead with the power of the domain, which increased the power by several times. This was the magical effect of the Chaos Element bead that only Taoist Fly knew. Ah! The blood wizard resentful spirit screamed. As if it was being washed by endless power, its entire body was instantly torn apart. The moment it was torn apart, a red humanoid light appeared. The moment the humanoid light appeared, it was covered by the Chaos Element bead and then merged with it. The Chaos Element bead turned blood red. The void quickly returned to normal. As for the aftermath just now, it blasted Chong Ming until his entire body was covered in blood as he was sent flying. Buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye, the void returned to normal. Mosquito Dauren was dying at this moment, but there was still a worried look in his eyes. Taoist Fly, the blood wizard resentful spirit is destroyed, and the god of the blood wizard was taken by you? I don't want the god of the blood wizard anymore. Give me back my mosquito heart and we will separate. Mosquito Dauren said weakly. Ha, ha 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 ha, your mosquito heart? Do you think I'm stupid? You want your mosquito heart back when it's in my hands? At most, I will separate you. Taoist Fly laughed sinisterly. Rip! He suddenly tore his body, and the two of them were instantly torn in half. Taoist Fly returned to his original state, but there were traces of black flames around him. Mosquito Dauren was thrown far away, and his entire body went limp, without a trace of strength. Looking carefully, there was a big hole in his chest, and there was no heart in the hole. Mosquito Dauren. Chong Ming rushed over and hugged Mosquito Dauren weakly. Cough, 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 I misjudged you. Chong Ming, go quickly, and let His Majesty take revenge for me. Cough, cough. Mosquito Dauren was aging. No, His Majesty will definitely save you. This is the sky replenishing power, His Majesty's sky replenishing power. Chong Ming quickly took out the small bottle that Gu Hai had given him and poured it into Mosquito Dauren's heart. Mosquito Dauren's heart was slowly healing, but Mosquito Dauren was still aging. It's useless. You don't know that Taoist Fly and I, the body of darkness, rely on the guidance of the heart. The heart is the source of our power. This bottle of sky replenishing power can only heal injuries, but it's not enough to create a heart. Without a heart, you'll just be a corpse. Mosquito Dauren sighed weakly. I'm the one who harmed you, Chong Ming said guiltily. Taoist Fly's eyelids twitched as if he was regretting it, but the next moment, he was overwhelmed by his long-held wish. Mosquito Dauren, don't blame me. Our hearts are not complete, and only by merging can we achieve the heart of darkness of the Mosquito Fly. So, either you die or I die. This is predestined, Taoist Fly sneered. Taoist Fly, I shouldn't have trusted you. Chong Ming looked at Taoist Fly with grief and indignation. He shouldn't have trusted Taoist Fly. Taoist Fly looked at Chong Ming and sneered. My good disciple, ha ha ha, you're really my good disciple. Originally, I couldn't have gotten the heart of the mosquito, but you helped me get it and the god of blood sorcerer. Did you know that I didn't want to leave the corpse tomb realm because of the god of blood sorcerer? With this god, I can use it to reach the peak of the heavenly palace. At that time, I won't even have to worry about the corpse bug heavenly demon. As expected of my good disciple, ha 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 ha. While speaking, Taoist Fly opened his mouth and swallowed the chaos element bead that contained the god of blood sorcerer. Buzz. As soon as it entered his mouth, traces of bloody light appeared on his body. I'll have the power of the Blood Sea realm and the Dark realm. Ha 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 ha. Taoist Fly laughed excitedly. As he laughed, Taoist Fly exuded an aura that made the void tremble. The void trembled as Taoist Fly's power climbed to the extreme, even stronger than the blood sorcerer's vengeful spirit. Just as Taoist Fly was feeling smug, crack! Suddenly, a small hole appeared in between Taoist Fly's eyebrows. Traces of black gas came out of the hole, and a worm could be vaguely seen swimming inside. Taoist Fly's body stiffened and he couldn't move. What happened? Taoist Fly was shocked. That's right, Taoist Fly. You fused with the god of blood sorcerer that even I couldn't get? And with the heart of darkness, you'll be my first subject. A deep voice came from between his eyebrows. Worm Corpse Demon? No, Peak Master. What did you do? Why can't I move? Ah, there's a worm in my head? It's eating my head and trying to control my body. No, it's a worm in my head? Why is it in my head? Taoist Fly roared in shock. Have you forgotten? When you entered my peak, you ate the loyalty pill. The Worm Corpse Demon's voice slowly came. Loyalty pill? I've already expelled it from my body. Could it be that there's a worm in it? You've already buried a worm in my head? No. Taoist Fly exclaimed. You're smart. The Worm Corpse Demon's voice came again. Peak Master, please spare me. Peak Master, please spare me. I'll be loyal to you forever. Please don't destroy my consciousness. No, I'll be loyal to you. Taoist Fly begged in horror. No need. Compared to you, I trust my corpse worm doppelganger more. So, as you can see, in the Corpse Tomb Palace, all my subordinates are controlled by the corpse worm. You and Chunshinsho are special because I need to use your memories. It seems that I was right. Chaos Essence Bead? Blood Sorcerer Vengeful Spirit? You were looking forward to it. Now you've gotten it. You're strong now. It's time for you to be controlled by me. The Worm Corpse Demon's indifferent voice came. It was as if everything had been planned. Taoist Fly was happy about his cleverness and luck, but he didn't expect that he was already a dead man. All of a sudden, Taoist Fly realized how sad everything was. The enemy who had fought with him for so many years had just risked his life to save him. In the end, the enemy trusted him unconditionally and put his life in his hands. The person he was loyal to had already sentenced him to death. Ha 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 ha, Worm Corpse Demon, I was really blind. Taoist Fly roared in despair. Buzz buzz. In his mind, the worm kept gnawing at him. Taoist Fly's resistance was getting weaker and weaker. He felt that his consciousness was blurring. The heart of darkness, in my name, is given to Mosquito Dauren. Please return to the body of Mosquito Dauren. Taoist Fly cried out softly. Buzz! A black light suddenly emerged from Taoist Fly's chest and tore it apart. It immediately rushed to the chest of Mosquito Dauren, who was withered not far away. Buzz! The heart of darkness entered Mosquito Dauren's body. Mosquito Dauren's weak body seemed to be injected with infinite vitality and quickly recovered. How dare you! The Worm Corpse Demon suddenly roared. Taoist Fly's body trembled violently and withered quickly. Ha ha ha, Worm Corpse Demon, you want to make me a puppet? Even if I die, I won't give you everything I have. Taoist Fly said with a ferocious expression. Chongming, I'll return the Chaos Element bead to you. And the god of blood sorcerer, refine it well. Taoist Fly spat out the Chaos Element bead weakly and immediately shot it to Chongming. Buzz! In an instant it drilled into Chongming's forehead. You! Chongming trembled and felt that his body was suddenly filled with a strange power. In between his eyebrows, the god of blood sorcerer emitted bloody power and poured into Chongming's body. Chongming felt that his whole body was greatly nourished. Taoist Fly, you're crazy. The worm corpse demon's furious voice sounded. Taoist Fly had given all his power to Chong Ming and Mosquito Daoran. The most correct thing I've done in my life was to take in a disciple. Chong Ming, I've failed to teach you well, so I can only give you the God of Blood Sorcerer. There are some secrets that even Mosquito Daoran doesn't know. The Chaos Element bead has purified the God of Blood Sorcerer and made it a god without a master. Whoever fuses with it can refine it and become their own god. God is the seventh soul of a human. Only with the seventh soul can one reach the peak of the heavenly palace. Chong Ming, solemnly. Taoist Fly said weakly. A bloody light emerged from Chong Ming's body. With a wave of his hand, a sea of blood appeared around him. Suddenly, a large amount of blood sea enveloped Taoist Fly. "Ma master!" Chong Ming's face stiffened. He wanted to force the corpse bug out of Taoist Fly's forehead, but it had already disappeared. Only the furious voice of the corpse bug heavenly demon was left in his head. At this moment, Mosquito Daoran slowly recovered, and traces of black flames appeared around his body. "Taoist Fly, you gave me the heart of darkness?" Mosquito Daoran looked at Taoist Fly in surprise. After all, Taoist Fly was just like him. Without the heart of flies, he would die too. "Mosquito Daoran, after so many years, I've finally won against you." "Ha ha!" Taoist Fly laughed weakly. "You can still laugh at this time? I'll give you back the heart of flies." Mosquito Daoran said anxiously. The weakened Taoist Fly grabbed Mosquito Daoran's hand. "Come, it's too late. My lifelong opponent, take care." Boom. However, Taoist Fly's head exploded with a deafening boom. "No!" Chong Ming and Mosquito Daoran immediately screamed. Chapter 949. Come, it's too late. My lifelong rival, take care. Boom. However, Taoist Fly's head exploded with a deafening boom. "No!" Chong Ming and Mosquito Daoran immediately screamed. Chong Ming and Mosquito Daoran wanted to stop it, but they couldn't. The huge explosion even pushed the two of them back. Taoist Fly's head exploded, and billowing black fog came out from half of his head. In the black fog, a corpse bug seemed to have been blown apart, and it let out a monstrous roar. "Taoist Fly, you piece of trash, how dare you blow yourself up? Do you think that I can't get the God of Blood Sorcerer if you die? And your heart of darkness, it's all mine. Both of them are mine. I'll kill them right away." A roar came from the corpse bug. Slap. Mosquito Daoran slapped it with his palm. Boom. The corpse bug exploded. Taoist Fly's body was left with a headless body, lying in a pool of blood. It looked very miserable. "You'd rather die than let your 3 souls be eaten by the corpse bug? Hey, you and I are indeed the same kind of people." Mosquito Daoran's eyes flashed with malevolence. At the side, Chong Ming's body was emitting a red light. Obviously, the God of Blood Sorcerer was slowly showing its effect. Chong Ming looked at the headless body and suddenly knelt down. "Master, although there was a time when I doubted you, a master for a day is a father for life. I, Chong Ming, swear that I will avenge you." Chong Ming gritted his teeth and said with a ferocious expression. With that, Chong Ming kowtowed 3 times to Taoist Fly's body. Mosquito Daoran, however, took out a coffin and carefully placed Taoist Fly's headless body inside. "Old bastard, even though I've fought with you for so many years, I'm still not used to losing you all of a sudden. Since you'd rather die than let the corpse worm eat your 3 souls, even though they've been destroyed, I'll find a way to revive you. Maybe I don't have the ability now, but that doesn't mean I won't in the future. You will always be Mosquito Daoran's opponent." Mosquito Daoran clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. "Mosquito Daoran, Chong Ming, come and die!" A loud shout came from afar. Mosquito Daoran and Chong Ming's faces darkened. "Not good, the corpse bug heavenly demon is really here." Chong Ming's expression changed. But, closing the coffin lid, Mosquito Daoran quickly put away Taoist Fly's body. Let's go now, quickly, to the center of the corpse pit to meet His Majesty. Mosquito Dauren shouted. Whoosh! The two immediately shot toward the center of the corpse pit. You want to leave? No one can escape from me. The corpse bug heavenly demon's angry voice came from the horizon. Kong Xian was in the first layer of the past will area. Previously, Kong Xian had been defeated by the 6 paths of the Sword God. Kong Xian was in the middle of the 9th layer of the Heavenly Palace, which was more powerful than Mosquito Dauren. However, he was defeated by the 6 paths of the Sword God, who was in the 8th layer of the Heavenly Palace. Those with higher cultivation were inferior to those with lower cultivation. This was not normal at all. But it was happening right in front of them, because the 6 paths of the Sword God's swordsmanship was too powerful. No matter how many 5-colored divine lights there were, they were like rags under the 6 paths' sacred sword and were instantly cut into pieces. Kong Xian used to be very powerful, but he could only continue to be injured by the 6 paths of the Sword God. Just as he was about to be killed by the 6 paths of the Sword God, he was suddenly swallowed by the Bird King Resentful Spirit. The Bird King Resentful Spirit and the 6 paths of the Sword God were evenly matched. However, the ancient Peacock God inside the Resentful Spirit was awakened by Kong Xian's resentment. Knowing that the Peacock clan was about to be wiped out, he did not hesitate to help Kong Xian and pass down the ancient Peacock clan's inheritance to him. After the ancient Peacock God disappeared, the Bird King Resentful Spirit was weakened and killed by the 6 paths of the Sword God. Kong Xian's injuries were healed by the ancient Peacock God. More importantly, he had obtained the ancient inheritance and become a Super Peacock God. He had the 6-colored divine light, which was even more powerful than the Bird King Resentful Spirit. In the past, Kong Xian seemed to have a lot of power, but he did not know how to use it. Now that he had obtained the ancient inheritance, he instantly knew how to use it. His power did not increase by much, but the power brought about by the ancient inheritance was incomparable. Kong Xian's eyes turned cold. The 6 paths of the Sword God? It's my turn now. Your turn? Humph, a loser, you overestimate yourself. The 6 paths of the Sword God's eyes turned cold. Screech! A sword radiance rushed towards Kong Xian again. Boom! The sword radiance passed through Kong Xian's body, but it did not touch him at all. The 6 paths of the Sword God's face darkened. Kong Xian's body suddenly emitted endless green light. As soon as the green light appeared, it covered the sky and covered the earth. There was rolling green light in all directions. Within the green light, there were countless illusory images of peacock plumes. A vast world of peacock feathers was born. The figure of Kong Xian suddenly turned from 1 to hundreds and thousands of Kong Xian. What is this? The 6 paths of the Sword God's face changed. This is the divine path territory of the Peacock tribe. Kong Xian's eyes turned cold. Screech! Suddenly, a peacock's cry soared into the sky. Vaguely, a huge illusory figure of a peacock appeared in the sky above the world of peacock feathers. The illusory figure looked down and carried with it the power of heaven and earth. God of Peacock? The 6 paths of the Sword God's face darkened. That's right. In my peacock territory, I am the god. You, who are only at the 8th level of the Heaven Palace, want to kill me? You are courting death. Kong Xian snorted coldly. The thousands of Kong Xian waved their hands at the same time. Boom! Each of them shot out a 6-colored divine light towards the 6 paths of the Sword God. The 6 paths of the Sword God could barely block the Bird King's vengeful spirit with one 6-colored divine light. Now, the thousands of divine lights made the 6 paths of the Sword God see destruction. This is not real. The 6 paths of the Sword God's face changed as he slashed at one of the 6-colored divine lights. Boom! With a loud sound, the void trembled. The 6-colored divine lights were real. Bastard, how is this possible? The 6 paths of the Sword God turned around and fled in fear. Whoosh! In an instant, the 6 paths of the sword god dodged the attack, and the thousands of 6-colored divine lights collided. Rumble! A huge black hole tore open in the void. If not for the fact that most of the terrifying power was cancelled out, anyone who entered it would have been reduced to ashes. Kong Xian's eyes lit up. He had just obtained the divine path inheritance of the Peacock tribe and wanted to test it out. He did not expect the power to be so terrifying. Ha ha ha, this is the power of the divine path. This is the inheritance of the Peacock tribe. So powerful, so powerful. Kong Xian's eyes widened in ecstasy. I don't believe that you are all real. The 6 paths of the sword god was also very anxious. Whoosh, whoosh. The 6 paths of the sword god's speed had reached the maximum. He was so fast that the naked eye could not see him. Hiss, hiss. In an instant, the entire Peacock territory was filled with the 6 paths of the sword god's sword radiance. The sword radiance slashed through Kong Xian's body one after another. However, he could not hit any of them. It was as if they were all illusions. He could not touch them at all. He could not touch them? How could he fight? Your cultivation is not even as high as mine. You want to fight me in my divine path domain? What a joke! Kong Xian sneered. While sneering, Kong Xian's body shrunk and turned into one. Obviously, he was not interested in bullying the 6 paths of the sword god. Divine path domain? There must be a flaw. There must be. The 6 paths of the sword god slashed again with a ferocious expression. One of them tore through the void, and was about to cut down Kong Xian in an instant. Flaw? There is nothing in this world that is flawless. However, the divine path domain is not something you can touch. You are just Rokuto Shinkuin's golden god body and a clone. You want to know my flaw? I can only tell you that in my domain, I am God. Kong Xian's eyes turned cold. He ignored the sword slash and his body swayed. Whoosh! It was as if he had traversed through space and time. He appeared in front of the 6 paths of the sword god in an instant. The 6 paths of the sword god's expression changed drastically, and he quickly pulled back his sword. However, it was too late. Kong Xian placed his hand on the 6 paths of the sword god's chest. Suddenly, a colorful light appeared from his palm. The 6-colored divine light rushed towards the 6 paths of the sword god's chest. No! The 6 paths of the sword god screamed in despair. Boom! The 6 paths of the sword god's body was swept by the 6-colored divine light and exploded. Although the 6 paths of the sword god was no longer controlling the sacred sword, it still slashed towards Kong Xian. Whoosh! It passed through his body and strangely did not touch Kong Xian at all. It was as if Kong Xian was standing in another space and time. The sacred sword was thrown away. The 6 paths of the sword god widened his eyes and looked at the unharmed Kong Xian and his remaining head in disbelief. His eyes were filled with despair. Divine Tao? Lifespan divine literature spirit, so the divine Tao was actually so powerful? Most of the monster deities in the world have taken the wrong path. No wonder the human race was so weak in the ancient era. There were very few humans who could cultivate the 7th soul. However, almost all of the monster deities could cultivate the 7th soul. Divine Tao? Divine Tao is the greatest power, Kong Xian said in surprise. Boom! With one palm, Kong Xian crushed the 6 paths of the sword god's head. Speaking of the 6 paths of the sword god's sacred sword, Kong Xian's eyes changed. The powerful 6 paths of the sword god was defeated by him so easily? The divine path, so the inheritance of the ancient times, is so powerful. Kong Xian's face was filled with excitement and joy. With a twist of his body, Kong Xian kept the peacock domain and looked at the black fog in the distance. Unborn man, let me help you. Kong Xian's body flashed and appeared in the black fog. In the black fog, the unborn man was fighting with Chun Shinsho. During the battle, they heard the sound of the outside world. Both of them looked up at the same time and saw Kong Xian in the air holding the 6 paths of the Sword God's sacred sword. What? Impossible, you killed the 6 paths of the Sword God? Chun Shinsho exclaimed. Even the unborn man was shocked. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chun Shinsho tore at the void, and a huge crack appeared in the void. Want to run? Stop right there. The unborn man reached out his hand. Rip! Just by tearing off Chun Shinsho's clothes, Chun Shinsho had already escaped. Boom! As Chun Shinsho escaped, the black fog disappeared and the unborn man was exposed. Chun Shinsho escaped? Kong Xian said coldly. The unborn man looked at Kong Xian in surprise. You killed the 6 paths of the Sword God? Yes, what should we do now? Should we find His Majesty first or chase after Chun Shinsho? Kong Xian frowned. Chun Shinsho is too slippery. He must have escaped. We can't catch him. The unborn man shook his head. Then let's go to the center of the corpse pit. Kong Xian said solemnly. Okay. The unborn man nodded. The two stepped forward and rushed towards the center of the corpse pit. Chapter 950. Corpse Grave Realm. Gu Hai wielded the life-punishing saber, killing countless resentful spirits along the way. There were many resentful spirits, 1 million of them. They could even revive. However, before Gu Hai, they were destroyed as soon as they were killed. Boom! With one saber strike, 10,000 ghosts were destroyed. Gu Hai led Bodhisattva Lien Xing towards the dry lamp Buddha, sweeping through everything before him. Although there were many resentful spirits, they were much weaker than the Bird King resentful spirits and the Blood Shaman resentful spirit. These resentful spirits were not a match for Gu Hai at all. However, these resentful spirits did not have any consciousness. They did not fear Gu Hai's saber at all, charging at Gu Hai one after another. Kill, kill, kill. By the time Gu Hai's group arrived near the dry lamp Buddha, Gu Hai killed all 1 million resentful spirits. Master's clone? How can that be? Master's flesh has never been damaged in his entire life. No, there was one time when he bled to save first senior brother. Could it be? Jiang Rulai. Bodhisattva Lien Xing's expression changed. The two of you, are you still going to insist? The Peak Master already knows everything about you. You can't run, the dry lamp Buddha said as he looked at the two. Gu Hai stared at the dry lamp Buddha, feeling a sense of danger. Let's go around and head for the central corpse pit immediately, Gu Hai said to Bodhisattva Lien Xing. However, Bodhisattva Lien Xing's expression suddenly changed. Oh no! There's no time. Gu Hai said, feeling confused. The sinful hell domain, the ultimate world of the past. Bodhisattva Lien Xing exclaimed in shock. The dry lamp Buddha held his palms together as he sat on a blazing sun. The surrounding space suddenly turned dark. Suddenly, millions of crying ghosts appeared everywhere, all of them suffering great torment. Some had their heads cut off, some had their tongues pulled out, and some were thrown into a frying pan. It was an incredibly miserable scene, one tragedy after another. A horrifying atmosphere surged into the two's hearts. This horrifying atmosphere seemed to affect the two's minds, making them recall the mistakes they had made in the past. He magnified the impact of the wrong thing on his heart, continuously magnifying it. This made the two of them feel a great sense of guilt. Mess with my temperament? It's still lacking. Gu Hai's expression sank. As he spoke, he slashed his saber at Withered Lamp Buddha. Boom! A ferocious saber aura slashed at Withered Lamp Buddha's body. When it slashed, it strangely passed through his body as if it did not touch him at all. What? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Ancient Emperor, this is a domain, a God Tao domain, a world of the past. Here, he is a god. This is one of the strongest profundities of the 3 generations of Buddha in Nalanda Temple. No one can touch him. Withered Lamp Buddha said anxiously. Can't touch it? Gu Hai's face darkened. If they couldn't even touch each other, how could they continue fighting? However, Gu Hai did not give up. Gu Hai had many tricks up his sleeves, and not all of them would fail to touch Withered Lamp Buddha. Gu Hai reached out and pulled out his Life Slayer saber, intending to test Withered Lamp Buddha again. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in front of Bodhisattva Lian Xing. Bodhisattva Lian Xing had opened a void exit. Ancient Emperor, I used my entire life's past intent to open this exit. You go first. Leave this to me. Bodhisattva Lian Xing said solemnly. Leave it to you? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Time is of the essence. Earlier, Master said that the corpse bug sky demon already discovered our track. What if it went to deal with Gu Han earlier? We cannot remain here for long. We need to find Gu Han immediately. We cannot waste any time here. Bodhisattva Lian Xing said anxiously. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he nodded. Gu Hai did not fear dealing with Withered Lamp Buddha. However, it would be bad if something happened to Gu Han. In that case, let's go together. Gu Hai nodded. No, I used my own past intent to open this exit. I can only open it because I merged my body with this domain. I cannot leave. Quickly leave. Bodhisattva Lian Xing shook his head. Gu Hai's face sank. If I leave, you will be in danger. How about we end this quickly? After I kill Withered Lamp Buddha's clone, we will leave together. No. Bodhisattva Lian Xing immediately shouted. Gu Hai said seriously. Ancient Emperor, you go first. Actually, I have some selfish motives. Although he is Master's clone, he has Master's memories. I have some things that I need to verify with Master. Don't worry about me. Quickly find Gu Han. Bodhisattva Lian Xing requested. Gu Hai looked at Bodhisattva Lian Xing. Finally, Bodhisattva Lian Xing nodded. With one step, Gu Hai stepped into that exit. Buzz. The entrance instantly vanished. Lian Xing, you have cultivated your past intent pretty well. Withered Lamp Buddha said coldly. As Withered Lamp Buddha spoke coldly, a vast black energy surged towards Bodhisattva Lian Xing and drowned him. Bodhisattva Lian Xing's shout came from the vast black energy. Master, the Hell of Sin domain is a technique that you use to reflect your true heart. Every evil spirit and yin energy inside is a sin that you committed in the past. This disciple was fortunate enough to enter Master's domain in the past. At that time, the domain was bright, without any yin energy. Why are there so many evil spirits and yin energy now? Master, how many evil deeds has this clone of yours committed? How many people has it helped the corpse bug sky demon kill? The black energy surged, drowning Bodhisattva Lian Xing. Withered Lamp Buddha pressed his palms together, his gaze cold. Since you know that I am a clone, you should also understand that I only listen to the Peak Master's orders. No, Master, you said before that all lives are equal, and all lives are miserable. We Buddhist cultivators live only to save all lives, to resolve the sins of the world. Have you forgotten? This disciple's dharmic name is Lian Xing. My compassion for all lives comes from Master. Master, have you forgotten your true heart? Don't you want your Buddhist Tao anymore? Bodhisattva Lian Xing's sorrowful cry came from the black energy. Withered Lamp Buddha trembled slightly, showing a conflicted expression. You said before that your greatest demonic obstacle is First Senior Brother. You want to use your entire life to guide First Senior Brother to do good. If one life is not enough, then 10 lives. Have you forgotten? Bodhisattva Lian Xing said anxiously in the black energy. Gautama? Withered Lamp Buddha's figure trembled slightly. Gu Hai exited the Hell of Sin domain. The moment he did, he returned to the corpse grave realm. Everyone in the surroundings was gone. Gu Hai frowned slightly, his heart heavy. Then, he walked towards the center of the corpse pit. The center of the corpse pit was not far away. Gu Hai moved at his fastest speed. Along the way, the number of resentful spirits increased. All the resentful spirits charged at Gu Hai. However, wherever Gu Hai's life-killing saber passed, all the resentful spirits turned to dust. Rumble! Everywhere Shao Chen passed, rumbling rang out. A large number of resentful spirits were forcefully killed. The curse-seeking sphere guided Shao Chen closer. Along the way, Gu Hai's luck was pretty good. He did not run into any strong resentful spirits like the Bird King's resentful spirit or the Blood Shaman's resentful spirit. The strongest resentful spirit he ran into along the way was just the 6th layer Heavenly Palace's rat resentful spirit. When Shao Chen arrived near the corpse pit, the surroundings were filled with resentful spirits. There were many, boundless and endless. At one glance, there were millions, tens of millions, or even billions of resentful spirits. At this point, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. He no longer massacred the resentful spirit. Instead, he moved quickly. Before some of the resentful spirits could react, he passed by them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a series of shuttling sounds, Gu Hai already arrived at the center of the corpse pit. Billions of resentful spirits surrounded the circular pit that looked like a super canyon. Countless resentful spirits roared as they looked at the figure in the center. Honor! Gu Hai suddenly showed joy on his face. At this moment, Shao Chen saw 2 chains on Gu Han's back, one golden and one black. One end held Gu Han's shoulder blade while the other end extended into the void and disappeared, as though it led to another space and time. Gu Han sat cross-legged in the void, his body giving off a bright golden light. Om Mani Padme Hum. Shao Chen chanted the 6-syllable mantra in the void. The resentful spirits that approached clutched their heads in extreme pain, as though they were being burned and purified by this mantra. There were even 2 resentful spirits that had been completely purified. They knelt behind Gu Han with their palms pressed together, chanting along with him. Honor! Gu Hai shouted. This caused Gu Han's figure in the distance to tremble. He stopped chanting and looked at Gu Hai. Roar! The instant Gu Han stopped chanting, the golden light around him receded. Then, countless resentful spirits suddenly charged at Gu Han. Immediately, surging resentful energy rushed at Gu Han. You are seeking death. Gu Hai glared. Rumble! Shao Chen drew the life-punishing saber, and billions of saber chi immediately killed all the approaching resentful spirits. Father! Gu Han exclaimed in shock, slightly stunned. Roar! Countless resentful spirits continued to charge forward. Gu Hai immediately shielded Gu Han by his side, continuously killing the resentful spirits. However, there seemed to be no end to the vengeful spirits here. There were even billions of vengeful spirits rushing out from the huge crater below. Gu Hai's face sank as he tried to bring Gu Han away. Father, I cannot leave. I am already locked in this void. Gu Han said bitterly. Don't worry. Your father is here today to save you. I will definitely bring you away. Gu Hai said seriously. At the same time, he did his best to kill the surrounding resentful spirits. Gu Han felt slightly moved. Father, this child heard about your deeds at Nalanda Temple. Actually, this corpse grave realm is different from the outside world. It is a small world that the previous heaven set up. The 6 paths immortal did not take away the laws of this world. Gu Hai felt stunned. As Shao Chen chopped down the resentful spirits, he raised his hand and drew a line in the void. Buzz! Gu Hai pulled up what seemed like a purple energy thread in the void. There really isn't. There are Go Dao laws here? Gu Hai immediately showed joy on his face. Zither Dao laws. Aside from the already dead old man Guanxi, no one in the world was a match for Shao Chen. As long as there were Zither Dao laws, Shao Chen could use them. Gu Hai did not even need to use the heavenly ghost stone. He moved his hand in the void. Rumble! Countless energy threads immediately appeared in the void. Then, a surging fog encased Gu Hai and Gu Han. The Go Dao ritual array activated in the fog. A huge ritual array immediately enveloped the surroundings. Countless resentful spirits charged in and lost their bearings. The scene before Gu Hai and Gu Han instantly turned quiet. Go Dao laws? Father's Go Dao is indeed unparalleled in the world. Gu Han praised. Han Father finally found you. Let me see the chains on your body. Father will bring you away. Gu Hai immediately said. However, Gu Han shook his head. Father, this child does not want to leave yet. Oh! Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Jiang Rulai placed me here to use countless resentful spirits to stir up the demonic nature of the past in my heart. However, under the influence of my previous life's master, the withered lamp Buddha, my demonic nature has already been eliminated. No, it has already been suppressed. Jiang Rulai wants to stir up my demonic nature again. However, the resentful spirits here are the best place for me to temper my heart. I want to use this to purify all the resentful spirits and accumulate great beneficence to wash away my past sins, Gu Han said solemnly. Past sins? Father does not understand. Gu Hai said with a frown. Father, you know about my previous life, right? Gu Han smiled. In your previous life, you were the Spirit Mountain Holy Land's good Rulai. Jiang Rulai was the Spirit Mountain Holy Land's evil Rulai. The two of you were originally one. Gu Hai said with a frown. Yes, in fact, when I was one with Jiang Rulai there was another name. Father, have you heard of it? Solemnly Gu Han said. Tathagata Heavenly Demon? Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Gu Hai had heard of this name in the past, but he only thought that it meant good as Tathagata, evil as Heavenly Demon. However, now that Gu Han asked, Gu Hai suddenly thought of a shocking possibility. Yes, this child used to be the Spirit Mountain Peak Master of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Later, I was sent by the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon to Nalanda Temple to become Withered Lamp Buddha's disciple. I wanted to inherit this ancient temple and open up the Heavenly Demon Holy Land's territory in the world of the living. Unfortunately, Withered Lamp Buddha discovered my purpose and did not let my plan succeed. After that, I established the Spirit Mountain sect, which later became the Spirit Mountain Holy Land. Tathagata Heavenly Demon? Corpse Bug Heavenly Demon? You are the Tathagata Heavenly Demon? In that case, the Spirit Mountain Holy Land is actually just a branch of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land? Gu Hai said in shock. Yes, this child was the Spirit Mountain Peak Master of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land in my previous life. The Tathagata Heavenly Demon. He created a monstrous sin. In this life, this child wants to resolve this sin. Gu Han nodded. Heavenly Demon Holy Land? Gu Hai's face sank. This was the most terrifying foundation. One main peak had 12 sub-peaks. The Tathagata Heavenly Demon was only the peak master of one of the sub-peaks. Didn't that mean that there were 11 Tathagata Heavenly Demons of the same level? Then, wouldn't the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon of the main peak be even stronger? Chapter 951. The Heavenly Demon Holy Land. In my previous life, I was sent to Nalanda Temple and used my demon body to cultivate Buddhism. It was only then that I gradually understood the difference between Buddhism and demons. One thought could be Buddha and the other could be demon. Now that I think about it, it was truly laughable. I thought that I was a Buddha, but the moment I stepped into Nalanda Temple, my master, Withered Lamp Buddha, saw through me. He spent his entire life enlightening me. It was only when he died that I was enlightened in my previous life and developed a split personality. Withered Lamp Buddha died for you? Gu Hai asked with a frown. That's right. Master sacrificed himself to enlighten me. It was at that moment that I understood. I realized that besides fighting for power and profit, there were many other things that I needed to do. The various memories of the past were boundless sins. However, although Master sacrificed himself to enlighten me, he was still worried about me. Thus, he did not let me inherit Nalanda Temple, so I re-established the Spiritual Mountain sect. I enlightened the world, guiding people to do good and delivering all living beings from torment. Gu Han explained. Then what about the evil Rulai? No, Jiang Rulai. Is he the evil part of your heart? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Him? Heh, speaking of which, he's just a trace of good from when I was evil. Gu Han sighed. Good? Isn't he the evil Rulai? The evil Rulai. However, father, do you think that Jiang Rulai has done many things that harm the common people? Gu Han asked with a smile. No. Although this person is cold and ruthless and disregards life, he does not appear to be too evil on the surface. Gu Hai recalled. That's right. In my previous life, I simply revered power. If there was a disagreement, I would kill in all directions. I was vicious and vicious. In order to achieve my goal, I would do anything. That was the true evil of the heavenly devil. Back then, Jiang Rulai was a trace of my good. However, even then, my good was far from true compassion. It was equivalent to being gray. He was good compared to me back then. Later on, after Master enlightened me, I seemed to have turned from black to white. He is still gray. As such, compared to the current me, he is evil. Gu Han explained. Withered lamp Buddha made you change so much. Gu Hai sighed. I was captured by Jiang Rulai, and he returned me the golden body of my previous life. With the golden body in my body, these resentful spirits can no longer kill me. However, there is an overwhelming resentment here. Jiang Rulai's goal is to use this resentment to awaken the vanished evil in my heart, turning me from white to black again. Gu Han explained. Why? Because when I did evil, I tolerated him. When I did good, I couldn't tolerate him. If I turned from white to black, I would be in cahoots with him. Originally, I was one with him and would only be a great help to him. However, if I did good, I would constantly think of ways to deal with him, making him feel helpless, Gu Han explained. However, you are here. What if? Gu Hai said worriedly. Father, don't worry. Father, there is no need to worry. I am one with him. He will not kill me. It is just like how even though I want to deal with him, I will not kill him. Although there are many resentful spirits here, it is also a good place that is hard to come by. If this child can purify these boundless resentful spirits, the boundless beneficence that I have accumulated will be able to wash away the sins of my previous life. With my golden body, I can return to my peak, reaching consummation of the heavenly palace, Gu Han said gravely. Heavenly palace consummation? What about Jiang Rulai? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Jiang Rulai is also at heavenly palace consummation. Father, you have to be careful of him. Gu Han said solemnly. He is indeed at heavenly palace consummation. Gu Hai said with a sullen expression. It is not just him. There is actually another heavenly demon Holy Land's peak master in the Yang realm. Father, you have to be careful. Gu Han said solemnly. Oh? There is another one in the Yang realm? The Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest? Gu Hai's pupils suddenly constricted. Father knows. Gu Han asked in shock. It is just a guess and cannot be confirmed. Because of the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest, the Dragon Lady Bodhisattva went to the spiritual mountain. Jiang Rulai treated her with great respect. Back then, the South Sea Dragon King made a request. Aside from Jiang Rulai, a large number of peak experts from the spiritual mountain's holy land went to help. At that time, I suspected that the person in this Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest was in existence on the same level as Jiang Rulai. Gu Hai said with a frown. Yes, that is Purple Bamboo Peak's peak master, Amethyst. He entered the Yang realm later than I did in my previous life. Hence, he has not grasped many factions yet. He has always been very low-key. Father, do not provoke him easily. Gu Han advised. Oh no! Gu Hai's face sank. Father, what's wrong? Gu Han asked, feeling puzzled. Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun both went to the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest to save Ao Xing. No wonder there was no news after Ao Shun left for so long. Amethyst? Gu Hai's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. At this moment, he felt worried. Oh! Gu Han frowned slightly. Han it is enough that I am certain that you are fine. Father needs to return immediately. At this moment, do you still need Father to help you with anything? Gu Hai said solemnly. This child does not need any help, but… Gu Han frowned slightly. But what? But before Father came, dozens of people came and entered the corpse pit below me. This child is somewhat worried, Gu Han said with a frown. Another group of people entered the corpse pit? They are not Jiang Rulai's men, nor are they the corpse bug heavenly demon's men? Gu Hai said in shock. Yes, they are very capable. They forced the 6 great resentful spirits into the center of the corpse pit. Then, they all entered together, Gu Han said with a frown. 6 great resentful spirits? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. If this child remembers correctly, there are 8 great resentful spirit kings in the corpse grave realm. Each of them is the ruler of the resentful spirits. The strongest one is the azure dragon resentful spirit, but it was also forced into the center of the corpse pit. Aside from the 6 that were forced into the corpse pit, there are only 2 strongest resentful spirits left. One is the bird king resentful spirit, and the other is the blood shaman resentful spirit. Perhaps the 2 of them did not wander around the corpse pit all year round, so they were spared, Gu Han recalled. Gu Hai had not seen the blood shaman resentful spirit before. However, Gu Hai had seen the bird king resentful spirit before. Even Kong Xian was not a match for it. There were 8 rulers of such resentful spirits? 6 of them were forced into the center of the corpse pit by a group of people? Where did this group of people come from? How could they be so powerful? They originally wanted to deal with me, but a black-robed man called Mr. Wu Xing told them not to cause any trouble. That Mr. Wu Xing was very capable. With a flip of his hand, he sprinkled a sky full of stars. The stars were very powerful and immediately formed a starry sky formation, forcing the group of resentful spirit kings into the center of the corpse pit. Gu Han recalled. Mr. Wu Xing? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Oh right, there was another person called Emperor Kong? At the mention of Emperor Kong, Gu Hai's pupils shrank. I know where he came from. The Great Yellow Dynasty? I really did not expect there to be so many experts in the Great Yellow Dynasty. While Gu Hai was still in shock, a dragon's roar suddenly came from the bottom of the corpse pit. Ong! An extremely powerful dragon's roar rang out. When the dragon's roar rang out, Gu Hai felt like the entire world trembled. This was an overwhelming dragon might, the strongest dragon might Gu Hai had ever seen. In the past, the dragon might of Ao Tianhuang, Ao Sihai, Ao Shun, and Ao Xing added together was not as loud as this dragon's roar. Azure Dragon resentful spirits? This dragon might has become stronger? Gu Han's expression changed. Gu Hai waved his hand, and the clouds in the surroundings immediately vanished. The resentful spirits enveloped by Gu Hai's Go formation immediately showed terrified expressions as they fled in all directions. Roar! Roar! Crack! Crack! Loud roars immediately came from the center of the corpse pit again. The roars soared into the sky with boundless might. Although they were weaker than the dragon might, there was a limit to how many of them there were. Buzz! Suddenly, Gu Hai saw that the entire corpse grave realm seemed to be filled with countless energy threads. These energy threads seemed to be the crux of the corpse grave realm's structure. These energy threads were being guided by a bright white object below. That bright white object looked like a book, sparkling and translucent. It gave off a bright light, and Xiao Chun could vaguely make out 3 large words on the book. Heavenly Spirit Book. Heavenly Spirit Book? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. At this moment, the Heavenly Spirit Book landed in the center of the countless energy thread. It seemed to be controlling the corpse grave realm's laws to suppress the countless resentful spirits in the corpse grave realm. Below the corpse pit, a gigantic azure dragon was circling its body. It opened its mouth, wanting to bite the Heavenly Spirit Book. However, the Heavenly Spirit Book controlled the worldly laws of the entire corpse grave world. It naturally formed a great pressure to stop the azure dragon. What a huge azure dragon! Gu Hai exclaimed in shock as he goggled. That dragon might earlier came from this azure dragon, right? To think that it was 30 kilometers long. A 30-kilometer long azure dragon. Even Ao Shun, as Gu Hai recalled, was less than 30 kilometers long. Yet, this azure dragon was 30 kilometers long? This is the ancient azure dragon, the dragon ancestor's corpse. No, the azure dragon's resentful spirit from earlier possessed its own corpse? Gu Han exclaimed in shock. The dragon ancestor's corpse? Gu Hai looked carefully. Indeed, although that 30-kilometer-long azure dragon was alive, its eyes did not have pupils, only white. A dead dragon possessed by a resentful spirit? It was not just the azure dragon. There were 5 other huge ferocious beasts at the bottom of the corpse pit. Although the 5 ferocious beasts were not as large as the azure dragon, they were not that far off. The earlier roar came from them. The 6 ferocious beasts did not have white eyes. They were the corpses possessed by resentful spirits. A group of black-clad men stood on the heads of the 6 ferocious beasts. At this moment, this group of black-clad men drew some kind of talisman restriction on the heads of the 6 ferocious beasts. It was like they were controlling the 6 ferocious beasts. Father, it's them! Gu Han exclaimed in shock. Originally, the corpse pit was pitch black. However, the Heavenly Spirit Book seemed to have been activated. It immediately gave off a bright light, illuminating the corpse pit. This group of black-clad men controlled the 6 strongest ferocious beasts for the Heavenly Spirit Book that suppressed billions of resentful spirits. One more time. Break the barrier around the Heavenly Spirit Book. A loud roar came from below the corpse pit. It's Emperor Kong's voice. That's right, it's him. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Although Gu Hai had seen Emperor Kong's voice before, he had a deep impression of Emperor Kong's voice. Yes! The black-clad men on the heads of the 6 ferocious beasts shouted at nearly the same time. Buzz! When the black-clad men activated the talisman, the 6 ferocious beasts immediately trembled. They showed ferocious expressions and exuded overwhelming might. Boom! Nearly at the same time, the 6 ferocious beasts soared into the sky and crashed into the Heavenly Spirit Book enveloped by the white light. Chapter 952. The 6 vengeful spirit kings found their own corpses in the corpse pit and possessed them. The vengeful spirit kings already possessed overwhelming force. When the vengeful spirit kings twisted their bodies, space trembled, much less this full-powered strike. In nearly an instant, space tore into countless pieces. The 6 ancient ferocious beasts struck the light barrier around the Heavenly Spirit Book. Gotcha! Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the light barrier. It looked like the vengeful spirit kings would break through the barrier and obtain the Heavenly Spirit Book. It was at this moment that a voice rang out. Woo! 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 Suddenly, loud cries came from the bottom of the corpse pit. Rumble! Countless vengeful spirits charged out of the corpse pit in an instant. There were many, incredibly many of them. The vast number made Gu Han's expression change at the sight. Boom! The boundless vengeful spirits seemed like they were suddenly released after being suppressed for countless years. The vast resentment dyed the entire corpse mound realm red. There were too many, so many that Gu Hai felt horrified. 100 million? No, 10 billion, 100 billion, or even more. These vengeful spirits charged out with resentment. However, they avoided the 6 ancient ferocious beasts. Perhaps the 6 ancient ferocious beasts were kings, and these vengeful spirits instinctively avoided them. Gu Hai had his Go Dao ritual array, so he easily avoided the vengeful spirits. I understand now. I understand now. This is the reason why the Heavenly Spirit Book is here. Gu Han goggled. What do you mean? Aside from the 8 vengeful spirit kings, the vengeful spirits have been killing each other since the ancient era. Some experts were able to eliminate some. However, the strange thing is that after so many years, the number of vengeful spirits has never decreased. It's like the number of vengeful spirits that was eliminated is automatically replenished. I never knew why. So it turns out that this heavenly spirit book suppressed 99% of the vengeful spirits at the bottom of the corpse pit, forming a balance. If there are fewer vengeful spirits in the outside world, it will release some. When the vengeful spirits are released, when the heavenly spirit book is released, the suppression of the billions of vengeful spirits is broken? All the vengeful spirits have come out. Gu Hai's face sank. That's right. What should we do now? The number of vengeful spirits in the corpse mound realm increased tenfold. Gu Han showed an anxious expression. Below, the group of black-robed men didn't care about this at all. Quick, one more time and we can get the heavenly spirit book. Quick, before the corpse bug heavenly demon comes, one more time. Emperor Kong roared. Yes. Roar! The 6 ferocious beasts roared under their control. With a loud rumble, it crashed into the barrier of light. Hong! A super loud sound rang out. The halo barrier suddenly exploded. At the moment of the explosion, the countless energy lines drawn by the heavenly spirit book suddenly collapsed and disappeared. Without the halo barrier, the heavenly spirit book could no longer control the world law of the corpse tomb world. Buzz. The heavenly spirit book flew out. Ha ha ha, the barrier is broken, quickly take the heavenly spirit book. Emperor Kong laughed loudly. Roar. The 6 ferocious beasts pounced towards the heavenly spirit book and were about to grab it. But at this moment, boom! A pitch-black palm suddenly appeared out of thin air. With a shocking speed, he surpassed the 6 ferocious beasts and grabbed the heavenly spirit book. What? All the black-robed men's expressions changed as they looked up. At this time, someone actually dared to snatch our things? They saw that the sky above the corpse tomb world was suddenly filled with stars. It was as though countless stars had appeared out of thin air. The stars were densely packed together and formed a huge starry sky net. No, it was a super starry sky array. As soon as the array was formed, the pitch-black palm condensed and grabbed at them. Chess array? Gu Hai! Emperor Kong suddenly exclaimed. It was indeed Gu Hai. The moment Gu Hai saw the heavenly spirit book, he did not hesitate to attack. The chess Dao of the corpse tomb world was still there. How could Gu Hai let go of such a good opportunity? With the chess Dao of the Dao of chess, Gu Hai had no restrictions. He was the master of this world. In an instant, a super chess array was formed and condensed into a pitch-black palm that rushed down and grabbed the heavenly spirit book. Great! Gu Hai's eyes lit up. He had gotten it. However, this was like pulling chestnuts out of the fire. How could the group of black-robed men agree to it? Knock it away. We need to bring back the heavenly spirit book. Emperor Kong roared. Roar! The 6 ferocious beasts roared in unison. Instead of charging at the heavenly spirit book earlier, they suddenly charged at the pitch-black palm. Boom! The 3 ferocious beasts tore through space and heavily struck the black palm. The black palm trembled intensely, and the starry sky above shook as well. It seemed like the black palm would shatter Gu Hai's chess Dao array. With the chess Dao's Dao of chess around, you want to snatch something from me? Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. His hand suddenly rippled. The stars in the starry sky suddenly gave off a dazzling light, looking incredibly piercing. Boundless energy instantly poured into the black palm below as it smashed down. Hong! A super loud sound immediately shattered the corpse tomb world. The 6 ferocious beasts below fell into the corpse tomb world in nearly an instant. Bam! 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 After the 6 ferocious beasts fell into the corpse tomb world, the group of black-robed men screamed miserably from their heads. Arg! 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 After a series of miserable screams, the black palm clearly won. Under Gu Hai's control, the black palm flew back to Gu Hai. Then, it shrank and slowly placed the heavenly spirit book in Gu Hai's palm. Clack! Gu Hai obtained the heavenly spirit book. In the corpse tomb world below, cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs rang out. Gu Hai's chest Dao array can control the stars in the sky? No, Mr. Wu Xing, you can do it too. You can also control the power of the stars. Quickly, snatch the Heavenly Spirit Book back. Otherwise, we will not be able to answer to His Holiness. Emperor Kong called out anxiously. Cough, cough, cough. No, Nangong Shou, quickly bring us away. Bring us away immediately. Another black-robed man said as he coughed blood. Mr. Wu Xing. Emperor Kong called out reluctantly. Cut the crap. Didn't you hear about Gu Hai's chest Dao from His Holiness? There are chest Dao laws here. There are chest Dao laws here. Are you crazy? You want me to fight it out with him? We can't obtain the Heavenly Spirit Book, but we have the resentful spirits of the 6 ferocious beasts. We even obtained their corpses. Quickly, leave immediately. Otherwise, we will lose everything we have. If that happens, we will not be able to answer to His Holiness. Mr. Wu Xing roared. Buzz. Not far away, a short black-robed man swiped his hand in the air. A spatial tear immediately appeared, and yang energy leaked out of the tear. Let's go. Mr. Wu Xing was the first to roar. Boom. However, Mr. Wu Xing controlled a ferocious beast and immediately charged out. Humph! Emperor Kong roared angrily. He could only control the azure dragon corpse to charge out. Rumble! The 6 ferocious beasts quickly entered the spatial tear and disappeared into the corpse pit. The boundless resentful spirits in the surroundings feared the 6 ferocious beasts and did not dare to follow. By the time the 6 ferocious beasts entered, it was already too late. The spatial tear had already vanished. High in the sky, Gu Hai looked at the Heavenly Spirit Book and carefully put it away. Then, he looked down at the group of people in the corpse pit. However, when Xiao Chen looked down, he saw that all the people had already fled into the spatial tear. In the blink of an eye, the 6 ferocious beasts and the group of black-robed men vanished. The spatial tear instantly recovered. The black hole created by the Black Fist and the 6 ferocious beasts also recovered. Roar. Woo! 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 Meow! Countless resentful spirits continued to rush out of the corpse pit. The world was already dyed scarlet. Overwhelming resentment covered the entire corpse grave realm. The resentful spirits surged. Even with the Go Dao formation protecting them, Gu Hai suddenly felt resentment rush into his head. This made Gu Hai feel somewhat distracted, like it was trying to affect his mental state. This resentment is already more than 10 times stronger than before, perhaps even 100 times stronger. Han can you endure it? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Gu Han looked around and felt slightly stunned. Then, he said bitterly, Father, this child did not expect so many resentful spirits in this corpse pit. So many died in that ancient battle. This child. If this child had used the 3 lifetime Buddhist intent back then on Spirit Mountain, I would have been able to suppress the resentment. Now, even with the golden body protecting me, this child cannot endure it. The 3 lifetime Buddhist intent? Gu Hai said with a slightly changed expression. Yes, the past intent, the present intent, and the future intent. This child only has enough present intent. As for the rest, Gu Han said worriedly. Before we came, Mo Yike looked for me and asked me to bring someone to help you. Gu Hai said with a frown. Gu Hai extended his hand and beckoned, summoning a figure from the immortal dome of ancients. It was Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai held the wisdom divine scepter. The moment he appeared, boundless resentment rushed into his head. How can this be? Qin Zibai's expression changed as he quickly drove the wisdom divine scepter. The wisdom divine scepter gave off boundless green light. Qin Zibai immediately felt much better. Qin Zibai greets your majesty. Qin Zibai said respectfully. The future Buddha? The wisdom divine scepter? Gu Han said in shock. Mo Yike is the reincarnation of the future Buddha who followed you in the past. This is his wisdom divine scepter. Before we left, Mo Yike said that he had a dream. In the dream, you might need the wisdom divine scepter, so he asked me to bring Qin Zibai, Gu Hai explained. The future Buddha's reincarnation? I understand now. It turns out that Mo Yike was my martial uncle in the past. No wonder the future Buddha has been acting strangely for 800,000 years. Gu Han said with a sigh. I materialized this 800,000-year-old future Buddha using the Go Dao ritual array. You said that Mo Yike was your martial uncle? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Yes. Back then, when this child established the spiritual mountain sect, I brought out 2 people from Nalanda Temple. One is my martial uncle, the future Buddha. He is actually the junior brother of the withered lamp Buddha. The other is the past Buddha. He is my second junior brother, Gu Han explained. Qin Zibai, who was at the side, felt slightly stunned. Then, he seemed to recall something. He said respectfully, Lord Amos said that he sealed his future intent in this wisdom divine scepter. Future intent? Good. I have the future intent. I have the present intent. I just lack the past intent. If I had the intent of 3 generations of Buddha, I would be able to guard the corpse grave realm. If only Master Bodhisattva Lien Xing were here. Gu Han said worriedly. Past intent? I nearly forgot. Bodhisattva Lien Xing is currently dealing with the withered lamp Buddha's clone over there. Gu Hai's expression changed. Master? Gu Han exclaimed in shock. The clone of the previous life's master and the present life's master? They are all here? Chapter 953. They can. Gu Hai asked. They can. That's enough. Gu Han nodded. That's good. Gu Hai said seriously. As Gu Hai spoke, he extended his hand and moved. The space around Gu Han trembled slightly. The chains binding Gu Han's shoulder blades behind him rattled as though they were about to come undone. Father, don't. These 2 chains were bound by Jiang Rilai and the corpse bug Skyfiend. They were worried that something would happen to me here. If we forcefully undid them, they would immediately know. Gu Han said worriedly. In that case, let's not undo them first. I'll dig up this space as well. Gu Hai said seriously. Boom. A tear immediately tore open in space. The other end of the 2 chains could now be moved. However, the one on Gu Han's shoulder had not been undone yet. Many thanks, Father. These chains cannot leave the corpse mound realm. Gu Han explained. We do not need to leave the corpse mound realm. They are there. I heard Bodhisattva Lien Xing say something like the 3 layers of past intent. Let's go. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and pulled. Gu Han and Qin Zibai quickly flew up, carrying them to the 3 layers of past intent in the distance. Soon they arrived. Aside from the resentful spirits that just flew over, there was no one else. Gu Hai frowned slightly. It seemed like he was going to use a Go Dao ritual array. Father, there's no need to destroy this 3 layers of past intent. This child can distinguish between them. Gu Han said. As Gu Han spoke, his eyes suddenly turned golden. Oh, Gu Hai said, feeling puzzled. These are the 3 layers. However, one is already empty. As for the other, oh no, it's the corpse bug Skyfiend. Is that Mosquito Daoren? Kong Xian? They are in danger. Gu Han's expression changed. Qin Zibai, who was at the side, felt worried. What should we do? Bodhisattva Lien Xing and the withered lamp Buddha are fighting as well? No, Master Lien Xing is in trouble. Gu Han's expression changed again. You can open the entrance? Gu Hai looked at Gu Han. Yes, Father. You go and save Mosquito Daoren and the others. I will save Master. Gu Han immediately said. But now you. Gu Hai said worriedly. Father, don't worry. I have the golden body protecting me. Nothing will happen to me. Furthermore, this is the will of the 3 lives Buddha. I will definitely be able to save Master Lien Xing. Gu Han immediately said. Qin Zibai, you stay by Gu Hai's side and wait for orders. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, your majesty, Qin Zibai replied. Gu Han did not object and nodded. However, he saw Gu Han clasping his hands together and chanting a Buddhist mantra. Buzz! Immediately, 2 golden symbols with the character swastika appeared in his palm. Bang! The swastika golden talisman slammed into the void. Suddenly, the void seemed to melt and 2 entrances appeared. One could vaguely see the other side of the entrances surging with black gas. Father, you enter the left one. This child and Qin Zibai will enter the right one. Solemnly, Gu Han said. All right. Gu Hai nodded. The 3 entered the 2 entrances at nearly the same time. Buzz! The instant they entered, the swastika golden talisman vanished, vanishing from the entrances. Mosquito Dauren obtained the Heart of Darkness and grasped the Dark Domain. Chong Ming obtained the Blood Witch deity. Although he had not completely refined it, he grasped the basics of the Blood Sea domain. Let's leave immediately. Quick, meet up with His Majesty at the center of the corpse pit. Mosquito Dauren shouted. Whoosh! The 2 immediately shot towards the center of the corpse pit. You want to leave? No one can escape from me. The corpse bug Skyfian's angry voice came from the horizon. The expressions of Mosquito Dauren and Chong Ming changed. However, they saw a boundless corpse chi suddenly appear in all directions. The corpse chi surged and instantly filled the surroundings, blocking the 2's path. The 2's expressions changed as they suddenly stopped. They saw figures walking out of the black fog one after another. All of them were expressionless and looked at the 2 with gloomy faces. Mosquito Dauren's expression darkened. These are? You know them? They are the peerless experts who have entered the corpse tomb realm in recent years. Unexpectedly, they were all turned into corpse bug puppets. Be careful, Mosquito Dauren said in a low voice. Roar, roar. Corpse bugs appeared all around them. All of them looked at Mosquito Dauren and Gu Hai with ferocious expressions. These corpse bugs bared their teeth and revealed ferocious expressions. Wave after wave of powerful corpse chi assaulted the 2 people in the face. Move quickly, don't hold back, Mosquito Dauren said in a low voice. Okay. Chong Ming nodded. Dark Domain. Blood Sea Domain. Boom. The 2 of them attacked almost at the same time. In an instant, countless black flames and rolling blood mist appeared in all directions. They saw that Mosquito Dauren's figure suddenly turned into tens of thousands of figures and rushed towards the group of experts. Every Mosquito Dauren had a ferocious expression and used all their strength. On the other side, Chong Ming did the same. He turned into hundreds of millions of bats and rushed towards the corpse bug. Die! Mosquito Dauren roared with a ferocious expression. As soon as the dark domain was released, a great divinity was emitted. His body suddenly became illusory. The group of experts attacked at the same time, but they missed. Boom! Mosquito Dauren attacked with all his might and smashed all the experts. Chong Ming did the same. Countless bats rushed towards the corpse bugs. The corpse bugs and bats collided. Boom! Suddenly, countless bats exploded, and the corpse bugs exploded into pieces. Just as Chong Ming and Mosquito Dauren were feeling smug, suddenly 2 palms appeared in the corpse gas and clenched. Boom! Boom! The tens of thousands of Mosquito Dauren instantly merged into one. Moreover, the only Mosquito Dauren was choked by a right hand and could not move. On the other side, countless bats also merged into one and turned into a human. His neck was choked by a left hand and he could not move at all. What? Mosquito Dauren was shocked. He had just obtained the dark domain and thought it was strong enough. Who would have thought that it would be restrained just like that? The black flames on the surface of his body did not cause any harm to the right hand choking his neck. However, he saw a man in a black robe with golden edges slowly walking out from the corpse gas. The man was quite thin and wore a tall hat. His face was pale and there was no white in his eyes, only black pupils. He looked extremely terrifying. He looked coldly at Mosquito Daoran and Chong Ming, who were choked by his hands. I didn't give up on these subordinates in vain. You two really came? Ha ha. The black-robed man sneered. Corpse bug heavenly demon? Mosquito Daoran quivered. This black-robed man was the corpse mound peak's peak master, the corpse bug heavenly demon. You don't want these subordinates of yours? Chong Ming grabbed the corpse bug heavenly demon's left hand, trying to pry it away. However, the corpse bug heavenly demon held him in place, and corpse gas rushed into his body. Chong Ming and Mosquito Daoran could not move at all. Around them, the corpse bug heavenly demon's subordinates were all smashed by Mosquito Daoran. Corpse bugs slowly crawled out from the smashed corpses. Although Chong Ming had killed a few corpse bugs earlier, there were too many of them around. At this moment, they all looked at the two together with the corpse bug heavenly demon with a ferocious expression. Subordinates? Them? Just a bunch of trash. Now, without them, don't I have you? You can be my subordinates, and you'll be the same. No, you'll be much stronger than them. The corpse bug heavenly demon sneered. Us? You want to refine us into puppets? Mosquito Daoran's face changed drastically. Let me see, which one should I choose? The corpse bug heavenly demon sneered. Zhi. The surrounding corpse bugs jumped around as if they wanted the corpse bug heavenly demon to choose them. They would enter either Mosquito Daoran or Chong Ming's mind and control them. The corpse bug heavenly demon looked at the countless corpse bugs, as if it was about to make a choice. Devour the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the sky. Boom! A strong suction force rushed toward the group, as if it wanted to swallow them all. Zhi. The countless corpse bugs screeched in fear. Numerous black winds suddenly swept up a bunch of corpse bugs. Humph! The corpse bug heavenly demon snorted, and a strong corpse aura appeared around it. In an instant, the corpse aura surrounded all the corpse bugs, preventing them from being swallowed by the owner of the voice. When the black wind stopped, Kong Xian's face changed drastically. Lord Kong, save me! Mosquito Daoran screamed. He was controlled by the corpse bug heavenly demon. Once the corpse bug swallowed his brain, he would be finished. In the sky, the unborn man stood beside Kong Xian. The unborn man exclaimed, "Fortunately, Lord Kong changed his mind and stepped into the world of the living first. There are changes in this spacetime." Kong Xian had planned to meet up with Gu Hai at the center of the corpse pit. However, after flying for a short while, the peacock god sensed the corpse bug heavenly demon and gave a warning. Unfortunately, he couldn't find it. Therefore, he discussed with the unborn man and decided to come back and try again. Sure enough, as soon as he came back, he found that the world had changed. Mosquito Daoran and Chong Ming were controlled by the corpse bug heavenly demon. Kong Xian tried to swallow it, but he couldn't. He immediately understood the horror of the corpse bug heavenly demon. So many corpse bugs? Activate the longevity array. The unborn man waved his hand, and countless black auras appeared around them. Setting up the corpse mound longevity array in front of me? Ridiculous! The corpse bug heavenly demon snorted. Zhi. Countless corpse bugs bared their fangs at the two. Boom! In the next moment, all the corpse bugs rushed toward the unborn man's corpse mound longevity array. In the blink of an eye, they were not far away from the two. Good timing! Peacock's domain. The peacock flung his sleeves. Boom! Billions of green lights appeared in all directions, and the peacock's domain spread out again. 1. Just as the divine Tao domain spread out, the corpse bug heavenly demon took a step forward and was one zhang away from Kong Xian. It was so fast that Kong Xian couldn't react in time. Peacock's domain? You must have obtained the Bird King's inheritance, right? If it weren't for the Bird King's stubbornness, he would have become my puppet. You? The corpse bug heavenly demon sneered. Divine light of 6 colors. Kong Xian's face changed. He waved his hand, and a beam of divine light of 6 colors flew toward the corpse bug heavenly demon. Whoosh! The corpse bug heavenly demon blocked Mosquito Daoran and Chong Ming in front of it. Despicable! Kong Xian's face changed. He waved the divine light of 6 colors, and the divine light of 6 colors changed its direction. Obviously, Kong Xian didn't want to hurt Mosquito Daoran and Chong Ming. At this critical moment, between Chong Ming and Mosquito Daoran, a gust of corpse aura suddenly spewed out. In the corpse aura, a third hand suddenly appeared and slammed into Kong Xian's neck. It looked like it was going to grab Kong Xian's neck. Chapter 954. Amidst the corpse chi, the third palm of the heavenly corpse bug demon charged towards Kong Xian's neck. As it charged forward, a large amount of corpse chi rushed towards Kong Xian's body, as if it wanted to choke Kong Xian's neck and seal his cultivation. Heavenly Palace's perfection stage was still perfection stage after all. Even without using the domain, it still had a huge advantage against those who had yet to reach perfection stage. So what if it was the peacock domain? Could the peacock domain become illusory? No, it depended on the person. Facing the heavenly corpse bug demon, there was nowhere to hide. In an instant it reached Kong Xian's neck. Break! Kong Xian's expression changed drastically, and he swung his hand. Another beam of 6-colored divine light rushed out. Boom! The 6-colored divine light collided with the third palm, and the third palm exploded. However, Kong Xian was also shocked and retreated quickly. Because in that instant, Kong Xian felt a huge threat, and he could feel that the palm could restrain him. Heavenly Palace's perfection stage? Kong Xian was shocked. You are more alert than Mosquito Daoran and Chong Ming. The heavenly corpse bug demon sneered. On the other side, thousands of corpse bugs pounced towards the unborn man. The unborn man was surrounded by rolling black fog, and he seemed to be trying his best to resist. Kong Xian was shocked by the heavenly corpse bug demon's strength, but he was not afraid. He waved his hand. Boom! In the peacock domain, the number of Kong Xian's figures increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, close to 10,000 Kong Xian's figures appeared. In the domain, there are thousands of figures? Heh, you think I don't understand? Although there are thousands of figures in the domain, there is only one true body. The heavenly corpse bug demon said coldly. Then you find the only one. 10,000 Kong Xians shouted at the same time. Almost at the same time, more than 10 Kong Xians shot out 6-colored divine light, rushing towards the heavenly corpse bug demon's back. Who? The corpse worm heavenly demon was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, it had dodged a dozen beams of 6-colored light. However, there were 10,000 Kong Xians inside the corpse worm heavenly demon's body. It wasn't just a dozen beams of 6-colored light. More than 10,000 beams of 6-colored light flooded the corpse worm heavenly demon. How could the strength of Heavenly Palace's great circle be injured so easily? Holding Mosquito Daoran and Chong Ming with both hands, the corpse bug heavenly demon was like a black ray of light, shuttling through the air at high speed. Swish, swish, swish. The corpse bug heavenly demon was able to evade the beams of 6-colored divine light. The 10,000 Kong Xian showed a trace of anxiety. As the corpse bug heavenly demon dodged, endless corpse chi emerged from its body. For a time, the entire peacock domain was filled with corpse chi. It rolled in all directions. Corpse bug heavenly demon, aren't you at the peak of Heavenly Palace? Don't run if you have the ability. Kong Xian said anxiously. Then I won't run. The corpse bug heavenly demon suddenly paused. Whoosh! The corpse bug heavenly demon stopped in midair and looked at the 10,000 Kong Xian with a cold smile. Won't run? Humph, then you'll die. The 10,000 Kong Xian roared at the same time. Suddenly, a large number of Kong Xian threw out the 6-colored divine light and rushed towards the corpse bug heavenly demon. You're quite capable. Unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced. I've just run one round and I've seen through your foundation. The corpse bug heavenly demon revealed a sinister smile. Suddenly, a third hand emerged from the corpse chi where the corpse bug heavenly demon had passed through. No, it wasn't just a third hand but a total of 10,000 hands. Each of them carried a murderous intent and rushed towards the unguarded Kong Xian. Boom! With a loud bang, all the six-colored divine light suddenly collapsed. The 10,000 Kong Xian were choked by the 10,000 hands in the corpse chi. A strong corpse chi rushed into Kong Xian's body and sealed his cultivation. What? Kong Xian painfully tried to pry open the palm on his neck, but he couldn't. You can split into 10,000 bodies in the realm? If I can't find your real body, then I won't look for it. I'll take down all your clones. Let's see how you're going to escape. The corpse bug heavenly demon sneered. Master Kong. Mosquito Daoran shouted anxiously as he was choked by the corpse bug heavenly demon. Bang! 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 The surrounding Kong Xian's avatars immediately dissipated, and the peacock domain also instantly disappeared. Only one Kong Xian was left. He was choked by the corpse bug heavenly demon and was slowly brought to the front of it. You were running around on purpose just now. Cough, cough. Kong Xian roared with an unwilling expression. When I walked the world, you weren't even born yet. You want to deal with me with this little ability? However, this is also good. My subordinates are dead and the three of you are here. Ha! The corpse bug heavenly demon laughed. Let me go. Otherwise, His Majesty won't let you go. Chongming shouted in pain. Your Majesty? That Gu Hai? I heard that he has just entered the heavenly palace. You still expect him to save you? What a joke. Ha 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 ha. The corpse bug heavenly demon laughed proudly. As it laughed, it summoned the corpse bugs that were surrounding the unborn man. It picked 3 of them and flew over slowly. Enter their bodies and eat their brains. The corpse bug heavenly demon said confidently. Seeing that the corpse bug heavenly demon was about to reach them, the 3 of them were in despair. His Majesty will avenge me, Mosquito Daoran said in grief. Gu Hai? Humph. If he dares to come, I'll make him accompany you. The corpse bug heavenly demon sneered. Is that so? Suddenly, an ice-cold voice sounded from the void. The corpse bug heavenly demon's face darkened as it looked up. Zhou Tianjiu. Hong. A massive energy saber instantly shot toward the corpse bug heavenly demon. This saber aura carried with it the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. In the past, even the Tongtian sect leader was not a match for it. Wherever the saber passed, the void was instantly torn apart. The surrounding mountains were instantly blasted apart. The saber aura was ferocious as it instantly arrived in front of the corpse bug heavenly demon, heading straight for its face. You want to kill them too? The corpse bug heavenly demon's face darkened. Instantly, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Chongming stood in front of it to block the attack. After all, that was how Kong Xian had been hit earlier. However, Zhou Tianjiu did not stop. Instead, it instantly approached the corpse bug heavenly demon. Since you want them to die, let them die. The corpse bug heavenly demon said ferociously. Kong Xian and the other 2 were delighted at first. Then, they were horrified as Zhou Tianjiu was too powerful. It was going to kill them instantly. However, Gu Hai's control of Zhou Tianjiu had reached the minute subtlety realm. The moment the energy saber got close, it suddenly became as thin as a piece of paper. It passed through the gap between Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran and went straight for the corpse bug heavenly demon's face. It was going to split the corpse bug heavenly demon in half. Bastard! The corpse bug heavenly demon's face changed. The corpse bug heavenly demon would definitely not allow the energy saber to hit it. It did not have time to cast any techniques and could only give up on the prey in its hand. It immediately let go of the 3 of them and faced the attack with its palm. Hong! After the huge collision, a black hole was torn open. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Chang Ming regained their freedom and were instantly sent flying. The corpse bug heavenly demon also retreated, but it was not injured. Kong Xian and the other two were free. The moment they regained their freedom, they looked at the sky in shock. In the sky, Gu Hai was wearing a dragon robe and holding the life-killing saber. Did he just save the three of them and block the corpse bug heavenly demon? Zhou Tianjiu? That can't be. His Majesty did not mobilize the power of the Dahan. Without the power of the people, how could he use Zhou Tianjiu? Kong Xian was shocked. Mosquito Daoran and Chang Ming were also shocked. However, this was not the time to be shocked. They flew toward Gu Hai in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were beside Gu Hai, who was holding the life-killing saber. Over here. Suddenly, a voice came from the clouds behind Gu Hai. The three looked over and froze. There was another Gu Hai? That was not right. The one in the clouds was the real Gu Hai. The one wielding the saber to execute Zhou Tianjiu was not the real Gu Hai. He was even larger than Gu Hai. A cloud beast of the Go Dao? Mosquito Daoran said in shock, appearing stunned. His Majesty used the Go Dao ritual array to create his own cloud beast? Chang Ming said in shock. That's right. No matter who he created, he could not be as perfect as himself. His Majesty created himself 800,000 years ago, when the human soul occupied the body. Kong Xian's eyes lit up. The three immediately flew to where Gu Hai was. Gu Hai controlled his cloud beast and looked coldly at the corpse bug heavenly demon in the distance. How could the corpse bug heavenly demon not be injured after executing Zhou Tianjiu? This scene made Gu Hai's face sink. A consummation of the heavenly palace is indeed extraordinary, Gu Hai said sullenly. The Tongtian sect master was a peak 9th layer heavenly palace expert. Even so, he was injured by Zhou Tianjiu. However, this corpse bug heavenly demon was unharmed, not injured at all. This made Gu Hai exceptionally grave. The corpse bug heavenly demon also turned grave. Go Dao laws? You can actually use the Go Dao laws so casually? The corpse bug heavenly demon narrowed its eyes. Corpse bug heavenly demon, you are bullying the weak. How despicable! Gu Hai looked coldly at the corpse bug heavenly demon in the distance. Bullying the weak? Are you saying that I bullied your subjects? So what if I bullied them? Can your Go Dao cloud beast really injure me? The corpse bug heavenly demon said coldly. After saying that, the corpse bug heavenly demon charged at Gu Hai. Whoosh! The corpse bug heavenly demon turned into a beam of light and charged over. At this moment, Gu Hai's cloud beast suddenly glared and chopped down with the life-punishing saber again. Zhou Tianjiu! Boom! The sky-ripping, earth-shattering saber strike tore through space and arrived before the corpse bug heavenly demon again. This time, the corpse bug heavenly demon was prepared. Its expression turned cold as it sent a palm strike over with all its might. Destroy! The corpse bug heavenly demon roared ferociously. Hong! A loud sound rang out, and a super black hole appeared. The saber tore open the corpse bug heavenly demon's clothes on its shoulder, causing blood to spill out. It seemed to be slightly injured. However, Gu Hai's cloud beast instantly exploded. The impact, which injured both sides, instantly destroyed the nearly undefeatable Gu Hai's cloud beast. This scene made the expressions of Kong Xian and the other two change dramatically. Even Gu Hai's cloud beast was not a match for it? Wasn't this corpse bug heavenly demon too horrifying? What was even more horrifying was that the corpse bug heavenly demon had chosen to injure both sides so that it could instantly reach the fore. It did not give Gu Hai's group any time to catch their breath. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the corpse bug heavenly demon arrived before the fore. Furthermore, a large amount of corpse chi appeared in front of it. The corpse chi seemed to have thousands of hands reaching out to grab the fore. Oh no! The mosquito Daoran exclaimed. Only Gu Hai showed a cold smile. Although one of my Go stones was destroyed in the Go board, A ghost stone is still a ghost stone. It can never hurt the player. Chapter 955. Although you destroyed one of my ghost stones in the Go board, a ghost stone is still a ghost stone. It will never be able to harm the player. Gu-hai extended his hand and pressed. Suddenly, a Milky Way appeared in front of him. There seemed to be a starry sky in the Milky Way. Suddenly, the Milky Way expanded infinitely. The corpse chi was very close to Gu-hai. The thousands of palms in the corpse chi looked like they were going to hit everyone. However, this Milky Way strangely expanded this space infinitely. Even if the thousands of palms were very strong, what could they do if they were far away and could not touch? The palms were very close but also very far away. The strange scene made the corpse bug heavenly demon's pupils shrink. There is an empty space in the Go board. No matter what you do, you will never gain anything in the empty space of the Go board. Gu-hai said indifferently. Kong Xian and the others goggled. Clearly, this sudden appearance of the Milky Way was too unexpected. Horror flashed in the eyes of the corpse bug demon. Clearly, the corpse bug demon could tell how incredible this Go ritual array was. It was not just incredible. That Milky Way was like an empty space in the Go board. If the corpse bug demon went in, it would not be able to come out anytime soon. Gu-hai, your Go Dao is indeed incredible. I have not felt this in a long time. Back when I went to the Yang realm, only Jiang Lianshan could fight me. Ha. Ha 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 ha. You are the second person after Jiang Lianshan. The corpse bug demon said coldly. Jiang Lianshan fought you before? In that case, you lost to Jiang Lianshan back then? Gu-hai's expression changed. That was because he was not in the corpse grave realm. Here, how could he be a match for me? Don't think that you are incredible just because you know the Go Dao. The Go Dao is not enough before me. The corpse bug demon said coldly. After saying that coldly, the corpse bug demon waved its hand. Boom. With the heavenly corpse bug demon as the center, an endless amount of corpse chi suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, covering everything in its path. As the corpse chi surged out, one corpse bug demon after another appeared in the corpse chi. Corpse worm domain. Kong Xian's expression changed. Heavenly Palace Great Perfection Divine Path Domain? Mosquito Doran's expression darkened. Rolling corpse chi instantly rushed toward the Milky Way region. The countless corpse bugs and heavenly demons did not attack. Instead, they channeled more and more corpse chi. The corpse chi gradually liquefied and turned into rolling black water. It covered the sky and covered the earth, drowning everyone. The empty space on the chessboard that Gu-hai had drawn out, the area of the Milky Way, was also surging with endless corpse aura. Walala! In an instant it flooded a large area. There was too much corpse chi, as if it could drown the world. Gu-hai's expression sank, but he found it rather strenuous to manipulate the Tao of chess laws. I'm at the great perfection of the heavenly palace. Under the domain of the divine path, I can slowly push out the otherworldly laws. Chess laws? You can also be pushed out by my corpse bug domain. Are you finding it difficult to use your Go laws? Ha 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 ha, once all the laws are forced out, let's see how you can escape from my hands. The 10,000 corpse bug heavenly demons all said coldly. Whoosh, whoosh. The overwhelming corpse chi surged around Gu-hai. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal on Gu-hai's forehead released a light. Immediately, the image of a chessboard appeared in the air. Gu-hai's group stood at the divine prime position. The surrounding empty space looked like a boundless starry sky, allowing the surging corpse chi to fill it. However, as the Go laws were pushed out, the chessboard could hold less corpse chi. Your Majesty, let's charge out, Kong Xian said anxiously. That won't do. Lord Kong, as long as we step out of His Majesty's chessboard, we will enter the corpse chi region. That will be certain death. We will be trapped. Mosquito Doran said anxiously. Chong Ming also felt anxious. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at the increasing corpse qi. In the past, this emperor searched everywhere for corpse qi to cultivate. Now that corpse qi has delivered itself to him, is there any reason to fear it? Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Buzz. His heavenly soul immediately produced a suction force. His heavenly soul started to absorb the surging corpse qi. The corpse qi that entered the chessboard suddenly surged into Gu Hai's body. Rumble! Gu Hai's body became like a bottomless pit, absorbing the surging corpse qi. What? You can absorb corpse qi as well? The corpse bug heavenly demon's expression changed. The corpse bug heavenly demon did not dare to step into the chessboard region. It could only use corpse qi to drown Gu Hai. However, who could have expected that Gu Hai could absorb corpse qi and that this corpse qi was ineffective against him? Humph! Let's see how much you can absorb. You'll be stuffed to death. The corpse bug heavenly demon roared. Boom! Even more liquid corpse qi surged into Gu Hai's chessboard, surging towards Gu Hai like a flood. However, Gu Hai was not afraid. The surging power surged into his heavenly soul and into his heavenly eye. The great compassion poem of heaven and earth activated automatically. Gu Hai wanted to use the corpse qi to reach the 4th level of the heavenly palace. However, a strange scene happened. The corpse qi did not condense into a new corpse qi core. Instead, it surged into the previous corpse qi core. After the corpse qi core absorbed the corpse qi, it turned into a strange power and rushed into the pupil of the heavenly eye. What's going on? The great compassion poem of heaven and earth can only condense one type of qi core at each level of the heavenly palace? Gu Hai said in shock. The heavenly eye suddenly felt like it was swelling. It continued to absorb more corpse qi as if the energy inside had been accumulated to the limit. It had to be released. Otherwise, the heavenly eye would explode. No, this can't happen. Gu Hai's expression changed. Buzz. His glabella shook, and the heavenly eye appeared. As soon as the heavenly eye opened, a black light spread out. The corpse qi absorbed seemed to have been modified by the heavenly eye. It changed from quantity to quality and suddenly burst out. Gu Hai suddenly opened his third eye. As soon as it appeared, a black light shot out from it. Whoosh! It rushed through the chessboard and shot toward a corpse bug heavenly demon. What kind of dharma spell is this? The corpse bug heavenly demon's hair stood on end instinctively. Boom! With a deafening sound, the entire corpse bug domain seemed to be cut in half by the black light. It was torn in half. The black light did not slow down and instantly pierced through the chest of a corpse bug heavenly demon's clone. Bang! A bowl-sized hole appeared in the chest of the corpse bug heavenly demon. The black light passed through the body and continued to tear apart the corpse bug domain. Cough, cough, cough. That's impossible. That's just a clone. The corpse bug heavenly demons cried out in horror. It would be fine even if the domain clone was destroyed. But what was going on in front of them? A bowl-sized hole appeared on the chests of each of the 10,000 corpse bug heavenly devils, not the one that Ji Hao was talking about. Bang! The entire corpse bug domain suddenly exploded, and the 10,000 corpse bug heavenly demons instantly merged into one. The corpse bug heavenly demon clutched the large hole in its chest and looked at Gu Hai in horror. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, and Chang Ming also goggled. His Majesty's third eye. What is this? Buzz! However, they saw Gu Hai's heavenly eye shrink and disappear. Without the corpse bug domain, Gu Hai grasped the strong Go Dao laws again. Immediately, the air moved and the chessboard quickly enlarged. Why? Why did you only injure my deity Dao clone? Why can you also injure my main body? Why? The corpse bug heavenly demon roared in shock. Unrighteous deeds bring about self-destruction, Gu Hai said coldly, not bothering to explain further. It was not that Gu Hai did not want to explain, but that he could not. The black light that came out of the heavenly eye was the energy provided by the corpse bug heavenly demon. Now that the corpse bug heavenly demon was gone, he could not use it again. Suddenly, the corpse bug heavenly demon's expression changed. What is your relationship with Jiang Chen? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Jiang Chen's god-destroying heavenly eye. Yes, that's Jiang Chen's god-destroying heavenly eye. Was that the god-destroying light? During the war of sorcerers and demons in ancient times, Jiang Chen used the god-destroying heavenly eye to kill many divine path cultivators. Is that your god-destroying heavenly eye? What is your relationship with Jiang Chen? The corpse bug heavenly demon's expression changed. Jiang Chen? God-destroying heavenly eye? God-destroying light? Gu Hai's face fell. Could it be that Jiang Chen also had the god-destroying heavenly eye? However, now was not the time to talk nonsense with the corpse bug heavenly demon. Gu Hai waved his hand. Boom! The Go Dao of chess was activated, and a huge Go Dao array was formed, enveloping the corpse bug heavenly demon in an instant. The bowl-sized hole could not kill the corpse bug heavenly demon. After all, Gu Hai still remembered how terrifying Rokudo Shinkuan was. Die. Unless he was reduced to ashes. Now, Gu Hai could not kill him, and there could not be a second beam of black light from the heavenly eye. However, although Gu Hai could not kill the corpse bug heavenly demon, it did not mean that he could not deal with the corpse bug heavenly demon. After all, Gu Hai knew Go Dao arrays. With the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal's heavenly Go chess as the source, Gu Hai immediately arranged a 35 heavens and earth's array. Boom! The void seemed to be magnified hundreds of millions of times in an instant. The corpse bug heavenly demon was instantly transported to the starry sky. It was not that easy to find a way out in such a vast space. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Fight me again if you can. The corpse bug heavenly demon's roar came from the starry sky. However, Gu Hai ignored it. The 35 Go Dao arrays were enough to trap the corpse bug heavenly demon. Fighting again? Once Xiao Chen became stronger, he would come and destroy the corpse bug heavenly demon. You cannot trap me. I still have a sea of corpse bugs. 1,000 corpse bugs can save me. A furious roar came from the starry sky. Gu Hai looked at the starry sky, feeling confused. Whoosh! However, he heard a loud sound in the distance. It came from the battlefield where the unborn man was. The black energy withdrew, and the unborn man appeared. However, the countless corpse bugs that charged at him earlier strangely got trapped in a transparent barrier carved with 8 trigrams. Crack! The unborn man extended his hand and squeezed. The transparent barrier shrank, turning into a small sphere that contained thousands of corpse bugs. However, the unborn man captured the corpse bugs. I have already captured your corpse bug heavenly demon subordinates, the unborn man said coldly. No. Let me out. Gu Hai, you despicable person. If you are capable, fight me one-on-one. Let me out of this starry sky. Otherwise, when I come out, I will exterminate your entire sect. I will not rest until I die. The corpse bug heavenly demon roared. However, Gu Hai ignored it. It was not that easy to get out of the starry sky set up by the 35 heavens and earth's array. Furthermore, even if Gu Hai let the corpse bug heavenly demon out, would the grudge be resolved? What a joke! Chapter 956. Your Majesty, the corpse bugs earlier were somewhat problematic, so... The unborn man immediately flew over. It's fine. It is enough that you dealt with those corpse bugs. The corpse bugs are too powerful. Even the lifespan Dao cannot do anything to them, Gu Hai said, shaking his head. Yes. The unborn man nodded. Your Majesty, Bodhisattva Lian Xing disappeared as well. Should we look for Bodhisattva Lian Xing first, or go to Crown Prince Guhan's place? Kong Xian asked with a frown. I already found Guhan's place. He is here as well. However, he is in a different time period like the 2 space-time periods you were in earlier. They are here, Gu Hai said solemnly. Everyone's expression changed. Your Majesty, we came out of the netherworld earlier. When we returned, we appeared here. How about we try again? The unborn man asked. All right. Gu Hai nodded. However, the unborn man swung his hand in the air. Buzz. A tear appeared in space, and a large amount of yang energy surged out. Let's go. Everyone immediately rushed out. They instantly appeared in a mountain forest. However, the surrounding forests and countless plants had all strangely withered. Hey! It was not like this earlier, Kong Xian said in shock. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He understood that Emperor Kong and the other people of the Great Yellow Dynasty probably came out with the 6 resentful Spirit Kings' corpses and left already. Let's go back first, Gu Hai said. Yes, the unborn man answered. Ling Su swung his hand in the air, and another entrance to the 2 worlds appeared. Everyone immediately stepped in. The moment they entered, they heard boundless Buddhist chanting. Many huge golden swastika symbols floated in the surroundings. Not far away, the withered lamp Buddha was inside a blazing sun. The withered lamp Buddha showed a pained expression as if he was struggling with 2 conflicting thoughts. Not far away, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng and Gu Han held their palms together. Golden light radiated from their bodies. It looked like countless Buddhas and Bodhisattva images stood in the surroundings, chanting scriptures and giving off Buddhist hymns. The Buddhist voice surged towards withered lamp Buddha in the center of the blazing sun. Withered lamp Buddha's head hurt even more. Ah, the Peak Lord's orders cannot be disobeyed. Kill, kill, kill. I have made a great vow to resolve the sufferings of the common people and create a world of pure bliss. I will never forget my original intentions. Withered lamp Buddha let out 2 different sounds. As they clashed, his head hurt more and more. Esteemed Master, Disciple Rulai has put down his butcher's knife and understands esteemed Master's painstaking efforts. Gu Han respectfully bowed to withered lamp Buddha. Master, Disciple Lien Sheng will definitely assist first senior brother in his previous life to rebuild Nalanda Temple. It is my duty to save the common people from suffering. I will never forget Master's words. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng also bowed respectfully. At the side, Qin Zibai sat beside Gu Han and muttered to himself. The wisdom divine scepter in his hand gave off a green light. Withered lamp Buddha screamed in pain. Boom! A small hole immediately appeared in withered lamp Buddha's forehead. Black energy spread out from the hole, and it looked like a corpse bug was writhing in pain. Crack! 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 The corpse bug seemed to be suppressing withered lamp Buddha's consciousness, and withered lamp Buddha's consciousness was suppressing it as well. When Gu Hai and the others suddenly appeared, their expressions sank. The corpse bug heavenly demon is really careful. Withered lamp Buddha's clone listens to him in the first place. However, he was still worried and planted a corpse bug in withered lamp Buddha's head, Mosquito Daran said in shock. His wariness is not without reason. At the very least, withered lamp Buddha's will is resisting now, Gu Hai said seriously. Boom! Immediately, that withered lamp Buddha's head gave off a loud sound. A large hole immediately appeared in withered lamp Buddha's head. The corpse bug inside screamed miserably and instantly exploded into pieces. Withered lamp Buddha's body withered, and the sun around him dimmed as well. At this moment, the struggle on withered lamp Buddha's face disappeared, replaced by a benevolent expression as he looked at Gu Han and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Gautama, you finally put down your butcher's knife? Withered lamp Buddha asked weakly. Master, this disciple already fully understands. I will do my best to wash away the sins of my previous life in this life. Heaven left this corpse grave realm with trillions of resentful spirits. This disciple is willing to purify these trillions of resentful spirits as the first step. If the resentful spirits are not purified, I will not become a Buddha, Gu Han said solemnly. Withered lamp Buddha gently waved his hand. Whoosh! Withered Lamp Buddha immediately withdrew his 3 layers of past will. Aside from the 35-line pair world formation that Gu Hai laid, the surroundings of the corpse mound realm were dyed scarlet by the overwhelming resentment. The surging resentment spirits had multiplied by more than 100 times. They were everywhere. The more resentment spirits there were, the more miserable cries there were. Resentment and resentment mutually promoted each other, as if they were sublimating each other, increasing continuously. Resentment? What heavy resentment! Could it be that all the resentful spirits in the corpse pit were released? Given the rising resentment, it will soon shatter the corpse grave realm and harm the common people. Withered Lamp Buddha exclaimed in shock. If the resentful spirits are not purified, this disciple will not leave the corpse grave realm. Gu Han said solemnly. Withered Lamp Buddha looked around and finally smiled bitterly. 3 generations of Buddhist intent? Purifying trillions of resentful spirits? The 3 of you happen to be a combination of 3 generations of Buddhas. However, there are too many resentful spirits, too many. You will not be able to handle it. This disciple will try his best. Gu Han said solemnly again. Lian Xing. Withered Lamp Buddha looked at Bodhisattva Lian Xing. This disciple is here. Bodhisattva Lian Xing said respectfully. Many thanks for your great kindness earlier. You helped me regain my lost nature, allowing me to regain my original heart. Withered Lamp Buddha said gratefully. This disciple should do what he should. Furthermore, this disciple alone would not be enough. I need first senior brother's reincarnation to help. Only then. Bodhisattva Lian Xing immediately said. You already understand the meaning of the Dharmic name Lian Xing. I am already very gratified. Withered Lamp Buddha pressed his palms together. Yes, Master. Bodhisattva Lian Xing said respectfully. Gautama? Master's greatest hope is for you to put down the butcher's knife. This is because Master understands that you putting down the butcher's knife is more important to the common people than me cultivating Buddhism for my entire life. Right now, although I am a copy, my Buddhist heart has not changed. I am the original me. We cultivators of Buddhism cultivate the Buddhist heart. Our physical bodies are just shells, Withered Lamp Buddha said solemnly. Yes, Master. Gu Han bowed respectfully. Although Gu Han knew that this was just a copy, a fake Withered Lamp Buddha, he understood that the Buddhist heart was the foundation of Withered Lamp Buddha. With the Buddhist heart, one could live forever. Master is gratified that you can think of purifying these trillions of resentful spirits. Master's 3 souls are damaged and do not have much time left. At the last moment, I will help the 3 of you divide these resentful spirits and form a 13-floor eternal Buddhist pagoda. Each floor has its own space to divide the resentful spirits so that you can purify them. Withered Lamp Buddha said as he pressed his palms together. Master, you can't. Bodhisattva Lian Xing's expression changed. 13-floor eternal Buddhist pagoda? That is Nalanda Temple's eternal Buddhist pagoda technique? Qin Zibai exclaimed in shock. Buzz! Then, Shao Chen saw Withered Lamp Buddha chanting in the sky. The blazing sun on his body suddenly released bright light, illuminating the surroundings. The blazing sun wrapped around the severely injured Withered Lamp Buddha and slowly changed shape, turning into a golden pagoda. The moment the gigantic pagoda appeared, it reached the sky and landed on the ground. There were a total of 13 floors, and each floor had 9 sides. Suddenly, all the doors of the 9-sided pagoda opened. Creak! A total of 117 doors opened, producing a strong suction force. Woo! 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 The surrounding resentful spirits cried out as the pagoda's suction force sucked them in. Rumble! The surging resentful spirits were immediately sucked into the eternal Buddhist pagoda. It was like a whale sucking in water, filling the entire corpse grave realm. Master! Bodhisattva Lian Xing cried out anxiously and sorrowfully. Solemnly, only Gu Han suddenly bowed and said, Master turned his body into a pagoda and saved the common people. This disciple congratulates Master on achieving enlightenment. When Gu Han bowed, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng and Qin Zibai looked at him in shock. They immediately understood what Gu Han meant. Wasn't this withered lamp Buddha's grand wish? Now, he turned his body into a pagoda and completed his grand wish. Didn't this mean that he achieved enlightenment? They should congratulate him. Congratulations, Master, on achieving enlightenment. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said respectfully. Congratulations, withered lamp Buddha, on achieving enlightenment. Qin Zibai said respectfully as well. The three slowly walked to the eternal Buddhist pagoda. Rumble. Resentful spirits surged over. The three slightly drove the pagoda, and the pagoda absorbed them even faster. In just one day, nearly all the resentful spirits were sucked into the eternal Buddhist pagoda. Only 1% of the resentful spirits remained outside. Creak. The pagoda's 117 doors closed at the same time. At this moment, the eternal Buddhist pagoda seemed to expand several times, filling the surroundings and forming an illusory pagoda. Woo 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 woo. Inside the pagoda, countless resentful spirits wailed. The boundless resentment in the world surged over, crashing into the pagoda. The pagoda shook as if on the verge of shattering. Oh no! The resentment in this world is too great. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said anxiously. There are too many resentful spirits, and the eternal Buddha pagoda can't hold them all. The resentful spirits inside are controlling the overflowing resentment outside, wanting to destroy the eternal Buddha pagoda. What should we do? Qin Zibai said anxiously. Resentment? There is too much resentment. Perhaps Master's efforts will go to waste. Gu Han also revealed an anxious expression. Are you worried about the resentment in this world? Gu Hai asked. Yes. The resentment comes from all the resentful spirits in the pagoda and is connected to them. Although the pagoda imprisons the resentful spirits, there is too much resentment outside, continuously attacking the pagoda. The pagoda might. Gu Han said worriedly. What if there is no more resentment? Gu Hai asked. Ah. Gu Han said, feeling confused. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, protect this emperor. Gu Hai said. Yes, the two answered. However, when they saw Gu Hai sitting down cross-legged, they immediately drove their heavenly soul and executed the great compassion poem to absorb the resentment. Rumble. The boundless resentment that dyed the corpse mound realm red seemed to abandon all resentful spirits and gathered around Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's body was like a black hole, crazily sucking in this overwhelming resentment. Shao Chen swallowed up the resentful spirits even faster than the eternal Buddhist pagoda earlier. Gu Hai quickly absorbed the surging resentment. At the same time, it surged into the heavenly eye of his heavenly soul, forming a new chi core, the resentment pill. Chapter 957. Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran stood guard. Gu Hai sat down cross-legged and circulated the great compassion poem. Immediately, his entire body became like a black hole, crazily swallowing the surging resentment. That horrifying speed made the eyelids of Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran twitch. The heavenly palace cultivates energy. However, isn't the speed at which His Majesty swallows energy a little too exaggerated? Kong Xian said in shock. It's not just exaggerated. This is resentment. There are many types of energy. Most of them choose to cultivate energy that is compatible with one's body or a mild energy. This resentment is exceptionally ferocious and messes with one's mind. Ordinary people would not dare to touch it. Mosquito Daoran said in shock as well. Despite the shock, the two guarded Gu Hai diligently. Even Gu Han and Chong Ming did not allow them to get close. Rumble. The eternal Buddha pagoda at the side shook and gradually stabilized. Even the roaring of the countless resentment spirits inside could not shake the eternal Buddha pagoda after losing the support of the external resentment. Absorb. 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 In just 2 hours, Boom! Gu Hai's body immediately roared, and a shock wave spread out from Gu Hai's body. After the witchcraft chi pill and the corpse chi pill, the third scarlet resentment pill formed in the heavenly eye. Heavenly Palace's fourth layer. The three chi pills revolved around the heavenly eye, giving off strands of strange energy. However, there was still a boundless amount of resentment outside. Xiao Chun had just absorbed 1/3 of the chi pills. Would he waste all that resentment? Gu Hai tried again, hoping to form the fourth chi pill. After all, others could form the same chi pill. After trying again and again, Gu Hai gave up. Like the corpse chi earlier, he could not form the fourth chi pill. He could only form one resentment pill. Can I only stop here? This won't do. Gu Hai was unwilling to give up. Xiao Chun continued absorbing. Rumble. Sure enough, the rolling resentment was absorbed like the previous corpse chi, but it didn't condense into a resentment pill. Instead, it caused the heavenly eye to swell, as if a force was gathering, wanting to shoot out the same kind of divine light as before. Previously, the corpse chi's divine light was so powerful that it tore apart the corpse bug heavenly demon's domain. Now, it was the same for the resentment chi. His heavenly eye swelled, but Gu Hai was still trying to find the maximum tolerance. Breathe, breathe, breathe! 2/3 of the resentment in the outside world was still surging toward Gu Hai. The eternal Buddha pagoda had completely stabilized and was no longer affected by resentment. Gu Han, who was at the side, was shocked. He put his palms together. When he saw how powerful his father was, joy flashed in his eyes. 2 hours. 4 hours. Finally, the last strand of resentment was completely absorbed by Gu Hai. Buzz! Gu Hai's body trembled. His heavenly eye couldn't take it anymore. The divine light didn't appear. Instead, it strangely condensed into a scarlet, thread-like divine light that surrounded the resentment pill. Gu Hai had a feeling that the divine light had been refined and could be stored in the resentment pill, ready to be released at any time. As long as he wanted to, he could shoot it out with his heavenly eye. Shoot it out now? No, how powerful was this divine light? Previously, he broke the corpse bug heavenly demon's domain and even shot a bowl-sized hole in its chest. How could he waste it? The corpse bug heavenly demon said that this is called the god-killing light? Gu Hai thought. A god-killing light stuck to the resentment pill. It looked ordinary, but only Gu Hai knew how powerful this god-killing light was. Just as Gu Hai was feeling happy, suddenly all the hair on Gu Hai's body stood on end. A great threat of death enveloped him. Oh no! Gu Hai suddenly opened his eyes and instinctively waved his hand. Endless Tao of chess laws were immediately activated by Gu Hai. In an instant, countless galaxies appeared around Gu Hai. Boom! It was as if the starry sky had exploded. The void expanded countless times. Corpse bug domain, no. The corpse bug heavenly demon's desperate voice suddenly came from the void. Rumble! Rolling corpse chi instantly drowned Gu Hai and the others. At the same time, the corpse bug heavenly demon that came to sneak an attack was thrown far away by the array formation. The overwhelming liquid corpse chi instantly drowned the surroundings. Retrieve. Gu Hai stared. The great compassion poem of heaven and earth was activated again. The rolling corpse chi was absorbed by his heavenly eye again. That was close. Kong Xian and the others' expressions changed. Gu Hai suddenly got up and stepped into the sky, heading toward the corpse bug heavenly demon in the distance. As the rolling corpse chi approached Gu Hai, he absorbed it all in the blink of an eye. That corpse bug heavenly demon felt extremely depressed. Just a little more, and I could have destroyed Gu Hai. How did you find the exit of the array formation? Gu Hai asked with a sullen expression. Initially, he thought that he trapped the corpse bug heavenly demon in the void. However, the corpse bug heavenly demon found its way back in the blink of an eye. How could Gu Hai not worry? Humph! Gu Hai, Do you know that you are making an enemy of my heavenly demon Holy Land? The corpse bug heavenly demon did not answer. Gu Hai looked coldly at the corpse bug heavenly demon. After thinking for a while, his expression changed slightly. I understand. Resentment energy. You found it by following the direction of the resentment energy. Humph. The corpse bug heavenly demon snorted coldly. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. However, he understood that this was just a coincidence. Didn't you say that I would not give you a chance? Now I will give you a chance. Don't you have the corpse bug domain? I will not use the heavenly eye to fight with you. How about it? Gu Hai said coldly. That's what you said. Ah. You are seeking death. The corpse bug heavenly demon laughed loudly. Boom. Immediately, surging liquid corpse chi surged towards Gu Hai from all directions. However, Gu Hai pushed the great compassion poem of the world to its limits, allowing the corpse chi to enter his body. Rumble. Immediately, the surging corpse chi was absorbed. The corpse bug heavenly demon immediately charged at Gu Hai. However, within the Go Dao ritual array, Gu Hai's figure flickered. The corpse bug heavenly demon could not touch him at all. I don't believe that my corpse bug domain cannot compare to your Go Dao ritual array. The corpse bug heavenly demon said with a ferocious expression. More corpse chi surged towards Gu Hai. However, all of this was like a huge tonic. The corpse bug heavenly demon turned into thousands of incarnations and continuously chased after Gu Hai. However, it could not even touch the corner of Gu Hai's clothes. This made the corpse bug heavenly demon increasingly anxious. Chase. Chase. After chasing for 2 hours, the corpse bug heavenly demon paled somewhat. When it turned its head, its expression changed. My domain? You are snatching the corpse chi in my domain? The corpse bug heavenly demon exclaimed in horror. However, in the 2 hours earlier, the corpse chi in the corpse bug domain had already decreased by more than half. The corpse bug heavenly demon immediately withdrew its corpse bug domain and panted heavily. Clearly, the corpse chi that Gu Hai snatched earlier drained the corpse bug heavenly demon significantly. Buzz! Gu Hai's figure trembled. In that instant earlier, after absorbing the boundless corpse chi, he had condensed a god-vanquishing light formed by the corpse chi in his corpse chi core. A second god-vanquishing light? Good! Gu Hai immediately laughed loudly. Gu Hai, you lied to me and stole my corpse chi? The corpse bug heavenly demon glared at him in shock and anger. Gu Hai looked at the corpse bug heavenly demon and was in a good mood. With a second god vanquishing light, Gu Hai could fight against the corpse bug heavenly demon. As long as he used it well, he could deal a fatal blow to the corpse bug heavenly demon. However, Gu Hai did not do so. These 2 god-vanquishing lights were his greatest reliance. How could he waste them? Many thanks to the corpse bug heavenly demon for fulfilling my wish. Now, you can return to the array. Gu Hai flung his sleeve. Boom. The Go Dao array immediately swept the corpse bug heavenly demon into the starry sky and disappeared in an instant. No, Gu Hai, you liar, you liar. The corpse bug heavenly demon's angry roar came from the depths of the starry sky. However, would Gu Hai care about him? He turned his head and looked around. The corpse grave realm is still not safe enough. Since that is the case, I'll lay a super ritual array for Han. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and waved. Gu Hai immediately moved the Go Dao laws in the void. Strands of purple energy interweaved in the void. Suddenly, countless changes appeared in the stars in the sky. Gu Hai arranged the stars and laid a super ritual array. Gu Hai continuously improved and strengthened the 35-line pair world ritual array. After 6 hours, Gu Hai stopped. Buzz! The surrounding void turned chaotic and hazy. No one could tell east from west. Only then did Gu Hai arrive at Gu Han's place. Your Majesty, was that the corpse bug heavenly demon earlier? The mosquito Daoran asked worriedly. There's no need to worry. We have already trapped him in the 35-line pair world ritual array. He can't come out anymore, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Everyone felt shocked. That was a consummation Heavenly Palace expert. However, he could not resist the Go Dao ritual array at all. Han, are you sure you want to purify these trillions of resentful spirits? Gu Hai looked at Gu Han. Yes, father. This child has already made a great wish. Solemnly, Gu Han said. Ancient Emperor, I will stay behind to accompany Gu Han. Many thanks for this trip. Bodhisattva Lien Xing bowed respectfully. Bodhisattva Lien Xing is too polite. You helped me by helping Gu Han. I should be the one thanking you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, this subject will also stay behind to accompany Crown Prince Gu Han. Qin Zibai said respectfully. Good. Even if you did not say that, we would have let you stay behind. We will tell Imoyak that your Qin clan does not need to worry. We will ensure their safety. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Qin Zibai nodded. Also, do not leave the 300 zhang radius of this eternal Buddha pagoda. I laid a ritual array beyond this 300 zhang radius, which is filled with boundless danger. Once you enter, it will be difficult to get out. These are 3 exit talismans. I have already infused some Go Dao laws into them. Crush 1 talisman and you can bring 1 person out. However, you can only leave and not enter. Gu Hai handed over 3 jade talismans. Yes. The 3 answered. Furthermore, the Go Dao ritual array completely covers the corpse grave realm. No one can enter. Even Master Shou would get lost if he did not immediately leave after entering. Just rest assured and stay here. Solemnly, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Yes. Han, father will not stay any longer. I still have matters to attend to in the Yang realm. Take care of yourself. If there is anything, use the exit talisman to leave the corpse grave realm. Then, use this Guqin figurine to contact us. Chong Ming will inform me immediately. Gu Hai took out a Guqin figurine and handed it to Gu Han. Father, rest assured. This child is fine. Gu Han nodded. Gu Hai nodded. Then, he led Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Chong Ming, and the unborn man into the ritual array. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the dusky corpse grave realm. Father, take care. Solemnly, Gu Han bowed in the direction that Gu Hai left in. After bowing, Gu Han slowly led Bodhisattva Lien Xing and Qin Zibai into the Eternal Buddha Pagoda. The 2 of you, we will start from the first floor of the pagoda. Then, we will go up floor by floor, solemnly, Gu Han said. Yes, the 2 answered. Creak. The doors closed, and the 2 started to purify the resentful spirits. Ritual arrays covered the entire corpse grave realm. Others would definitely get lost in there, but not Gu Hai. Gu Hai quickly led the group out of the corpse grave realm. Chapter 958. Yang World, Spiritual Mountain Holy Land. Chun Shinshou's clothes were somewhat tattered as he rushed to the Mahavira Hall in a fluster. Inside the Mahavira Hall, Jiang Rulai and the past Buddha frowned as they looked at Chun Shinshou. Kong Xian. Kong Xian killed the sword god 6 paths. It's true. Chun Shinshou said anxiously. The past Buddha frowned slightly. Are you talking about the sword god 6 paths clone that we gave to the corpse bug sky demon? How can that be? How can Kong Xian be a match for the sword god 6 paths? What's the point of lying to you about this? Kong Xian really did kill the sword god 6 paths. If not for me running fast enough, I would not have been able to return, Chun Shinshou said with lingering fear. Disbelief flashed in the past Buddha's eyes as he looked at Jiang Rulai. After a moment of silence, Jiang Rulai said, Are you saying that Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, the unborn man, that Chong Ming, and Bodhisattva Lien Xing went to the corpse grave realm together? Yes. The Peak Master sent me, Taoist Fly, the sword god 6 paths, and the withered lamp Buddha to deal with them. However, while I was dealing with the unborn man, Kong Xian actually killed the sword god Six Paths. If not for me running fast enough, Chun Shinsho said anxiously. How did you manage to escape? In that case, why did you not go to the corpse bug sky demon but come to me instead? Suspicion flashed in Jiang Rulai's eyes. The corpse bug sky demon is too headstrong. He can't even be bothered with managing luck in the corpse grave realm. Furthermore, the group of resentful spirit kings at the center of the corpse grave realm is extremely strong. Even the corpse bug sky demon does not dare to barge in. I was worried that something might happen, so I came to ask for your help, Chun Shinsho said anxiously. Jiang Rulai and the past Buddha stared at Chun Shinsho, seeming to doubt him. What are you all looking at me for? Although I'm not from the heavenly demon Holy Land, we can be considered to be allies. How could I lie to you about this? Chun Shinsho said anxiously. Jiang Rulai was silent for a moment before his eyes narrowed. What you said makes sense. But, Buddha, how can Gu Hai and the others go there? Could it be? Not good. For Gu Han? How is that possible? How does Gu Hai know about Gu Han's whereabouts? The past Buddha's eyes suddenly widened. Jiang Rulai's face darkened slightly. Jiang Rulai, you should go and take a look. Gu Hai's group is really fierce, especially that Kong Xian. The 6 paths of Sword God. Even the 6 paths of Sword God died at his hands. Chun Shinsho said anxiously. The corpse mound world has the corpse bug heavenly demon in charge. He is at the great perfection of heavenly palace. Who is his opponent? Moreover, he doesn't like others meddling in his affairs. Jiang Rulai said with a frown. But what if? Chun Shinsho said worriedly. Jiang Rulai suddenly looked at Chun Shinsho. Why are you looking at me? Chun Shinsho suddenly shouted. Chun Shinsho, Gu Hai's location is extremely secretive. Logically speaking, no one should know about his whereabouts. How did Gu Hai find him? Secondly, if I remember correctly, you once lied to us about the situation and asked us to help you. This is even stranger. The corpse mound world is in trouble, but you didn't report to the corpse bug heavenly demon first. Instead, you came to complain to me first? Jiang Rulai still looked at Chun Shinsho with suspicion. You still doubt me? Didn't I ask you to help me get a longevity pearl last time? Is there a need to take it to heart? Didn't the vast freedom heavenly demon say that this matter is over? Chun Shinsho immediately shouted gloomily. Correction, you didn't ask us for help. You lied to us to go to that place. We were deceived. Jiang Rulai said solemnly. All right, this time it's true. What's there to doubt? You'll know once you go. Moreover, that Gu Hai isn't in the limitless celestial capital now. Why don't you send someone to the limitless celestial capital and destroy his limitless celestial capital? I knew I wasn't lying to you. Chun Shinsho said gloomily. Jiang Rulai and the past Buddha looked at each other. Alright. If what Chun Shinsho said is true, even if the limitless celestial capital has experts, it's limited. The past Buddha nodded. Let the 6 paths of Sword God go. Jiang Rulai said solemnly. 6 paths of Sword God? Didn't you give him to the corpse bug heavenly demon? Moreover, he was killed by Kong Xian just now. Chun Shinsho said in surprise. Who said I only replicated the 6 paths of Sword God? Jiang Rulai said indifferently. Chun Shinsho said in surprise. The past Buddha walked to the back of the hall. Soon, the past Buddha entered the hall with a man in a golden robe. It's really the same. Another 6 paths of Sword God? Divine blood replication, what a powerful divine blood replication. Doesn't that mean you can have as many as you want? Jiang Rulai, how many replicas of the 6 paths of Sword God do you have? Chun Shinsho said in surprise. Jiang Rulai ignored Chun Shinsho and looked at the 6 paths of Sword God who followed the past Buddha into the hall. Buddha, the 6 paths of Sword God said respectfully. Head to the limitless celestial capital immediately and check if Gu Hai is in the limitless celestial capital. If he isn't, destroy the limitless celestial capital immediately and scatter the fate of the Dahan. Jiang Rulai said solemnly. Yes. The 6 paths of Sword God replied. Whoosh! The 6 paths of Sword God rushed out of the hall and turned into a ray of light that shot toward the limitless celestial capital in the distance. Jiang Rulai was also quite curious. He slowly walked out of the hall of great strength and looked toward the limitless celestial capital, following the 6 paths of Sword God's flight speed. Shing! The 6 paths of Sword God flew past like a divine sword piercing through the clouds and mist, tearing apart the void. In just half an hour, he arrived outside the limitless celestial capital. Boom! He suddenly arrived outside the limitless celestial capital. Billions of sword chi instantly appeared around him and rushed in all directions. Not good, there's an enemy attack. Above the limitless celestial capital, there was a sudden cry of alarm. The life entrapment blade wasn't taken away by Gu Hai. Mo Yike slightly activated it and instantly formed a defensive formation that blocked the billions of sword chi. Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Mo Yike, Sima Chongkong, and Montez all walked to the soaring sky hall plaza with worried expressions. His Majesty wasn't here. Who was this expert? Where's Gu Hai? The golden-robed figure stopped in the air and shouted. Boom! The sound shook the 9 heavens. The sword chi even tore apart the clouds for thousands of miles. The expressions of the people of the limitless celestial capital changed drastically. This is Rokudo Shinkuan's golden god body clone? Mo Yike's pupils suddenly shrank. After all, 800,000 years ago, Mo Yike had seen Rokudo Shinkuan's appearance with his own eyes. In front of him, it was exactly the same. Moreover, the sharp aura was exactly the same. Mo Yike already knew of the 6 paths of Sword God's existence when he fought against Ho. Who would have thought that the 6 paths of Sword God would come again? His Majesty wasn't here. Dragon Goding, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Shanghai Hen, and Ao Shun weren't here. What should they do? There were also spies from all over the world in the limitless celestial capital. At this moment, their eyelids twitched when they saw the 6 paths of Sword God. They quickly used the Guqin figurines to spread the news. Not long ago, the leaders of the 6 factions who had sent their sons as hostages were shocked when they heard the news. Without hesitation, they flew toward the limitless celestial capital. 3 great emperors and 3 sect leaders. At this moment, the 6 of them had mixed feelings. Someone was causing havoc in the limitless celestial capital again? The limitless celestial capital was in troubled times. They hoped that someone would destroy the limitless celestial capital, but they were also worried that their sons would be injured. The 6 of them hurried over. In addition to the 6 of them, the great Yan celestial dynasty's war god Ho Xingtian also received the news. Is this true? Xingtian looked at a subordinate in front of him. Yes. If the news is correct, it should be the sword god sent by Jiang Rulai. The subordinate said respectfully. Oh? Interesting. Haha, I'll go take a look. Xingtian laughed. Boom! Xingtian rushed out of the main hall. Xingtian's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th tier of Heavenly Palace. His cultivation was higher than the 6 paths of Sword God, so naturally, he was faster. Not long after, outside the limitless celestial capital, many experts had gathered. The leaders of the 6 factions landed on a mountain peak, looking anxious. What a powerful aura! Why is this Sword Dao aura so strong? Similar to the Tongtian sect master in the past? An emperor's face darkened. Similar to the Tongtian sect master? Oh, I know. This is the sword god sent by the spiritual mountain Holy Land. In the previous battle, he destroyed countless stars. Another sect leader's eyes lit up. This sword Dao aura is so terrifying. No one in the world can compare. The 6 of us together may not be his match. Another emperor said with an ugly expression. Can Gu Hai block it? My son is still in the limitless celestial capital, a sect leader said with an ugly expression. Yes, he definitely can. Didn't he block it last time? The 6 of them looked on worriedly. Whoosh! Xingtian also arrived nearby and landed on a mountain peak. Sword Dao. It is indeed more powerful than the Tongtian sect masters, Xingtian said in surprise. In the sky, the sword god Samsara did not attack immediately. The Buddha had ordered them to test whether Gu Hai was there. They could only attack when he was not. Where is Gu Hai? Come out. The sword god Samsara glared and shouted again. His voice seemed to carry a strong sword will. In an instant, it was as if 10,000 swords were galloping and colliding with the boundary of the limitless celestial capital. However, Gu Hai did not appear at the entrance of the soaring palace. However, from not far away from the soaring palace hall, a large monk slowly walked out. It was a large monk that no one recognized. Gu Hai is not here? He is not in the limitless celestial capital? Then what should we do? An emperor said anxiously. The expressions of the leaders of the 6 factions changed drastically. At this moment, the 6 of them were ready to attack. As long as the limitless celestial capital was in danger, they would immediately save their son. Gu Hai left the limitless celestial capital again? Xingtian was puzzled. Far away, at the entrance of the great Buddha's hall in the spirited mountain Holy Land, Jiang Rulai narrowed his eyes. As expected, Gu Hai is not in the limitless celestial capital. Furthermore, Dragon God Ing, Shangguanhen, Kong Xian, and Mosquito Daoran are all not here. The limitless celestial capital is now an empty shell. Buddha, the limitless celestial capital is an empty shell? Doesn't that mean? The Buddha of the past's eyes lit up. Jiang Rulai nodded. That's right. The sword god Samsara can attack now. As he spoke, Jiang Rulai put his palms together and a voice was transmitted to the ears of the sword god Samsara in the distance. You can attack now. Destroy the limitless celestial capital and destroy its fate. Jiang Rulai's voice was transmitted. The sword god Samsara's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said respectfully, yes. Whoosh. The sword god Samsara drew his sacred sword. Chapter 959. Upon receiving Jiang Rulai's order, the dominator of the 6 paths' eyes shone with murderous intent. Xing. He instantly drew his sacred sword. As soon as the sacred sword was drawn, the threat of death spread in all directions. The surging murderous intent made everyone tremble. The storm of sword auras suddenly increased tenfold. Rumble! The swords crashed into the limitless celestial capital's defensive formation. The formation trembled as if it would shatter at any moment. Gu Hai isn't here? Since Gu Hai isn't in the limitless celestial capital, there's no point in keeping it. The dominator of the 6 paths waved his hand slightly. 1. The billions of sword auras that were dancing in all directions suddenly turned and pointed at the limitless celestial capital. The aura of the billions of sword auras instantly made countless people feel a sense of fear and suffocation. My lord, what should we do now? My lord, when will His Majesty return? Where's Lord Kongxian? A group of nervous officials asked anxiously. What's the point of all this noise? The limitless celestial capital hasn't reached its end yet. Chen Tianshan shouted. Yes. All the officials quietened down. Mo Yike looked at the monk who just walked out. It was Mahavairakana, who had been reading scriptures recently. Master, the enemy might be. Mo Yike looked at Mahavairakana. Although Mo Yike didn't know Mahavairakana's identity, Gu Hai once said that if a powerful enemy came, he could ask Mahavairakana for help. Mahavairakana smiled and said, Don't worry. Mahavairakana's smile made Mo Yike understand instantly. He was no longer worried. Montez, Gao Xianji, Sima Changkong, and Chen Tianshan saw Mo Yike's expression and understood. Mahavairakana took a step forward. In the distance, the leaders of the 6 forces were terrified. My son is inside. He's not from the Dahan imperial dynasty. He's innocent. The 6 of them rushed out, wanting to stop him. Scram! Sword God 6 Paths coldly shouted. A wave of aura was emitted from his body. Boom! The 6 of them were immediately sent flying by the shockwave. What? The 6 of them cried out in shock. In front of the Sword God, he was actually no match for his aura? My son, run! The 6 of them pounced toward the infinite celestial capital at almost the same time. They wanted to save their sons in this moment of crisis. At this moment, most people felt that the limitless heaven was finished, including Jiang Rulai in the Holy Land of Spiritual Mountain. Jiang Rulai revealed a cold smile as he watched the 6 paths of the Sword God unleash his ultimate sword strike. Only Xing Tian narrowed his eyes at this moment and looked at the big monk in the square of the soaring sky hall. It should be known that not long ago, he had suffered a loss at the hands of this monk in the Battle of Wills. After returning, Xing Tian kept looking for information about this monk. However, no matter what kind of intelligence department he was in, he could not find anything. They did not even have a portrait of this monk. This made Xing Tian very angry. Now, Mahavairakana took a step forward, and Xing Tian carefully looked at him. Sacred Sword, World Annihilation. Sword God 6 Paths glared and slashed down with his sacred sword. The billions of sword chis in the surroundings seemed to have received an order and crashed toward the infinite celestial capital along with the sacred sword. The 6 paths of the Sword God could destroy all techniques with one strike. Moreover, the power of this world annihilation was the 6 paths of the Sword God's ultimate move. Hong! The defensive barrier of the infinite celestial capital instantly exploded. No. Countless people were terrified. No, my son, run. The leaders of the 6 major forces were also in despair. This strike would not only destroy the infinite celestial capital, but it would also turn the entire infinite celestial capital into dust. Apart from a few experts who would survive, almost all the ordinary people would be killed. Some of the experts who came from all directions could not bear to watch. The ministers of the Dahan were also horrified. Only Moyike and the others were calm and fearless. However, Mahavairakana suddenly extended his right palm. He did not face the sky head-on. Instead, he extended his right palm and turned it slightly so that his palm was facing up. Buddhist nation in a palm, Mahavairakana said calmly. His voice was not loud, but it spread in all directions in an instant. Buddhist nation in a palm? What's that? Xing Tian said in surprise from afar. In this moment of surprise, he saw that a giant hand seemed to have appeared in the void above. When the giant hand appeared, it blocked the entire infinite celestial capital with its palm. All the sword chis and sword auras rushed into the illusory giant hand almost instantly. Buzz! The moment the vast and imposing sword chi entered his palm, it suddenly disappeared. It was like a stone thrown into water disappearing just like that. No, if a stone was thrown into water, there would still be wave. However, there was no wave at all. It was suddenly extinguished. This was the World Annihilation Sword. That world-destroying blow had suddenly disappeared just like that? Who is he? At the entrance of the spiritual mountain, Jiang Rulai's face darkened. What? The leaders of the 6 forces were also stunned. This giant hand was so strange. Where were the billions of sword chis? My sword of annihilation! The 6 paths Sword God said in shock. While the 6 paths Sword God was still in shock, he saw the giant hand turn over. Whoosh! In an instant, the 6 paths Sword God was turned over into the palm. It was as if there was a small world in the palm that enveloped the 6 paths Sword God. The giant hand shrunk instantly and disappeared into Mahavairakana's palm. The black mass of sword chi disappeared, and the terrifying Sword God also disappeared. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. This was too unreal. Where did he go? Where was the powerful sword god? Almost instantly, everyone's eyes were focused on Mahavairakana. Mahavairakana's expression was still indifferent. He extended his right hand, which seemed to emit waves of Buddhist light. In the Buddhist light, one could vaguely see a shrunken version of the six paths sword god flying desperately in the palm. However, no matter how hard he flew, he could not fly out of Mahavairakana's palm. Behind Mahavairakana, many Dahan officials sucked in a cold breath. Since when did our Dahan imperial dynasty have such an expert? In the distance, the leaders of the six major powers, who were flying towards the limitless celestial capital, slowly landed on the plaza of the soaring sky hall. Father! The six hostages rushed over. However, the leaders of the six major powers did not care about their sons. Instead, they stared in shock at Mahavairakana, and the six paths sword god in his palm. Even the terrifying six paths of the sword god couldn't escape from his grasp? Every now and then, a powerful expert would appear in the Han royal dynasty. Every now and then, a strange one would appear. Previously, they had wanted to besiege the limitless celestial capital. Wasn't that courting death? Cold sweat broke out on the backs of the six people. Luckily, the ancient emperor had not pursued the matter. If he had, how could they have escaped? How could he have just sent a hostage and let it go? Buddhist kingdom in a palm? Master, you are mighty. One of the emperors bowed respectfully. The other five also bowed respectfully. Mahavairakana nodded. On the other side, Xing Tian narrowed his eyes. Buddhist arts? What a powerful Buddhist art! In the distance, at the Ling Mountain sacred ground, at the entrance of the Great Strength Hall, Jiang Rulai narrowed his eyes, his expression ugly. Buddhist kingdom in a palm? I've thought about this before, but it was just a prototype. Who is he? How could he have cultivated it? I've never seen this Buddha before. Who is he? Jiang Rulai said in surprise. At this moment, Mahavairakana seemed to sense something. His gaze suddenly turned towards the Ling Mountain sacred ground. Jiang Rulai and Mahavairakana suddenly exchanged glances. Grand completion of the heavenly palace? Jiang Rulai said in surprise. Mahavairakana smiled slightly and even nodded in acknowledgement. Then, he ignored them. However, this indifference made Jiang Rulai's eyelids twitch wildly. Someone investigate this monk for me. Start from ancient records. Report to me immediately if he appears. Jiang Rulai quickly formed Mahavairakana's Dharma form. Yes. Immediately, a group of bodhisattvas gathered around and said respectfully. At the entrance of the limitless celestial capital, the six paths of the sword god in Mahavairakana's palm was still running away, but he couldn't escape. Mahavairakana looked at his palm. You can't escape from my Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Just wait patiently. Mahavairakana clenched his right hand, and the six paths of the sword god was already hidden in his palm. In the square, the ministers were both excited and shocked. This monk was so powerful. Thank you, Master. Mo Yike and the others bowed solemnly to Mahavairakana. No worries. I promised Mr. Good. Of course, I won't let him destroy the limitless celestial capital, Mahavairakana said with a smile. Nodding, Mahavairakana ignored the other people's compliments and slowly left the square of the soaring palace hall, returning to his own courtyard. Until Mahavairakana disappeared, many of the ministers were still in a daze. Mo Yike and Chen Tianshan exchanged glances. Then, they both smiled. All right, inform all the patrols in the city to check for casualties. Immediately calm the people and repair the buildings destroyed by the attack. Chen Tianshan ordered. Yes, the ministers answered. At this moment, many of the ministers were sweating. They had really embarrassed themselves just now. Even if His Majesty was away, he would have arranged everything. What was there to worry about? The ministers went to work. Mo Yike also looked at the leaders of the six forces. 6 of you, His Majesty is away for a few days. It's rare for all of you to come, You can interact with your eldest sons for a few days, Emoyike said with a smile. The 6 of them looked at each other. At this moment, there was no longer any resentment of using their sons as hostages. Instead, they said politely, "Thank you, Lord Emo." Emoyike nodded and ignored the 6 of them. The eldest sons of the 6 came forward one after another. "Father, it was so scary just now. I want to go back. I don't want to stay here anymore. Let me go back." A son of a sect leader shouted. Slap! The sound of a slap was heard. "Father, why did you hit me? If you dare to bring it back again, I'll break your legs. Who came up with that stupid escape plan last time? Fortunately, you didn't run away. Otherwise, my sect would be in trouble because of you." The sect leader scolded. The hostages were speechless. Am I not their biological son? The commotion in the limitless celestial capital slowly calmed down. Outside the city, Xingtian frowned deeply. The Han Imperial Dynasty? I really underestimated them. I must report to His Holiness immediately. Chapter 960. Spiritual Mountain Sacred Ground. Jiang Rulai put his palms together and looked at the Vairocana of the infinite celestial capital as he slowly walked back to a side courtyard. Jiang Rulai was very curious about the Vairocana. He looked at the side courtyard and saw a large hall in it. Mahavira Hall? Jiang Rulai stared. Buddha, what's wrong? The Buddha of the past asked. Jiang Rulai looked at the hall behind him. The name of the hall was also Mahavira Hall. That monk? Mahavira Hall? He wants to replace me? Jiang Rulai's face was cold. Investigate this monk thoroughly. Where did he come from? Don't let go of any scriptures. Even if it's the ancient Buddha, investigate thoroughly. Jiang Rulai looked at the bodhisattvas in front of him. Yes. The bodhisattvas answered. Jiang Rulai, do you believe me now? Chun Shinsho sneered. Gu Hai isn't in the infinite celestial capital, but he might not be in the corpse tomb world. Let's go to the netherworld and take a look. Jiang Rulai said. Okay. Chun Shinsho waved his hand and a crack appeared in the void. A gust of yin qi rushed out from the inside. Jiang Rulai stepped in. The Buddha of the past and some bodhisattvas and Buddhas followed Jiang Rulai. The group entered the netherworld and headed straight for the corpse tomb world. Outside the corpse tomb world, Gu Hai and the rest had just stepped out and were about to leave. Wait! Gu Hai frowned slightly. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Mosquito Dauren asked. Although we set up a formation, we can't just leave like that. Kong Xian just said that he ran away from a Chunshinshu? Gu Hai looked at Kong Xian. Yes, he should have escaped to the netherworld. Kong Xian said. Running away from Chunshinshu is troublesome. Mosquito Dauren, does the corpse bug heavenly demon have a special way of delivering orders to the 800 cities in the outside world? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Dauren. The corpse worm heavenly demon doesn't care about the 800 cities in the outside world. Every 10 years, the 800 cities only need to pay a tax of spiritual stones. Usually, there is no fixed way to send an order. It's very random. You can send a person, go by yourself, or send a message. It's not fixed. That's good. Wait a moment. Gu Hai slowly returned to the corpse mound world. Buzz. Vaguely, a giant phantom of a corpse bug appeared outside the corpse mound world. Your Majesty, are you using the Godao array formation to condense the corpse bug Skyfien's cloud beasts? The unborn man asked in puzzlement. However, the figure suddenly said, Everyone, listen up. Boom. Amplified by the array formation, the corpse bug heavenly demon's voice instantly spread to the surrounding cities. All the citizens immediately looked in the direction of the corpse mound world. This peak master is going to enter closed-door cultivation. During this time, each city will send an army to guard the corpse mound world. Kill anyone who dares to approach. No matter who it is, no one is allowed to enter the corpse mound world. Otherwise, die. Boom. The voice was loud. It instantly spread to the 800 cities. Yes. All the city lords shouted in response. Although the corpse bug heavenly demon did not care about these cities, the city lords of these cities understood that they belonged to the corpse mound world. Because of this, the other factions did not dare to target these 800 cities. Naturally, no one dared to disobey the Peak Master's orders. The various cities quickly sent people to guard the corpse mound world. Gu Hai slowly stepped out from inside. "Alright, we can go now," Gu Hai said. "That's it?" the unborn man asked somewhat worriedly. "No need to be so deliberate. It's time to go," Gu Hai said with a smile. "Yes," everyone responded. "Chong Ming, you are in charge of the matters in the underworld. Continue to stay in the underworld. If there is anything, the unborn man gave you the longevity talisman. Contact him immediately," Gu Hai instructed. "Yes," Chong Ming responded. "The three of you, follow me to the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest and bring back Shangguan Hen and the others." Gu Hai looked at the unborn man, Kong Xian, and Mosquito Daoran. "Yes." Everyone nodded. The unborn man stretched out his hand and drew a line in the void. Buzz. A crack suddenly appeared in the void. "Your Majesty, take care," Chong Ming said respectfully. With that, Chong Ming stepped forward and shot toward the north of the underworld. Gu Hai took the three of them and stepped into the underworld. The crack in the void suddenly disappeared. Gu Hai and the others split up and left. 2 hours later. Whoosh! It was Jiang Rulai who arrived outside the corpse tomb world with a large number of disciples of Soul Mountain. At this moment, outside the corpse tomb world, a group of soldiers came quickly. "Stop, who are you?" Suddenly, a group of soldiers shouted. "Something must have happened. Let's go in immediately," Chun Shinsho said in a deep voice. "Stop, the Peak Master has ordered that no one is allowed to enter the corpse tomb world. Those who violate the order will die." A man who looked like a general shouted and stopped the crowd. The corpse bug heavenly demon gave the order? Jiang Rulai was puzzled. At this time, a large number of soldiers had already arrived and surrounded the group of people who wanted to enter the corpse tomb world. Suddenly, a man seemed to know Jiang Rulai. "Presumptuous, what are you doing? Why are you stopping the Buddha? Go away, go away!" The man immediately ran forward. "City Master," the soldiers said respectfully. Okay, you can go back. I will stay here," the city master said. "Yes." The soldiers retreated slightly cautiously. Jiang Rulai looked at the city master. Although he didn't know the city master, it was good that he knew him. "What's going on? Why are there so many soldiers here?" Jiang Rulai was puzzled. "Buddha, the Peak Master ordered 4 hours ago that no one is allowed to enter the corpse tomb world. He wants to cultivate in seclusion. No one is allowed," the city master said respectfully. Jiang Rulai's expression changed slightly. "How can the Peak Master cultivate in seclusion? Something must have happened inside. Jiang Rulai, it must be Gu Hai and the others. You know that Gu Hai and the others are not in the limitless celestial capital. They must be inside," Chun Shinsho said anxiously. The past Buddha said, "Buddha, Chun Shinsho's words may not be completely believed." "You past Buddha, you still don't believe me?" Chun Shinsho shouted gloomily. Jiang Rulai's eyes suddenly gave off strands of golden light. It seemed like he could see through the black fog into the corpse tomb world. However, after seeing just a little, he frowned. "It's chaotic inside. I can't see clearly?" "Jiang Rulai, even you can't see clearly. Something must have happened inside," Chun Shinsho said anxiously. "The Peak Master is in seclusion. He must be on guard. Who are you? Why do you keep asking the Gautama Buddha to barge into the corpse tomb world?" the city master asked with a glare. "Jiang Rulai." Chun Shinsho looked at Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai frowned slightly and took out 2 jade talismans with a flip of his hand. One was golden and one was black. The jade talismans were crystal clear. At this moment they flashed with golden and black light. "Buddha?" is it? The past Buddha looked at Jiang Rulai in confusion. This golden jade talisman connects to the chains on Gu Han's body. The chains are fine. When the jade talisman gets close, it will flash. Jiang Rulai said indifferently. Gu Han is in there. The past Buddha sighed. That's right. Furthermore, this means that the chains are not broken. Secondly, the corpse bug heavenly demon gave me this black jade talisman. He told me not to disturb him if he could not meet me. This jade talisman is flashing. This means that he is nearby. Furthermore, he is fine. Jiang Rulai said. The corpse bug heavenly demon is in closed-door cultivation inside? The past Buddha said with a frown. It should be. Jiang Rulai nodded. The past Buddha suddenly looked coldly at Chun Shinsho. What's wrong? Are you suspecting me? Chun Shinsho glared. We are not suspecting you. However, we still do not know how Gu Hai found this place. Your past actions make it hard for us to trust you completely. To my spiritual mountain, Gu Han is enough. Furthermore, there is the corpse bug heavenly demon. He is a consummation heavenly palace. What is there to worry about? The past Buddha said sullenly. Since you are already here, why not go in and take a look? It's just one step away. Just one step. Chun Shinsho said anxiously. No, I don't want to disturb the corpse bug heavenly demon. Jiang Rulai said indifferently. Why? Just one step? Chun Shinsho said anxiously. Jiang Rulai ignored him. Instead, he handed the 2 jade pendants to a bodhisattva. Guard the nearby city, and keep an eye on these 2 jade pendants at all times. If there are any strange movements from the jade pendants, report immediately. Jiang Rulai instructed. Yes, Buddha. That bodhisattva said respectfully. Let's go back then. Jiang Rulai said indifferently. Don't. Jiang Rulai, can't you just take one step in? Chun Shinsho urged anxiously. The Peak Master ordered that no one is allowed to enter while he is in closed-door cultivation. The city lord at the side called out. You. Humph. Chun Shinsho was about to go crazy. Jiang Rulai ignored Chun Shinsho. Then, he led the past Buddha and the others into the distance. Buddha, why did this Chun Shinsho lie to us again? The past Buddha asked with an unsightly expression. Not necessarily. Perhaps what he said is true. Jiang Rulai said after some thought. Is what he said true? Gu Hai went in? However, why did Buddha? The past Buddha said in shock. Did Gu Hai's group come? If they did not, naturally, there is no need for us to enter. If they did come, I don't want to enter either, Jiang Rulai said seriously. We just need Gu Hai to be fine inside. If Gu Hai really went in, he would only become an enemy of the corpse bug heavenly demon. If he could not defeat the corpse bug heavenly demon and got killed, that would be best. However, if he could use the Godao laws to trap the corpse bug heavenly demon, of course, the chances of that happening are very small. However, even so what? What loss is there to us? That will only make the corpse bug heavenly demon hate Gu Hai. Do you think that Gu Hai can kill the corpse bug heavenly demon? Jiang Rulai said with a smile. That's impossible. The corpse bug heavenly demon is a consummation heavenly palace expert. Isn't that enough? If the corpse bug heavenly demon suffers a loss, the greater the loss, the deeper its hatred for Gu Hai will become. Perhaps we won't even have to do anything in the future. The corpse bug heavenly demon will fight to the death with the Dahan dynasty. Jiang Rulai said seriously. The Buddha is far-sighted. The past Buddha's eyes lit up. If we go in, we will only shift the corpse bug heavenly demon's hatred for Gu Hai to us. After all, we used Gu Hai to provoke Gu Hai. Hence, I won't go in. It doesn't matter if Gu Hai is in there or not. The corpse bug heavenly demon will deal with him. Jiang Rulai said seriously. Yes, the Buddha is right. As long as the corpse bug heavenly demon is not dead and Gu Han is still in there, What is there to worry about? The past Buddha said with a smile. Chapter 961. Gu Hai and his group stepped into the world of the living and appeared in a city controlled by the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. Unlimited Wealth Management, Your Life Choice. By My Bodhi Wealth Management, Free Alchemy Cauldron. By My Golden Mountain Wealth Management, Free Physical Examination. If you don't manage your wealth today, I'll ignore you tomorrow. The city was filled with the clamor of wealth management products. This was the third month of the Luck Destruction Plan. Wealth management shops had been set up in the 2,000 cities of the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. The monthly profit was 5 points. It was almost as if the god of fortune was giving them money. In the first month, some people were indifferent. In the second month, a large number of people joined. In the third month, it was a hot seller in the city. It was as if you were outdated if you didn't buy a wealth management product. Many empty shell wealth management shops were tied to a large number of so-called properties, making them look shiny. They even tied up the temples of the sacred ground of Mount Numinous, almost secretly tying up the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. Gu Hai took a look and saw a very excited burly man walking over with an alchemy cauldron after buying a wealth management product. Warrior, aren't you afraid that they will run away with the money if you buy a wealth management product? Gu Hai looked at the burly man and asked. Run away? They can run away, but can they run away from the temple? Golden Mountain Wealth Management bought the mining rights of the Golden Mountain Temple's Spirit Stone Mine. If they leave, won't the mine be there? Besides, look over there. The shopkeeper of the Golden Mountain Wealth Management shop is the nephew of the Golden Mountain Temple's abbot. Even if we can't get the money, can't we ask for it from the Golden Mountain Temple? If we can't get it, can't we ask for it from the sacred ground of Mount Numinous? You don't know, right? The Golden Mountain Temple was appointed by the Buddha back then. The burly man laughed. A middle-aged woman beside him laughed and said, Young man, you must have just arrived. Golden Mountain Wealth Management is rich and imposing. Why would they care about our small amount of money? Besides, with the Golden Mountain Temple's protection, what are we worried about? If they really run away with the money, we can still go to the Buddha to reason. We are the Buddha's subjects, how can he not care about us? Yeah, don't worry. Just buy it. If you're a day late, you'll lose a day's worth of money. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go back and talk to my stubborn relatives. Haha, not only can they make money with me, but I can also get a commission for introducing customers. Another thin man laughed. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, and the unborn man were confused. Guqin has done a good job. It's deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Moreover, they are gradually withdrawing our people, and are starting to fill up the important positions with people related to the holy land of Mount Seoul. Gu Hai nodded secretly. Your Majesty, do we need to inquire about anything else? The unborn man asked. No need, let's head to the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest immediately. Gu Hai shook his head. Yes. Everyone answered. Boom. In an instant, the four of them rushed out of the city at an extremely fast speed and shot towards the south. Chong Ming flew towards the north and soon arrived at a valley. There were many vampires here. This was the blood-robed guards' first stop in the underworld. However, when they got closer, they discovered that the countless buildings in the valley had been completely destroyed. A large number of vampires' corpses were strewn all over the place. What? Chong Ming's expression changed. Immediately, a large number of vampires flew over. Lord Commander, the blood-robed guard said anxiously. What's going on? What happened? Chong Ming asked with wide eyes. It's the Myriad Bone Mountain. I don't know what those skeletons are up to, but they're searching everywhere. We've been searched 3 times, and then they went to the nearby cities and Ghost Sect to search. Everywhere is a mess. At first, some of our blood-robed guards resisted, but the blood-robed guards looked at the corpses on the ground with ugly expressions. Collect their corpses. Double the compensation. Chong Ming said in a deep voice. Yes. Lord Commander, should we report this to His Majesty? Chong Ming was silent for a moment. His Majesty has an important matter to attend to, so there's no need to disturb him. First, find out what's going on with these skeletons. Yes. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and the unborn man were all powerful experts. They flew very quickly, and Kong Xian even carried them along the way. In just one day they arrived at the southern sea. The group flew over the vast sea. There were countless islands in the sea. Some sects and cultivators could be seen on the islands. There were also countless sea beasts swimming at the bottom of the sea. Buzz. The group slowly landed on a mountain peak on one of the islands. Your Majesty, that is Purple Bamboo Island. I have never been there before, but Crown Prince Gu Han said that it was amethyst, so we have to be careful, Mosquito Daoran said with a grave expression. However, the group saw an island shrouded in purple mist in the distance. They could not see anything unusual about it. The surrounding 8,000 islands all listened to Purple Bamboo Island, and the Southern Sea Dragon Palace is not far away. The South Sea Dragon King also seems to listen to Purple Bamboo Island. Mosquito Daoran explained. It was not easy for an inconspicuous island to control the entire Southern Sea. Gu Hai took out 2 Guqin figurines. Ao Shun, Shangguan Hen, reply. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. However, the 2 Guqin figurines remained silent. Your Majesty, Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun have not replied since yesterday. Could it be? Kong Xian said worriedly. That's what I'm worried about. They should have been captured. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Captured? The three's expressions changed. Although Shangguan Hen did not have a divine Dao domain, he was a 9th-tier heavenly palace expert. Moreover, he cultivated the art of 8 and 9 mysteries, the invincible Vajra body, and the 72 transformations. How could he be captured without a sound? It should be the violet jade heavenly demon. Otherwise, no one in the Southern Sea could capture Shangguan Hen so easily. Shangguan Hen could not even use the Guqin figurines to call for help in time. Mosquito Daoran said with a frown. Amethyst? Mosquito Daoran, you have some understanding of the heavenly demon holy ground. How strong is this amethyst? How is she compared to Jiang Rulai and the corpse bug heavenly demon? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Amethyst, Purple Jade Peak's Peak Master, is the weakest of the 13 peaks of the heavenly demon holy ground. However, she is still a consummate heavenly palace expert. Your Majesty must be careful, Mosquito Daoran said with a frown. You're saying that Amethyst is weaker than Jiang Rulai and the corpse bug heavenly demon? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran. Yes, because the heavenly demon holy ground has a ranking system. Even the vast freedom heavenly demon once said that he can give up the main peak to whoever can defeat him. This amethyst is ranked last among the 13 peaks, so she should be the weakest. Of course, I don't know the details, it's just hearsay. Mosquito Daoran explained. What a great heavenly demon holy ground, worthy of being a holy ground that inherited the legacy of the ancient war of the witches and demons. With a peak master at the consummate heavenly palace, my young world's forces can't compare. Kong Xian said with a frown. No, Lord Kong Xian, you're wrong. The unborn man shook his head. If the heavenly demon holy ground could really suppress the forces of the young world, they would have expanded to the young world long ago. Why would they be so sneaky? Jiang Rulai wants to enter the Nalanda temple, and this amethyst should have entered the Yang world 1,000 years ago. But why doesn't she dare to enter the divine continent and can only hide in the South Sea? The unborn man said in a low voice. Is there another explanation? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. Yes, she's hiding in the South Sea. It's not that she doesn't want to enter the divine continent. To be more precise, it's because of a divine continent ban that forbids her from entering the divine continent for 3,000 years. She can only hide in the South Sea. The unborn man explained. Divine continent ban? Who imposed it? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. It was Daiqiansheng of the past, Long Zhanghua. The unborn man explained. Long Zhanghua? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Yes, Long Zhanghua should also be at the Great Circle of Heavenly Palace. Amethyst should also be at the Great Circle of Heavenly Palace. Logically speaking, the two of them should be about the same strength. When Amethyst first entered the Yang world, she was incomparably arrogant. She challenged experts everywhere and directly went to Deqian's heavenly courts. The unborn man recalled. Heavenly courts? She wanted to challenge Long Zhanghua and use Long Zhanghua as a stepping stone to rise to fame. Then she could recruit disciples and establish a huge sect or holy ground in the shortest time possible. Unfortunately, she was too naive. Long Zhanggua's strength is not something she can compare to, the unborn man said with a frown. How strong is Long Zhanghua? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. How should I put it? Let's compare Jiang Lianshan and Long Zhanghua. Jiang Lianshan may have countless schemes and controlled forces throughout the Yang world, such as Jiang Rulai, Bai, Matriarch Ji, Qiyu, and so on, but Jiang Lianshan's individual strength should not be comparable to Long Zhanggua's. Long Zhanghua rose too quickly. Although his son's education was not as good as Jiang Lianshan's, in the Deqian Celestial Empire, it was enough to have Long Zhanghua. He alone could take on the entire world. With such a strong opponent, Amethyst charged into the heavenly courts without knowing anything. The result is obvious. The unborn man said solemnly. Amethyst lost? Mosquito Dauren asked doubtfully. That's right. That battle was very secretive. Not many people know about it, but I happened to see it. At that time, I had just started cultivating my longevity, and Wanqing's mother and I were looking at each other. At that time, we went to Long Zhanggua's place to ask Long Zhanghua for help. At that time, Amethyst came, the unborn man recalled. Wanqing's mother, Long Xiaoye? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Yes. At that time, Amethyst boasted shamelessly and said to Long Zhanghua that he wanted to borrow Long Zhanggua's dragon throne. At that time, His Majesty could imagine the situation. All the civil and military officials glared at him and rebuked him. The unborn man recalled. Did Long Zhanghua make a move? Gu Hai asked. No, Long Zhanghua did not make a move. He only reached out to touch Long Xiaoye's head and transferred a surge of energy to Long Xiaoye. Long Xiaoye made a move and defeated Amethyst in a short while. The unborn man recalled. That's impossible. He only transferred a surge of energy to Long Xiaoye and defeated Amethyst? This Amethyst is not that strong? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. Heavenly Palace Peak. No matter how weak he is, he can't be weaker than you and me, right? I can only say that Long Zhanghua was too strong. The unborn man exclaimed. Why did Long Zhanghua ask Long Xiaoye to make a move? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. No one noticed except for Long Zhanghua. Besides Amethyst, the master of the heavenly demon Holy Land, the vast freedom heavenly demon, was secretly watching. Although Amethyst did not know, he was still a subordinate sent by the vast freedom heavenly demon. No matter how good Long Zhanghua was, how could he personally fight the other party's subordinate? So he let Long Xiaoye make a move. The unborn man explained. Why didn't Long Zhanghua kill Amethyst? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. Long Zhanghua and the vast freedom heavenly demon looked at each other. In that look, the two of them seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. Long Zhanghua issued the Divine Continent Blackout Order, which was passed to the other two heavenly dynasties and 3 holy lands. The leaders of the 5 major powers all agreed and signed the Blackout Order. Amethyst did not dare to take a single step into the Divine Continent. He was not allowed to enter the Divine Continent for 3,000 years. Chapter 962. Divine Continent Banning Order? Yes. After signing the Divine Continent Banning Order, the 3 holy lands and the 3 great celestial dynasties must abide by this order. Even if one sect or country is destroyed, the other sects and countries must abide by this order. This is using the reputation of the country and sect. All the countries and sects abide by this order. Therefore, even though Amethyst is strong, he has never set foot on the divine continent. The unborn man explained. I heard Venerable Lun Yen mention that although Long Xiaoye made that person in the purple bamboo forest suffer a great loss back then, in order to give birth to Wanqing and Wanyu, she knelt for a long time in the purple bamboo forest. She should have knelt for Amethyst. She knelt for her for a long time in order to obtain the pregnancy-protecting water and was ridiculed. Gu Hai recalled. Crack. The unborn man suddenly clenched his fists in his sleeves. I know. That water originally belonged to a sect in the divine continent. That sect is somewhat related to Xiaoye. However, the purple jade heavenly demon destroyed that sect in the past and snatched the water. That was why Xiaoye had no choice but to suffer such humiliation, the unborn man said with a somewhat trembling voice. Do you hate Amethyst? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. I don't know. Logically speaking, after Xiaoye suffered such a great humiliation, I would want nothing more than to kill her. However, Xiaoye was the one who chose this path. She would rather be humiliated so that she could obtain that water and give birth to my 2 daughters. Or rather, without her, Wanqing and Wanyu would no longer be here. The unborn man said with a trembling voice. You have anger in your heart, but you can't release it fully? The mosquito Daoran looked at the unborn man, sigh. The unborn man sighed softly. Unborn man, you don't have to be so conflicted. Since the pregnancy-protecting water originally belonged to Long Xiaoye's friend, would it be difficult for Long Xiaoye to obtain the pregnancy-protecting water without Amethyst? No, perhaps she didn't even need to ask, and someone else would have delivered it to Long Xiaoye. Therefore, because of the appearance of Amethyst, Long Xiaoye had to suffer such humiliation and kneel in the purple bamboo forest for a long time before she obtained what should have been hers. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The unborn man trembled. Perhaps he cared too much about his 2 daughters. Because of his 2 daughters, the unborn man had to suppress the anger in his heart. At this moment, after being reminded by Gu Hai, he suddenly saw the light. Yes. Without Amethyst, Wanyu and Wanqing would still be born. With her, Amethyst, Xiaoye suffered such humiliation and had to kneel in front of her for such a long time. The unborn man suddenly said in a cold tone. While his tone was cold, his body suddenly emitted a strange murderous aura. This murderous aura made Kong Xian and the mosquito Daoran tremble and reveal a surprised expression. Then, the 2 looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai gently shook his head and told the 2 not to pursue the matter. Was the unborn man hiding something? Gu Hai already knew. Last time in the corpse mound world, Kong Xian, the mosquito Daoran, and Chang Ming were restrained by the corpse bug demon. Gu Hai appeared and defeated the corpse bug demon. The unborn man dealt with a group of corpse bugs at the side. What a coincidence! The moment Gu Hai dealt with the corpse bug demon, he just happened to deal with all the corpse bugs? After dealing with the corpse bugs, the unborn man went up to Gu Hai and apologized. Although it was just a small detail, Gu Hai already understood that the unborn man actually had the ability to deal with the corpse bugs earlier, but he did not. In other words, in the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, the only person the unborn man cared about was Gu Hai, this nominal son-in-law. Although the unborn man was polite on the surface, he did not care about the others. Your Majesty, this subject has a longevity array. It can cut Purple Bamboo Island, the unborn man said in a low voice. Cut Purple Bamboo Island? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Yes. The special characteristic of this kind of lifespan formation is that it divides Purple Bamboo Island into 64 regions. These regions do not interfere with each other. No matter what changes there are, the other regions will not know. Although they are very close to each other, what they see and hear is the scene from one day ago, the unborn man explained. Cutting Purple Bamboo Island to make it easier for us to find Shangguan-hen? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Yes, the 64 hexagrams longevity array. Logically speaking, I am not allowed to use it yet. However, for Xiaoya's humiliation, I am willing to see Amethyst suffer. For Xiaoya, the unborn man said in a trembling voice. All right, then I will have to trouble you to set up the array later. Gu Hai said solemnly. The unborn man nodded. Of course, no one from the outside is allowed to enter. This is to prevent them from interfering with the longevity array. The unborn man said. Gu Hai nodded. Mosquito Dowren, you are in charge of guarding the outside world. Do not let anyone near. At the same time, the Southern Sea Dragon Palace is next to you. Your black mosquito body double is not afraid of water. Go and find them carefully in case they are imprisoned in the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. Do not miss any place. Yes. Mosquito Dowren replied. Kong Xian, follow me into Purple Bamboo Island. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Kong Xian replied. Then wait for a moment. I will start setting up the array. It will take about 2 hours. The unborn man explained. All right. Everyone nodded. The unborn man started to surround Purple Bamboo Island and set up the array. At the same time, on Purple Bamboo Island, whoosh! A figure rushed up to the sky. It was a tall and sturdy man. His body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of wind. This is the Fengbua of the Great Yellow Dynasty? Kong Xian said in shock. Fengbua? Empress Ji's trusted aide? Why is he on Purple Bamboo Island? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Gu Hai had seen his portrait before, so he could recognize him at a glance. Empress Ji's trusted aide. How is the Great Yellow Dynasty related to Purple Bamboo Forest? In the distance, Fengbua flew to the sky and turned his head to look at Purple Bamboo Island. He revealed a cold smile. Turning around, he instantly transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared into the horizon. 1 day ago, Fengbua came to Purple Bamboo Island. Not only did Fengbua come, but there was also another person. It was the Tongtian sect master of the Wanshou Taoism. Fengbua, Empress Ji didn't lie to me, right? The Tongtian sect master looked coldly at Fengbua. Tongtian sect master, don't worry. His Holiness wouldn't lie to you. Moreover, didn't he bring the Divine Path Sorcerer's Book with him? Fengbua said with a smile. Divine Path Sorcerer's Book? Humph. He's so kind as to give it to me? The Tongtian sect master said coldly. It's not a gift, it's a sharing. The opening of the Divine Path Sorcerer's Book is extremely complicated. The slightest mistake will destroy the information inside. Only the yin and yang energy of the Tai Chi diagram is the most balanced and convenient to open the Divine Path Sorcerer's Book. However, as you can see, the words inside are a special sorcerer language used by the ancient sorcerer race to prevent the contents of the Sorcerer's Book from being leaked. Otherwise, Jiang Lianshan would have cultivated it long ago. Isn't that right? Fengbua said with a smile. Humph. The Tongtian sect master harumphed coldly. This amethyst, you have records of the Wanshou Taoism as well, right? The heavenly demon Holy Land rose after the war of the sorcerer and demon. This amethyst is also very knowledgeable about the sorcerer language. You can ask her to translate it. After the translation is done, the three of us will share the Divine Path Sorcerer's Book. Fengbua said solemnly. The Tongtian sect master frowned and nodded in the end. You better not lie to me. Otherwise, I won't let you off so easily. Sect master, don't worry, Fengbua said with a smile. Fengbua and the Tongtian sect master flew towards the Purple Bamboo Island, towards the Purple Bamboo Forest in the center. In the Purple Bamboo Forest, there was a group of palaces. The largest one had the words Purple Bamboo Palace written on it. There was already a group of people waiting in the square of the Purple Bamboo Palace. This group of people were all women. They were dressed in white and looked very elegant. Some of them were holding prayer beads, while others were holding long swords. It was as if they all cultivated differently. The leader was a woman in a black brocade robe. She was extremely beautiful, and her every frown and smile carried a trace of seductive charm. Just by standing there, she could arouse a trace of lust in any ordinary man. "Welcome Fengbua, welcome Tongtian sect master," the woman in the black brocade robe said with a smile. The Tongtian sect master, who was flying in the air, narrowed his eyes. What a powerful seductive technique! The Tongtian sect master's mind was as firm as a rock. However, the moment he saw this woman, he couldn't help but feel a trace of lust. He immediately understood that this woman's seductive technique was powerful. He instantly extinguished the trace of lust in his heart. "Amethyst, greetings," Fengbua said with a smile. The Tongtian sect master and Fengbua landed in the square of the Purple Bamboo Palace. The square was rather large. However, there was a line of large words on a large rock in the square. The words, "Where Long Xiaoya kowtows," were written on it. The Tongtian sect master also glanced at the large rock. Amethyst, you really can't forget. Back then, you forced Long Xiaoya to kneel on this rock. You even sent someone to carve it so that you can admire it from time to time? The Tongtian sect master said with narrowed eyes. This woman's heart for holding on to grudges was really strong. "I didn't ask someone to carve it. I asked Long Xiaoya to carve it herself. Her handwriting was pretty good, so I kept it." "Tongtian sect master, please excuse me," Amethyst said with a smile. "Excuse me? Not at all. I can only say that you are too smart. After the battle at the Lingshao King Palace that day, you found out that Long Xiaoya had a favor to ask of the embryonic moon sect. You actually acted first and destroyed the embryonic moon sect to steal the spring water. You even deliberately faked it to make it look like you destroyed the sect before the battle with Long Xiaoya. What a scheme!" the Tongtian sect master exclaimed. "Tongtian sect master, you know about this too?" Amethyst frowned slightly. That day, there was a disciple of Wanshou Taoism outside the embryonic moon sect. However, it doesn't matter now. The Deqian Celestial Empire has already been destroyed. So what if I know? The Tongtian sect master said calmly. Long Xiaoya humiliated me outside the Lingshao King Palace and trapped me in the Southern Sea for 1,000 years. No, 3,000 years. So what if I let her kneel for a while? It's good enough that I didn't kill her. Amethyst sneered. Kill her? You could only let her kneel for a while. If you had gone overboard, Long Zhanguo would have made his move. The Tongtian sect master sneered. Fengbua immediately tried to smooth things over. Tongtian sect master, Amethyst, what does that Long Xiaoya have to do with us? Let's start translating the Divine Path Shaman Codex first, shall we? The Tongtian sect master and Amethyst nodded solemnly. Please come in. The Violet Jade Heavenly Demon invited. Fengbua and the Tongtian sect master immediately followed Amethyst into the Purple Bamboo Hall. In the Purple Bamboo Hall there was a woman in white standing there. She was the White Emperor. Tongtian sect master, Fengbua. Long time no see. White Emperor said with a smile. The Tongtian sect master and Fengbua's faces darkened. Chapter 963. In the Purple Bamboo Palace. The faces of the Tongtian sect master and Fengbua darkened. The Tongtian sect master, in particular, looked coldly at Amethyst. The White Emperor has joined the spiritual mountain. Why did you bring her here? Are you trying to bring Jiang Rulai here? Why are you worried about her? The White Emperor is just here to give me something. And this is all because of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to Jiang Rulai. Amethyst was confused. Me? The Tongtian sect master said solemnly. That's right. That Qi is a disciple of your Wanshou Taoism, right? Amethyst said solemnly. Qi? The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. Let's go. I'll take you there. Amethyst waved his hand in the air. There seemed to be a crack in the void in the palace. On the other side of the crack, there seemed to be a mini-world. White Emperor, wait outside, Amethyst instructed. The White Emperor nodded. Amethyst, Fengbo, and the Tongtian sect master stepped inside. Is that a mini-world you created? The Tongtian sect master asked solemnly. It's a replica created by the vast freedom heavenly demon based on the lesser divine dome. It's called the Mystic Dome. I was lucky enough to get one, but it has a mini-world inside. I don't have the ability to create one. Amethyst smiled. The immortal dome mystic realm? Fengbo pondered. The three of them stepped inside. The celestial dome mystic realm was indeed like a small world. However, it was smaller than Gu Hai's ancient dome mystic realm. Furthermore, it was filled with a deathly aura. At this moment, there seemed to be a huge battle going on in the celestial dome mystic realm. In the distance, Cheng held a bronze longsword in his hand. As he stepped forward, countless green sword lotuses revolved around him. Sword energy shot out in all directions as he fought against the 10 sword Dao experts in the outside world. What are those? The 6 Dao of Sword God? Tongtian's pupils shrank. Evidently, the Tongtian sect master had experienced the battle 800,000 years ago, and that appearance had left a deep impression on him. That's right. These are 10 replicas of Rokudo Shinkun. Jiang Rulai used a secret technique of the sorcerer tribe to replicate them. They're only at the 8th level of the Heavenly Palace, but they're not much weaker. These are the 10 sword gods that I asked the White Emperor to send me. Amethyst said in a low voice. Why did you send them here? The Tongtian sect master frowned. Isn't it because of your Wansho Taoism? How dare you act so presumptuously in my purple bamboo forest? He's a disciple of your Wansho Taoism. I gave you face and didn't kill him. Instead, I asked the 6 paths of the sword god to trap him. Who would have thought that this Qing, who was originally only able to deal with 6 paths of the sword god, would become stronger as the battle dragged on. He's actually able to fight against 10 of them without being at a disadvantage. He's one of your people. What do you say? Amethyst said calmly. Looking at Qing in the distance, the Tongtian sect master's face darkened. Although he was a disciple of his sect, the Tongtian sect master was extremely jealous of him. That was because that day Qing's sword Dao had surpassed his own. The Tongtian sect master looked into the distance. After a while, he became more and more annoyed. Qing's cultivation was not as good as his, but his sword Dao was indeed comparable to his own. In fact, it had even surpassed his own. However, as he looked, the Tongtian sect master's pupils suddenly shrank. This sword Dao is? What's wrong? Amethyst was puzzled. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes and looked at Qing. He saw his own shadow in Qing. No, he saw the shadow of the Tongtian of the Jie sect. Looking at this shadow, the Tongtian sect master's eyelids twitched. So it's you. Who are you? Fengbo was puzzled. Could it be that Ho had another identity? Don't worry about it. This is Wansho Taoism's own business. The Tongtian sect master immediately said in a deep voice. Fengbo and Amethyst were slightly puzzled. Qing, stop! The Tongtian sect master shouted. Boom! The sound of swords clashing could be heard in the distance. Qing was instantly separated from the 10 sword gods. He turned his head and looked over. When he saw the Tongtian sect master, his expression changed. Stop! The violet jade heavenly demon commanded. Yes, the group of sword gods answered. In the distance, Qing and the 10 sword gods separated and flew closer. Qing flew to the front of the Tongtian sect master. He was also very confused as to why Amethyst and the Tongtian sect master were familiar with each other. However, what was more serious was his attitude towards the Tongtian sect master. The sect leader of Tongtian hated him so much that his teeth itched. After all, How could a proud person like him tolerate someone else's sword Tao being stronger than his? Especially when the person was a disciple of his sect. "Greetings, sect master," Qing said with a worried expression. The Tongtian sect master recognized that Qing was the reincarnation of the Tongtian of the Jie sect. At this moment, he couldn't bear any resentment. After all, the Tongtian of the Jie sect had sacrificed his life to save him. He had even given his 4 immortal swords to him, and merged them into his sword. Since his sword Tao was stronger, so be it. "Why are you here?" the Tongtian sect master asked. The Tongtian sect master's attitude stunned Qing. However, he still said respectfully, "I accepted Gu Hai's invitation to battle the 6th Tao of Sword God in the boundless celestial capital. I realized that he looked almost identical to Rokudo Shinkuin, so I started to investigate and came to the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. However, I was tricked by Amethyst and was trapped here. I continued to fight the 6th Tao of Sword God until today." "You sneaked into my territory and now you're blaming me for trapping you?" Amethyst sneered. Qing looked coldly at Amethyst. He turned to the Tongtian sect master and said, "Sect master, Amethyst trapped me for a while but didn't kill me. I think she has other plans. Be careful of her." "Humph, Tongtian sect master, look at this. I gave you face and didn't kill him, but he tried to sow discord between us? So this is your Wanshou Taoism disciple?" Amethyst said coldly. "Alright, Qing, don't talk too much," the Tongtian sect master said in a low voice. "Yes." Qing stood respectfully at the side. "Alright, that's all in the past. Let's start now," Fengbua said. "Do you want to send this outsider out of my immortal dome arcane realm first?" Amethyst looked at Qing calmly. "There's no need. He's my disciple. He'll be fine as long as he stays by my side." The Tongtian sect master shook his head. Qing looked at the Tongtian sect master in shock, then stood at the side gratefully. "Since the Tongtian sect master has said so, then so be it. As for the 10 6 Tao swordsmen, they're already under my command." "Fengbua, where's your item?" Amethyst asked in a low voice. Fengbua reached out and took out a book that was emitting a black aura. "Divine Path Witch Codex?" The Tongtian sect master's eyes lit up. "Tongtian sect master, Amethyst, remember this. This Divine Path Witch Codex is shared by our 3 sections. Anyone who goes against this will be destroyed by the heavens." Fengbua said coldly. "All right." The Tongtian sect master and Amethyst answered. The Tongtian sect master reached out and took out the Tai Chi diagram. 1. Slightly activating the Tai Chi diagram, Fengbua placed the Divine Path Witch Codex on it. Immediately, traces of yin and yang energy emerged from the Tai Chi diagram and surged into the Divine Path Witch Codex. Gradually, the Divine Path Witch Codex trembled slightly. Whoosh! Immediately, densely packed words rushed out from the Divine Path Witch Codex. They instantly filled the sky. The 3 of them quickly recorded the words. Soon, the densely packed words of the Witch Tribe were recorded. "This is the first chapter of the Witch Tribe's technique." "What's this?" Fengbua looked at Amethyst. "Sword Tao Fusion Technique?" Amethyst frowned. "Sword Tao Fusion Technique?" The Tongtian sect master was puzzled. Amethyst quickly translated. As he translated, the Tongtian sect master's eyes lit up. He quickly recorded the words. "This is stealing the sword will of others and fusing it into one's own sword Tao? The Witch Tribe actually came up with such a technique?" Qing said in surprise. "The 7th essence is the sword essence? What a powerful technique!" The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. "Why don't you give it a try, Tongtian sect master?" Amethyst looked at the Tongtian sect master. "Give it a try? How do I do that?" The Tongtian sect master was puzzled. These 10 6 paths of Sword God have their own sword will. Moreover, they are Rokudo Shinkuin's sword Tao. Although their sword will is slightly weaker, you should be able to gain something by fusing all 10 of them, right? Amethyst said with a smile. You're willing to give these 10 six paths of sword god to me? You should know that according to the technique, if I steal their sword will, they will be crippled. The Tongtian sect master said in surprise. If they are crippled, so be it. Do you want to try? Amethyst asked. Of course, why wouldn't I? The Tongtian sect master said. As he spoke, he reached out to grab one of the 6 paths of sword god. The 6 paths of sword god tried to resist. Don't resist. The 10 of you will listen to the Tongtian sect master now. Amethyst shouted. Yes. The 6 paths of sword god's head was suddenly grabbed by the Tongtian sect master. Tian, protect me! The Tongtian sect master shouted. Yes. Tian replied. Wang! Then, a powerful black aura emerged from the Tongtian sect master's palm and rushed towards the 6 paths of sword god's head. Ah! The 6 paths of sword god screamed in pain. Rumble! The Tongtian sect master's body suddenly emitted hundreds of millions of sword qi. The shadow of a purple longsword appeared behind his back. The shadow of the longsword grew larger and sharper, and the sword qi it released became stronger and stronger. Can he really steal the sword will? How is that possible? Tian exclaimed. Just like that, an entire day passed. Boom! When all the sword will entered the Tongtian sect master's body, the Tongtian sect master's entire body was like a longsword. A powerful swordsmanship aura spread in all directions. How is it? Fengbo asked. What a powerful technique! My swordsmanship has indeed become stronger after fusing with the new sword will. However, it's still not enough. The Tongtian sect master was pleasantly surprised. There are still 9 of the 6 paths of sword god. I'll give them all to you. Amethyst smiled. Thank you, Amethyst. Please forgive us for the misunderstanding earlier. The Tongtian sect master was in a good mood. Then you can refine them first. We'll wait for you outside. After you've refined the sword will, we'll continue to translate the Divine Sorcerer's book. Amethyst smiled. Oh? You want to take the Divine Sorcerer's book away? The Tongtian sect master asked coldly. The Tongtian sect master is worried. We won't take the Divine Sorcerer's book away. Remember our previous agreement. Fengbo smiled. I was the one who judged you with my own yardstick. The Tongtian sect master was a little embarrassed. Fengbo and Amethyst smiled slightly and stepped out of the Immortal Dome Mystic Realm. Inside the Immortal Dome Mystic Realm, Guardian Tian and the Tongtian sect master were refining the sword will of the 6 paths of sword god. They took a step forward. Amethyst and Fengbo immediately appeared in the purple bamboo palace. In the palace, the White Emperor had already left. Whoosh! He reached out and withdrew his hand. The entrance disappeared. Amethyst and Fengbo immediately smiled coldly. Fengbo, you're quite scheming. You created a fake Divine Sorcerer's book and tricked the Tongtian sect master into coming here. Amethyst sneered. Violet Jade Heavenly Demon, that sword Dao fusion technique of yours is also quite impressive. I thought that you would just casually find a cultivation technique to fool me, but you actually provided such a powerful cultivation technique? The Heavenly Demon Holy Land is also very rare, right? What do you want? Fengbo frowned. It's not me. It's Matriarch Ji. She wants to use me to kill the Tongtian sect master. Why? Amethyst looked coldly at Fengbo. The Tongtian sect master has been keeping an eye on His Holiness. His Holiness also finds it troublesome, so he's giving you this chance. If you help His Holiness kill this thorn in his flesh, His Holiness will lift the Great Yellow Dynasty's divine land ban. Fengbo said with a smile. Troublesome? If he wants me to kill him, why doesn't he do it himself? Amethyst said coldly. Are you going to do it or not? Fengbo didn't explain. How can I not do it at this time? This Tongtian sect master hasn't even reached the peak of the Heavenly Palace. What's so difficult about killing him? However, I don't want the great yellow dynasty to go back on their word. Amethyst said coldly. Don't worry. The ones who signed the divine land ban were the 3 great celestial dynasties and 3 sacred grounds. The Deqian celestial dynasty, the Dian dynasty, and the solar divine palace have already been destroyed. Only the great yellow dynasty, the Wansho Taoism, and the spiritual mountain sacred ground are left. If you kill the Tongtian sect master, His Holiness has said that he won't interfere. If you swallow the Wansho Taoism, the great yellow dynasty will lift the divine land ban. Given your relationship with Jiang Rulai, he will only support you. You don't have to wait for another 2,000 years. You can enter the divine continent immediately, Fengbo said with a smile. Amethyst narrowed his eyes at Fengbo. All right, the Tongtian sect master is dead for sure. I trapped Hui and borrowed the 10 paths of the sword god from Jiang Rulai just to let the Tongtian sect master strip them of their sword wills. When the Tongtian sect master strips everyone of their sword wills, his sword Dao will be the best in the world. At that time, I will turn him into a puppet and turn him into a sword in my hand. If that's the case, then the rest is up to you. Farewell. Fengbo bowed slightly. Are you going to wait for the Tongtian sect master to die before you leave? Amethyst said with a smile. No, if the Tongtian dies, we will know if the Wansho Taoism collapses. Farewell, Fengbo said with a smile. After saying that, he ignored Amethyst. He rushed out of the main hall and flew into the sky in an instant. After leaving Purple Bamboo Island, Fengbo looked coldly at Purple Bamboo Island and revealed a cold smile. Amethyst? You can test the strength of the Wansho Taoism on behalf of His Holiness. Fengbo laughed coldly. Boom. In an instant, Fengbo turned into a gust of wind and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 964. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, and Mosquito Daoran frowned as they looked into the distance. Fengbo left with a whirlwind. Fengbo entered the island. Something big must have happened. Your Majesty? Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai shook his head gently. Don't worry about him. Save Ao Shun and Shangguan Hen first. Yes. Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran answered. On the other side, the unborn man had been setting up the array around Purple Bamboo Island for 2 hours. Finally, he finished setting up the array. In the distance, he took out an 8 trigrams jade token. He extended his hand and pressed it. Boom! 64 huge water screens appeared on the surface of the sea. As soon as the water screens appeared, they emitted a dazzling golden light. Boom! The golden light rushed towards Purple Bamboo Island. Suddenly, rays of golden light shot out and seemed to have cut the island into 64 pieces. Then, a huge golden smoke enveloped the entire Purple Bamboo Island. Who is it? How dare you come to Purple Bamboo Island and act presumptuously? You must be tired of living. Do you know where this is? The huge change made countless disciples on the islands roar in anger. Countless prawn soldiers and crab generals from the Southern Sea Dragon Palace rushed out. Even the dragon tribe rushed over aggressively, as if they were going to protect Purple Bamboo Island that was surrounded by the longevity array. Mosquito Daoran. Go. Gu Hai said. Buzz. The mosquito Taoist waved his sleeves. Suddenly, a swarm of black mosquitoes rushed out and covered the sea around the longevity array. A group of cultivators rushed over. The black mosquitoes approached in an instant. In the blink of an eye, cultivators fell into the sea one by one. Roar! What kind of monster dares to be so impudent? Quickly come into this dragon lord's stomach. I eat humans and demons. There is nothing that I won't eat. A giant red dragon roared, and also wanted to charge into the black mosquito area. However, the mosquito Daoran at this moment was extremely powerful. With its divine ability and domain, it was almost invincible among those of the same level. In an instant, the red dragon was enveloped by the black lines. In the blink of an eye, all of its flesh and blood was drained, leaving behind only a piece of dragon skin. Everyone, listen up. If you dare to come any closer, we'll kill without mercy. Mosquito Dauren flew into the air and shouted coldly. Roar! Roar! Kill him! Immediately, countless experts rushed toward Mosquito Dauren. Not all of the 8,000 islands in the southern sea had strong cultivators, but there were quite a few of them. When they saw that someone was surrounding Purple Bamboo Island, they naturally rushed over immediately. However, it also depended on who he was facing. Outside of the divine continent, the spiritual chi was thin. Other than those with innate mystiques or powerful bloodlines, how many experts could there be? Mosquito Dauren alone was enough to sweep everything away. Kong Xian, let's go, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The two of them turned into two streaks of light and arrived at Purple Bamboo Island in an instant. Your Majesty, I have to preside over the array outside the island, so I won't be accompanying Your Majesty into the island. With this jade talisman, you can ignore my longevity array. The unborn man handed over 2 jade talismans. Gu Hai and Kong Xian stepped into Purple Bamboo Island one by one. The golden light divided the island into 64 regions. Gu Hai entered the first region. Once he entered, he saw that the surroundings were the same as before. He couldn't see Mosquito Dauren at all, nor could he see the huge array outside the island. This longevity array is like an illusion array. It prevents the people inside from sensing anything unusual outside? Kong Xian said with a slightly changed expression. That's right. Let's start searching, Gu Hai said with a worried expression. Yes, Kong Xian replied. While speaking, Kong Xian swung his sleeves. Peacock Domain. Countless green lights soared into the sky. The first region was immediately enveloped by Kong Xian's Peacock Domain. It was as if 10,000 Kong Xian had appeared. Who is it? A large number of experts suddenly jumped out from this region. Boom! 10,000 Kong Xian, each with a palm strike, all of them were knocked unconscious. They quickly shuttled back and forth for a moment. Your Majesty, there is no one, Kong Xian said with a complicated expression. Next region, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Kong Xian nodded. He followed Gu Hai into the second region. Once the Peacock Domain was activated, it immediately searched 3 feet under the ground. Those who encountered screamed were all knocked unconscious in an instant. The unborn man's longevity array was very powerful. It completely isolated sound, even the sound of the Qin figurines couldn't be heard. No, Kong Xian shouted. The third region, Gu Hai said with a trace of urgency. Yes, outside Purple Bamboo Island. Originally, countless experts were still rushing in, but no one could get in. However, with only one Mosquito Dauren, many people were hoping that he could block the black mosquitoes, or they could enter the island when the Mosquito Dauren was not paying attention. But the Mosquito Dauren suddenly activated the dark domain. Boom! Rolling black gas enveloped the sea, and a scene that made the experts despair appeared. They saw that among the countless black mosquitoes, nearly 10,000 of them suddenly turned into the appearance of the Mosquito Dauren. 10,000 Mosquito Dauren? How could they rush in? One Mosquito Dauren couldn't even deal with one, let alone 10,000? 10,000 Mosquito Dauren instantly suppressed all the expert. At the same time, a portion of the Mosquito Dauren doppelgangers rushed into the sea and entered the bottom of the sea. The bottom of the sea was instantly dyed black by the dark domain. In the depths of the sea there was a huge group of palaces. It was the South Sea Dragon Palace. Your Highness, this is bad. That demon broke into the South Sea Dragon Palace. Ah, don't kill me. The Dragon King is on Purple Bamboo Island. What should we do? Your Highness, the Dragon King is not here. What should we do? The dragons were horrified. The Mosquito Dauren was everywhere. His thousands of doppelgangers entered the Dragon Palace to search. Unfortunately, There was no news of Ao Shun and Shangguan Hen's whereabouts in the Dragon Palace. The Mosquito Dauren was anxious. Purple Bamboo Island, Purple Bamboo Palace. After Fengbo left, the White Emperor stepped into the palace again. Fengbo left? Oh, he still doesn't want to provoke the Wanshou Taoism. The White Emperor sneered. They borrowed my hand to kill the Tongtian sect master to test Yuanshi Tianzuan? Oh, they think I don't know? However, I don't care. With the Tongtian sect master like this, even if Yuanshi Tianzuan is strong, his strength is limited. Amethyst sneered. The Buddha also asked me to remind you to be careful of Yuanshi Tianzuan. The White Emperor said in a low voice. Be careful of Yuanshi Tianzuan? Oh, Yuanshi Tianzuan has never shown his face. I don't know what they are worried about. The former leader of the Wanshou Taoism, the Taishang sect master, is only SOSO. Let alone the second leader? Although I know that I am being used by Matriarch Ji, it doesn't matter. As long as he removes the ban on the divine continent, I will take over the Wanshou Taoism sooner or later. Amethyst said confidently. Since you have made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you. The White Emperor nodded. I even gave the sword Dao fusion art that the vast freedom heavenly demon gave me to the Tongtian sect master. How can I turn back? Besides the sword Dao that Matriarch Ji has yet to show, the three strongest sword Daos in the world are the Tongtian sect master, the 6 Daos of Bai, and the 6 Daos of the sword god. As long as they fuse their 3 sword Daos, I will refine the Tongtian sect master into a puppet. This human-shaped puppet will be my strongest weapon. Amethyst said confidently. The Buddha sent me to deliver the 6 Daos of the sword god. He only has one request. He wants me to witness the final form of your human-shaped weapon. The White Emperor said in a low voice. So be it. It doesn't matter. However, I am curious. Why does Jiang Rulai suddenly think so highly of you? Even his immortal dome mystic realm is guarded by you? Amethyst asked curiously. The White Emperor smiled but didn't explain. Even if you don't say it, I can guess. Jiang Rulai thinks so highly of you because he wants to tie you down. He wants to use you to deal with that Guhai. Amethyst sneered. The White Emperor's eyelids twitched. A trace of irritation flashed across his eyes. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. I don't understand. Why does Jiang Rulai care so much about that Guhai? Oh, is it after the battle at Tri-Mountain City? He sees Guhai as a thorn in his side. Why is Jiang Rulai so careful of someone who has just entered Heavenly Palace? What a joke! Amethyst said with a trace of disdain. But last time, when the South Sea Dragon King invited the heroes of Spiritual Mountain, it didn't end well either. For some reason, the White Emperor suddenly defended Guhai. White Emperor, we are both women. Let me tell you, in front of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are a joke. Moreover, women must be independent. Amethyst said confidently. White Emperor's expression froze. How could the White Emperor not know this? But now, without Jiang Lianshan, he, the White Emperor, could no longer keep up with Guhai and Jiang Rulai. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. Let's see how many people's sword Dao the Tongtian sect master has combined. Amethyst said indifferently. As he spoke, Amethyst waved his hand. Buzz. A giant transparent ball suddenly appeared in front of them, allowing them to see what was inside. Qi was protecting the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master was absorbing the 6 paths of the sword god's sword Dao one by one. With the first example from before, the Tongtian sect master's speed was much faster. In a short time, 3 of the 6 paths of the sword god had been destroyed. Amethyst narrowed his eyes. What's wrong? Something's wrong. Did the Tongtian sect master change his personality today? Amethyst was puzzled. Change his personality? Emperor Bai stared at the interior. Isn't he going to take Qi's sword Dao? White Emperor was surprised. The Tongtian sect master is extremely jealous. Qi is his disciple, and rumor has it that his sword Dao has surpassed the Tongtian sect master's. If not for his disciple, he would have killed Qi sooner. Now that the 6 paths of the sword god obey the Tongtian sect master, he could have suppressed Qi with the 6 paths of the sword god and taken Qi's sword Dao before slowly absorbing the 6 paths of the sword god. But why didn't he deal with Qi? What if Qi doesn't agree to give up his sword Dao after all the 6 paths of the sword god are destroyed? Amethyst frowned. Doesn't he want to take Qi's sword Dao? White Emperor frowned. Impossible, he will definitely take it away. TSK, they are not his relatives. Humph, the prime of Tongtian must be too headstrong. He must think that he can suppress Qi. Amethyst said coldly. Qi will become your sword later. Why are you still angry for him? White Emperor said calmly. Amethyst nodded and looked coldly at the immortal dome of the mystic realm. Chapter 965. Purple Bamboo Island. There was a deep valley to the northeast of Purple Bamboo Island. There was no vegetation around the valley, and it was scorching hot. A large number of dragon tribe guards were standing around the valley. It was not dark at the bottom of the valley. On the contrary, it was extremely bright because there was a volcano crater at the bottom. Fiery red magma was churning above the magma pool in the valley. There were 2 strange alchemy furnaces above the magma pool. They were engraved with arrays, and the words, Heavenly Demon, were engraved on them. The arrays seemed to have the ability to guide the magma and purify it continuously, making the flames hotter and hotter. One of the alchemy furnaces was like that. Earth fire was gushing out, and under the purification of the arrays, it even emitted black flames that burned the alchemy furnace. South Sea Dragon King, I have the invincible Vajra body. I'm invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. You can't refine me. Shangguan Hen's angry voice came from the alchemy furnace. There were 3 people on a platform at the side. Ao Shun, Ao Xing, and the South Sea Dragon King. The Southern Sea Dragon King looked at the alchemy cauldron in the fire and revealed a cold smile. From the moment the Peak Master captured you, we could tell that your cultivation technique was indeed unique. The Black Tortoise's main focus is defense, and its tortoise shell is hard to break through. Now, you've even cultivated this 8 and 9 mystic arts? Even the Peak Master couldn't break your body. However, don't be so smug. Do you know what this is? This is the world-incinerating earthly fire furnace that the Peak Master specially went to the Netherworld to ask the vast freedom Heavenly Demon for. It can guide the essence of earthly fire and burn the heavens and earth. It's the strongest alchemy furnace in the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. World-incinerating earthly fire furnace? Haha, you want to burn me? Then why did you put in these herbs? Shangguan Hen roared in the furnace. It's starting to hurt, isn't it? Finally, there's something that can hurt you. Ha ha, herbs, what for? You are the supreme Xuanwu, you have the god of Xuanwu, and you have the indestructible Vajra body. If I were to refine you into a pill, it would definitely be a good pill, ha ha. The South Sea Dragon King laughed. You want to refine me into a pill? If you dare, His Majesty will not let you off. Shangguan Hen roared from within the furnace. If Gu Hai comes, I'll refine him into a pill as well. You can enjoy it, ha 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 ha. Ao Sihai laughed loudly. Bastard, Shangguan Hen's painful voice came from the furnace. Supremacy Shangguan, it was Ao Shun who harmed you. On a nearby platform, Ao Shun suddenly knelt down. Big brother, I'm the one who harmed you, Ao Xing said painfully. At this moment, Ao Xing's eyes had been gouged out, leaving a pair of bloody holes. His body was riddled with wounds, and his veins were all severed. Blood dyed his clothes red, and he looked miserable. His cultivation was sealed, and he was tied up with ropes, unable to move. Ao Shun was not much better. His eyes were fine, but there were 2 bloody holes on his head, and there were 2 dragon horns beside him. They should be Ao Shun's dragon horns. Ao Shun's cultivation was also sealed, and he was chained up. Heh, you still have the time to think about Shangguan Hen at this time? The South Sea Dragon King sneered. With his eyes gouged out, Ao Shing looked extremely horrifying. After hearing Ao Shing's words, Ao Shing's face turned even more ferocious. Ao Sihai, you said that you would help me regain my position as the North Sea Dragon King. You said that I would only be under you, and the South Sea Dragon Palace would listen to my orders. You said that as a descendant of the Ao clan, you would definitely support me. You lied to me, you liar. The South Sea Dragon King sneered. Lied? Ao Shing, I can only say that you are too naive. How could you believe such words? In this world, how could there be someone who would be nice to you for no reason? Oh right, this Ao Shun might be one such person, but he is only one because he is your brother. But what about you? You always want to kill him. Ha 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 ha, you call me a liar? I say that you are the stupid one, and because of your stupidity, Ao Shun will die with you. After hearing Ao Sihai's words, Ao Shing strangely did not refute. 2 streams of blood slowly flowed down from his bloody eye socket. His body was covered in blood, as if all his veins had been severed. Big brother, your younger brother is ignorant, your younger brother is useless. I have harmed you many times, but you still came to save me. Big brother, I am sorry. Ao Shing knelt down as tears of blood flowed down his cheeks. Ao Shing, don't give up hope. His Majesty will definitely come to save us. Ao Shun comforted. No, no one will come to save us, and they won't be able to. Ao Shing cried. Heh, alright, I don't have the time to listen to your nonsense. Ao Shun, you understand that I spared Ao Shing's life in order to lure you over. However, you're really stupid. Did you really come to die for this idiot? Ah! The South Sea Dragon King sneered. He is my younger brother, Ao Shun said with a ferocious expression. You don't have to look at me like that. You must have felt the pain of these days of torture. I will say the same thing, force out the ancestral dragon's blood in your body, and I will give you a quick death, the South Sea Dragon King said coldly. The ancestral dragon's blood has already entered our hearts and merged with our souls, flesh and blood. How can we force it out? If we force it out, we will become walking corpses, Ao Shun shouted. Then don't blame me. Humph, I wanted to give you a quick death, but since you are unwilling, then go into the cauldron. I will refine the ancestral dragon's blood essence, the South Sea Dragon King said coldly. Ao Sihai, I will give you my ancestral dragon's blood essence. My death is not regrettable. Let my elder brother go, and I will give you mine. Ao Shing suddenly roared in grief and indignation. Shut up. Who asked you to die? Ao Shun said anxiously. The South Sea Dragon King smiled coldly. Ao Shing, did you think I didn't think about it? Heh, unfortunately, it is useless. You only have half a drop in your body. I want a full drop of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. That is, both of you. Why? Why do you want the ancestral dragon's blood essence? Ao Shun said unwillingly. Buzz. The South Sea Dragon King flipped his hand and took out a green pearl the size of a fist. When the pearl appeared, a strong aura immediately surged in all directions. Dragon Pearl? This aura is... Ao Shun said in surprise. This is the ancestral dragon's dragon pearl. It was spat out by the ancestral dragon before he died. It contains the ancestral dragon's sealed heritage. A drop of the ancestral dragon's blood essence is needed to open the sealed heritage in this dragon pearl. Ha ha ha, that idiot West Sea Dragon King. How can he not know how to use the blood essence given by the ancestral dragon? If he doesn't know how to use it, he could have given it to me. Why did he have to give it to you too, trash? Humph, as long as I force the ancestral dragon's blood essence out of your body, I can open the dragon pearl. I can then obtain the heritage and restore the glory of the ancient dragon tribe. the South Sea Dragon King said proudly. I see, I see. Ha 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 ha, South Sea Dragon King, no wonder you thought highly of me in the past. You didn't think highly of me as a person, but the blood in my body. Blood. Ao Shing roared in pain. The South Sea Dragon King smiled coldly. I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to force the ancestral dragon's blood essence out of me? Ao Sihai, I'll force it out. Let my brother go. I beg you, I beg you. Ao Shing said sorrowfully. The South Sea Dragon King ignored him. Ao Shun shook his head. Ao Shing, never give up until the last moment. Big brother, Ao Shing said in pain. Humph, you two useless people. What's the use of talking so much nonsense with you? If that's the case, I'll refine it myself. The South Sea Dragon King shouted coldly. Don't. The blind Ao Shing cried out in alarm. However, it was too late. The South Sea Dragon King waved his hand, and the two of them immediately flew into the magma. Another world incinerating cauldron. The lid of the cauldron slammed shut. Earth fire rise. The South Sea Dragon King waved his hand. Boom. Rolling black earth fire surged out and instantly burned the cauldron. The cauldron became extremely hot in an instant. There was a huge space inside the cauldron. There seemed to be countless restrictions and arrays in the cauldron that drew in the earth fire from outside, purified it, and rushed into the bodies of the two of them. In an instant, Ao Shun and Ao Shing turned into their dragon forms and were instantly burned to the point where their skin and flesh were torn apart. The burning power of the fire was too strong. It was so strong that even Shangguan Hen could not withstand it, let alone the two of them. Big brother, I'm sorry, Ao Shing said sorrowfully. Never give up until the last moment. Small victory, Ao Shun also said in pain. Big brother, I can't take it anymore. I can feel the earth fire burning into my bones. Aye. Ao Shing said weakly. Hu long long. Suddenly, Ao Shing felt his body being wrapped up. Ao Shun suddenly used his body to protect Ao Shing. Ao Shing immediately felt much better. Ao Shing's eyes were dug out. Although he could not see Ao Shun using his body to protect him, he could still feel it. Big brother, you covered me. What about you? Ao Shing said weakly. I'm fine. I'm fine. Wait a little longer, just a little longer, Ao Shun said through gritted teeth. Ao Shing nodded while trembling. The fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights. Although Ao Shing was wrapped up by Ao Shun, there was still a trace of earth fire burning in his body. He was in pain and in a daze. Outside, Shangguan Hen's cauldron gradually quieted down. However, the South Sea Dragon King only stared at Ao Shun's cauldron. Gradually, a faint blood mist emerged from the small hole at the top of the cauldron. The ancestral dragon's blood essence? The South Sea Dragon King was excited. He immediately placed the ancestral dragon in the small hole at the top of the cauldron. 1. The dragon pearl immediately released a large amount of green light. There seemed to be a heaven-shaking dragon roar coming from the dragon pearl. Good, ha ha, the ancestral dragon's inheritance? The South Sea Dragon King was excited and expectant. Inside the cauldron, Ao Shing was in a daze from the burning. He seemed to be on the verge of death. Big brother, I can't take it anymore. Even if the earth fire is less, I feel that the ancestral dragon's blood essence in my body is evaporating. Big brother, I can't take it anymore, Ao Shing said in a daze. 1. However, at this moment, Ao Shing felt a liquid seeping into his dry skin. It slowly seeped into his blood vessels and replenished the loss of blood. What is this? Big brother, I feel better, Ao Shing said weakly. In a daze, he vaguely heard Ao Shun's voice. Little Shing, mother left early and so did father. You are my only family in this world. Although your talent is not as good as mine, father once said that if you walk on the right path, your future achievements may not be worse than mine. Because you are more stubborn than me. Stubbornness is the essence of an expert. Because you are more persistent. Before father died, he told me to take good care of you. Big brother is useless and will not have the chance to take care of you. In the future, take good care of yourself. As long as you are alive, my North Sea Dragon Palace will not be destroyed. If possible, follow His Majesty Gu Hai in the future. He will help me take care of you. He will guide you to the right path. Little Sheng, take care. Big brother, I'm so hot and uncomfortable. Am I going to die? Ao Sheng trembled in a daze. In a daze, besides the liquid seeping into his blood vessels, he also felt that the tendons and veins that were cut by the South Sea Dragon King were being nourished by new dragon tendons. Big brother, why are my dragon tendons mended? Where did the dragon tendons come from? Ao Sheng asked in a daze. Then, it felt like a cool breeze suddenly fell into Ao Sheng's eyes. Ao Sheng felt that his eyes, which had been dug out, had returned. Eyes? Where did the eyes come from? Dragon eyes? Ao Sheng asked in a daze. Roar! Roar! There were 2 more dragon roars. Ao Sheng, who was in a daze, trembled as if he felt something enter the space between his eyebrows. Dragon God? North Sea Dragon God? West Sea Dragon God? Ao Sheng asked in a daze. Chapter 966. More and more blood mist spurted out from the cauldron. It flowed into the ancestral dragon's dragon pearl through the small hole on top of the cauldron. Roar! The ancestral dragon's dragon pearl suddenly let out a dragon roar. It was as if a small dragon was about to jump out from inside. A powerful dragon aura was suddenly released. Plop! In the outside world, the countless dragon clan guards suddenly dropped to their knees. Their faces were filled with shock, as if it was an instinctive act of worship. The South Sea Dragon King also fell to his knees with a thud under the might of the dragon. What a powerful dragon aura! Even I can't stand it? Ao Shun and Ao Sheng should have died long ago. It's just that I haven't completely refined that drop of ancestral dragon blood essence. This won't do. If this continues, I won't be able to resist the dragon aura when I receive the ancestral dragon's inheritance. How am I going to receive the ancestral dragon's inheritance then? It might even alarm Amethyst. When that time comes, she will be the one to obtain the ancestral dragon's inheritance. The South Sea Dragon King's expression turned ugly. He struggled to resist the dragon aura and slowly stood up. He turned into a red dragon and flew toward the cauldron. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Boom! The South Sea Dragon King instantly swallowed the dragon pearl that was releasing the dragon aura. Ong! A dragon roar came from his body, as if he was resisting the South Sea Dragon King. Mine. You're mine. Suppress. The South Sea Dragon King roared. Boom! A loud sound came from his body. The South Sea Dragon King seemed to have suppressed the dragon pearl. From the surface of the South Sea Dragon King's body, a monstrous aura was released. Under the powerful aura, the entire magma pool suddenly surged with huge wave. Power. It's indeed boundless power. Ah! The South Sea Dragon King laughed wildly in excitement. Sitting cross-legged, the South Sea Dragon King tried his best to refine the dragon pearl. Half a day later, the more he cultivated, the stronger the South Sea Dragon King's aura became. The South Sea Dragon King could feel his cultivation rising rapidly. My cultivation base is still some distance away from the peak of Heavenly Palace, but it's increasing really fast. If I can reach the peak of Heavenly Palace, it'll be great. Then, I won't have to look at other people's faces anymore. Dragon Pearl, help me! Ha! Said the South Sea Dragon King with a hint of maniacal excitement. Buzz! The dragon orb in his body emitted a burst of green light. The South Sea Dragon King's cultivation base increased for a while before suddenly stopping. What's going on? The inheritance of the Dragon Balls was suddenly broken? And it seems like something is missing. Yes, the ancestral dragon blood essence. There's still a small portion in the cauldron. I can't lack even a little bit. Forget it. Ao Shun and Ao Xing should have been completely refined. The last portion of the ancestral dragon blood essence should be in the cauldron. It should be enough after I swallow the last bit of ancestral dragon blood essence. The South Sea Dragon King walked towards the cauldron with a ferocious expression. Just as the South Sea Dragon King stepped towards the cauldron, buzz! Countless peacock feathers suddenly appeared from all directions, instantly filling the entire area and rushing towards the magma. Your Majesty, that's the South Sea Dragon King, Ao Hai. Kong Xian exclaimed in surprise. Who goes there? Outside, the group of dragon tribe guards shouted. Boom! With a muffled sound, all the dragon tribe guards were knocked unconscious. Gu Hai and Kong Xian arrived at the magma almost instantaneously. Whoosh! In an instant, a large number of Kong Xian's clones appeared outside the magma pool. What? The South Sea Dragon King's expression changed. Where are the South Sea Dragon King, Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun? Gu Hai shouted with his eyes wide open. Above the magma, there were 2 alchemy cauldrons burning with underground fire. In fact, Gu Hai had a bad feeling the moment he saw the 2 alchemy cauldrons. While questioning the South Sea Dragon King, he pounced towards the 2 alchemy cauldrons. The sudden change also caught the South Sea Dragon King off guard. Bastards, why are you here? Get lost. The South Sea Dragon King instantly exploded and transformed into a gigantic red dragon. The red dragon opened his mouth and swallowed the alchemy cauldron where Ao Shun and Ao Xing were. He wanted to swallow the cauldrons together. Stop him! Gu Hai shouted with his eyes wide open. 6-colored divine light. One of the Kong Xian's clones waved his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the South Sea Dragon King was sent flying backward with blood all over his body. The 6-colored divine light was too powerful. Even though the South Sea Dragon King's cultivation had increased tremendously, he was still no match for it. However, his body was protected by the ancestral dragon's azure light, so he did not suffer too much damage. Bastard! The South Sea Dragon King's expression changed. Without caring about anything else, he pounced towards the alchemy cauldron again. He had to swallow the essence blood in the alchemy cauldron as soon as possible. You still want to move when I'm here? Kong Xian snorted. Boom! Thousands of Kong Xian's clones pounced on the South Sea Dragon King and grabbed his tail tightly. Even though the South Sea Dragon King's cultivation had increased tremendously, he was still no match for Kong Xian in the Peacock realm. Get lost, roar! The red dragon opened his mouth to bite Kong Xian and clawed at Kong Xian with his claws. However, this was the Peacock realm. He could not even touch Kong Xian. How could he struggle? Instantly, the South Sea Dragon King was trapped. He was just 1 step away. Just 1 step away. No, that's mine. Let me go, Ka! The South Sea Dragon King suddenly trembled as he roared. His face was filled with shock. What happened to you? Kong Xian was surprised. He saw that the South Sea Dragon King's entire body was twitching. As he twitched, a gurgling sound came from his body. Following that, the South Sea Dragon King began to visibly wither. His flesh and blood seemed to be sucked away by something. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The South Sea Dragon King shriveled up. Dragon Ball? No, I'm a descendant of the Ao clan. Why are you sucking my flesh? Ah, and the South Sea Dragon God. That's my dragon god. Don't take it away, don't take it away. Give me the ancestral dragon's blood essence. The withered South Sea Dragon King stared in despair. Not far away, Gu Hai waved his hand and stopped the flames of the 2 alchemy furnaces. He moved them onto the platform and quickly opened one of the furnaces. Buzz, buzz! The alchemy furnace that Ao Shun was in suddenly trembled. Vaguely, a blood mist could be seen inside it. Give me the blood, give me the blood. Quick, give it to me. The South Sea Dragon King looked at the blood mist and reached out his hand. But how could Kong Xian let him go? The Dragon Ball seemed to have turned into a demon when it couldn't get the ancestral dragon's blood essence. It frantically sucked in the South Sea Dragon King's flesh and blood, urging him to absorb the last bit of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. But no matter how much he urged, there was no effect. Buzz! The Dragon Ball seemed to have lost its patience. Suddenly, it flew out of the South Sea Dragon King's mouth and into the alchemy furnace. "No, my Dragon Ball, it's mine, it's mine!" The South Sea Dragon King roared in shock. Kong Xian was shocked, but he still held on tightly to the South Sea Dragon King. Whoosh! The green Dragon Ball instantly rushed into the alchemy furnace. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The alchemy furnace that Ao Shun was in exploded. Gu Hai and Kong Xian's expressions changed. They saw that after the alchemy furnace exploded, a pile of scorched things appeared in mid-air. The Dragon Clan member who had absorbed all the blood mist in the alchemy furnace suddenly knocked away the scorched things and entered what looked like the mouth of a black dragon. Roar! Suddenly, a strong dragon aura came from the inside. This is... Gu Hai's expression changed. One of Kong Xian's avatars was holding the scorched things and was also surprised. "No, it can't be, we're too late?" Kong Xian was shocked. They finally saw the outline of the scorched things. But when they saw the outline, Gu Hai's heart tightened and he was shocked. Ao Shun, this is Ao Shun's dragon body. His forearm was broken in the past and there are marks. This is Ao Shun? Ao Shun is dead? Kong Xian said with uncertainty. Ao Shun is dead? Gu Hai's expression suddenly became gloomy. Ka. In the scorched body, the Dragon Ball entered Ao Shing's body. Suddenly, Ao Shing seemed to be awake. When he twisted his body, Ao Shun's scorched body was torn apart. What's inside? Kong Xian's expression changed. Buzz! There was also a huge creature inside. It suddenly transformed and shrunk into a human form. It was Ao Shing. Ao Shing woke up with a start. After transforming into a human form, although his body was burnt, the Dragon Ball quickly nourished his body. Moreover, his eyes that had been dug out earlier appeared again and were brighter. In fact, all the broken meridians in his body had been mended and strengthened. Even his blood had fused with Ao Shun's blood. It was as if he had been reborn. Ao Shing was stunned for a moment before he understood what was going on. Previously, Ao Shun had risked his life to protect him. He had given him the dragon tendons and dragon eyes, allowing him to dry himself. Ao Shun had even given him the rest of his blood. He was alive, waiting for the hope that Ao Shun spoke of. But Ao Shun, bro, don't die. Bro, this isn't real, bro. Ao Shing suddenly felt grief from the bottom of his heart. He hugged the pile of charred corpses and screamed in despair. In his mind, all that was left were the scenes of Ao Shun's past. Little Shing, are you being punished by Dad to copy books again? Look, what is this? Big Brother went to Heavenly Stellar City to buy some fried whitebait crisps for you. Eat it, don't let Father see it. Little Shing, you better remember this. This time, I'm secretly bringing you out to play. Don't let Father find out. Little Shing, what happened to your face? Who hit you? Tell me, who dared to hit my little brother Ao Shun? Before Father died, he told me to take good care of you. Big Brother is useless and won't have the chance to take care of you. In the future, take good care of yourself. Little Shing, take care.